Yo. Alright, are we ready to continue where we left off? Yeah. We are. Alright. Alright, so let's go. Let's go. Wait a second. That was empty, but just like, yeah.
Objection!
Liar. I hate to break this to you, Petty, but there's a big flaw in your testimony. As big as the one in that floating trick you did earlier. Oh, harsh words. Well, let me tell you something, forehead boy. No one has ever figured out how we do our teleportation trick. No one except me, you mean? Well, we have even better tricks up our sleeves. Huh? We do? I thought to keep it secret. Now, don't fight, you two. Mr. Justice, what's this about a flaw in the testimony? The script has this to say about the fire trick. This will be dangerous. Make sure the fire bucket is ready. However, we found the fire bucket lying empty backstage except for a layer of dust. Oh! Bunk. You didn't even attempt to get ready for the next trick, did you, Petty? You got me! Ya got me. Petty the fam, you will explain yourself. There's nothing to explain. Come on, Petty, we can't hide it any longer. You might as well tell them. Shut up! You can barely take care of yourself. Don't try to and tell me what to do. Then if neither of you will explain, I guess I have to. The reason Petty didn't prepare for the fire trick is because she knew the show wouldn't go on. You didn't prepare for the fire trick because you knew, didn't you? You knew that the body would be found and that the show would then be cancelled. Don't be ridiculous, you insignificant speck of a man. I'm gonna yank those lame bangs of yours up. Is that what you want, huh?
Objection!
Whatever, they can grow back. Now stop stalling and just tell us the truth already. I can't reveal my secrets, I'm a magician.
Objection!
You have been chasing this shadow but an illusory culprit defense. And having chance upon a convenient target, you have let yourself get carried away. Exactly, where's your proof, huh? And yet, I can see that the witness's taste for false words has also been proven. I advise you to confine your deceitful trickery to your magic act, witness. Deceitful trickery?
Objection!
As your court-appointed therapist, I'd like to add something here, Petty. You finally let yourself be who you really are. But if you continue to hide behind lies, you'll just be imprisoning your heart all over again. But all these questions mean you're trying to put me in prison for real. So I'll be behind bars either way. Does that mean you're admitting your guilt? Of course not. I can't believe you people. Every one of you think I did something I didn't do. You... Lobster Boy, Cue Ball Geezer, Head Case, Brat, Cerberus Monk. Cue Ball Geezer. Head Case, Brat. Really? Petty, calm down. Come on now. Deep breaths, deep breaths. Look, I'm not the murderer, I tell you. Then how did you know the show would be called off before the fire trick? I told you we can't reveal our secrets. We are under contract. Contract? What is she talking about? Be it as it may, you're obviously a suspect in this case.
Objection!
Oh. I'm beginning to see the karmic threads that make up the intricate tapestry that is this case. Huh? Allow me to summarize your assertions and events. First, that the victim was killed in the understage passage. And second, that the witness and the accused are the only two who could have done it. Exactly. What's more, Petty knew that the body would be found, and that the magic show would then be called off. Therefore, it's reasonable to conclude that Petty killed the victim on the stage. But what if Petty knew that the show would be called off for some other reason? Like what? In the course of my investigation, I found it strange that the dragon set piece fell when it did. That, in conjunction with the body tumbling from the coffin in such a dramatic fashion, all seemed too perfect for mere happenstance. It was as though the entire chain of events had been planned out in advance. Key. Planned out? After deciding to take this case, I scrupulously studied everything I could about the mass media in this country. I read the newspaper, all news reports, I even browsed tabloid magazines. How very industrious of you, I'm impressed. During this process, I learned about a strange practice favored by the TV world. A practice called the hidden camera prank. Well, I think it's Roger then. Betty and Bonnie, you knew about this, did you not? About the dead body appearing, the set piece falling, the show being suspended. You two were informed of this plan. By Take-Two TV in advance, correct? Well. Is that true? Betty, please, let's tell them now. I can't hold it any no more. Dang it, fine, you got us. Everything the prosecutor said is true. The TV station paid us to cooperate with them on this plan. It's all a prank, a big setup plan out in advance. Mr. Rios showing up dead in the coffin. Set piece falling down. It's all completely scripted. But he's dead though, for reals. It was all a prank? Just a prank, bro! Just a prank! Bonnie, is this really true? Yes, Mr. Rios was supposed to pretend to be dead. That's how it was supposed to go. So he was in on it too? That's right, he was supposed to show up dead in the coffin, and then the set piece would fall down. Trucy would be shocked and start to panic. That's how the prank script went. What? What the heck kind of prank is that? But we never thought he'd actually wind up dead. Yeah, that was the only thing that was different from the script. Poor Mr. Rios. I'm so completely lost right now. Well, Petty and Bonnie, it certainly sounds like you have some explaining to do. Alright. I guess desperate times calls for desperate measures. Okay, just this once, we'll share how it was done with you. So listen carefully, you'll never hear this kind of thing anymore anywhere else. After a teleportation trick, I went down on the stage. When Mr. Rios' body appeared from the coffin on stage, it was time for Petty to do her job in the understage passage. That's right, I used the remote control for the winch connected to a dragon set piece. I made it fall down. Okay. And just before the dragon fell, I called Trucy to the backstage so she wouldn't get hurt. After that, the plan was for Mr. Rios to come back to life in front of a panicked Trucy. He was supposed to laugh and fly up and away. That was how it was scripted anyway. For some reason, he really did turn up dead, so he kinda just stayed on the ground. What kind of sick joke is that? Sounds like a terribly mean-spirited prank to me. The poor defendant was trying to do her magic show. I guess so. I'm sorry, Trucy. Whatever. It was all the ratings were Asher's idea anyway. Yeah, it sounds like just the kind of thing a guy like him would come up with. This is the prank plan script we got from the Ratings Raja. Okay. Dang it, you made us break our contract, now we won't get paid. Stu's body will appear in the supposedly empty coffin, which should cause a big ruckus after capturing a bit of Juicy's reaction on film. Mr. Rios will come back to life, laughing and flying up in the air, causing another round of surprise. Okay. But where does this all leave us? Who killed the victim? And when? Yes, exactly. Those are the key questions. If Mr. Rios was only pretending to be dead in the coffin as a part of the prank, then when he was on the stage, there would still be a life within him. And if that is the case, then Betty, who was also on the stage, may be excluded from our list of suspects. Witness, was the victim alive up until he entered the coffin? Oh well, and now that we have spilled the beans, we might as well show you this video. Greetings viewers, it is I, the great Mr. Rios. We are currently in the middle of Juicy's escape trick. Having snacked through the understage passage undetected, I am now hiding backstage, preparing to play a little prank on Juicy. I'm about to hide in the coffin, which Juicy will stab with her rubber sword. When the coffin opens, I will be in it, acting as though I met my maker. Can you imagine the look on Juicy's face then? I can hardly wait. He's about to hide in the coffin? It would seem the threads of karmic destiny have led us to the truth. We didn't pass through the understage where Petty the fan was, and came up into a backstage area. We know this because Mr. Rios appeared to be backstage when he shot the video we saw. It appears that way, yes. In defense, you proposed the following, did you not? What if the victim was killed under the stage before being put into a coffin? But then what about this video? The footage was taken just before Mr. Rios entered the coffin. Oh, so does that mean... Yes, it is horrible, but true. The tragedy did indeed play out right there on the stage. Into the coffin where Mr. Rios was hiding, Juicy right thrust her blade. Not good? See? Told you so. So are you saying the incident was a tragic accident that happened during a prank? It would be an accident if the accused had no knowledge of the prank beforehand. So let us ask the accused herself, Miss Wright, did you have a prior knowledge of the prank? What? Tell him, Juicy, you didn't know anything about it, right? Of course I didn't. I didn't know a single thing about it. Objection. Still think you can play innocent, do you? In that case, you leave me little choice but to present this piece of evidence. Looks like some sort of note. Oh no. Does it have an autograph of truth? That's... I found this note in the dressing room after the incident. At the time, I did not understand what it meant, but all is clear to me now. Belani, get the video camera after Mr. Rios comes tumbling out. What's this? Let's see. It says, get the video camera after Mr. Rios comes tumbling out. It is a note signed by the accused, instructing Bonnie to collect Mr. Rios' video camera from him, it seems. No. I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense. I found it in the dressing room before the show. When I saw it, I realized that Juicy knew about the prank. It does bear her signature. I'll give you that much. Come on. You know it's not... The defendant had prior knowledge of the prank. It would appear so, yes. When she learned about the plan to trick her, she decided to use it to her own advantage. So she thrust the steel sword into the coffin where the victim stood chuckling to himself. Is that not what happened, Miss Wright? Of course not. And I didn't write or sign that note. But the handwriting matches yours. All of the evidence and testimony points to you being the culprit. But I didn't do it. It wasn't me. Explain the existence of this note. You can do that, can you not? I can't explain it. I didn't write it, so I didn't understand. I didn't kill Mr. Rias. You have to believe me. Come on, you guys should know. That's the fucking... What the hell that thing, no? Apollo? The silence is deafening. Deafening? Continue struggling against the threats of your own karma if you wish, accused. Even as you are inescapably caught in the web of fate you have spun for yourself. It's right. It's time to resign yourself to your fate. No, I didn't do it. Ha, I knew it. That sweet looking girl, a murderer. She took all of us in with that act of hers. I told you, I knew she was a homicidal really bitch from the start. I didn't do it. I really didn't. Why doesn't anybody believe me? Shut up, you killer. You won't fall for that anymore. This is bad. Your Honor, I suggest we put an end to this tragedy now. Give your official ruling and let us offer the victim's soul the last right it deserves. Very well. I suppose I have no other choice. This court hereby finds the defendant. Juicy Rot. Defense has an objection. Apollo. Even now you would... I won't give up, and I refuse to let either of them down. Mr. Wright, who's counting on me. And Juicy, who's put all her faith in me. Mr. Justice, the fact that you have raised an objection means that you have evidence with which to refute the prosecution's claims, correct? Yes, of course, Your Honor. Do we really have anything, Apollo? Actually, we do. There's one piece of evidence we can present here. Very well, Mr. Justice, you may proceed. As we saw in the show footage, there's no questions that the defendant thrust the sword into a coffin. The defense doesn't dispute this point. But let us not forget that this was a magic show, filled with tricks and illusions. You can't take everything we see at face value. So you are saying some sleight of hand was somehow involved? Yes, the defense contends that the sword the defendant used was not the cause of death. Now, what was it Juicy told me she did just before she thrust the sword into the coffin? Very well, let's see your evidence then, Mr. Justice. But remember, you interrupted my verdict to make this claim. You will be severely penalized if I find you are bluffing. That's fine, Your Honor. This shows that it's possible that the sword Miss Wright used was not the cause of death. This one? What's this? A sword from the show. That's right, Your Honor. This rubber sword was in the sword stands on the stage. During the trick, Miss Wright was supposed to swap the real sword for a rubber sword. And she told us on record that she remembers very clearly that she did. I see, so the sword the defendant thrust into her coffin was a rubber sword, was it? But then why was a steel sword found lying on the stage? Somebody must have put the steel sword there by swapping it with the rubber one. Just after the incident occurred, the dragon set piece fell and the theater was evacuated. The real culprit must have used the resulting chaos. Swap the rubber sword for the steel one. Do you not know when to give up, Stinkbug? That is not possible. What was found in the coffin hole that the sword was thrust into? It must have been left there when the accused withdrew the sword. This is incontrovertible proof that the sword she used was the steel one. Objection! But that plot could be the result of someone tampering with the real crime scene after the fact. After the set piece fell on the audience was cleared out of the theater, there was plenty of time for somebody to plant that plot there. The sword the accused used was a proper one. Then when exactly do you propose the victim was killed? Given that Mr. Rios was alive when he entered that coffin.
Objection!
Finding the answer to that question is precisely why we need to continue this trial. Let me express my opinion. By all accounts, it is certainly reasonable to suspect the defendant based on the evidence. But as to the question of whether the sword the defendant was used was a robber or steel, I believe further discussion is warranted. I suggest we hear from the defendant herself on this issue. Very well, Your Honor. Yes, I saved it. Somehow too close for comfort, but still. There's a pot in one of the coffins. Most of the blood was placed there after the fact. It's adjourned for a brief 15-minute recess. I advise the prosecution and the defense to use this time to prepare. Phew, that was hairy. Tell me about it, we barely made it through by the skin of my teeth. I can't say I'm crazy about that prosecutor Sat Mahdi either. You know, with the way he says let it go and move on as if it's nothing. Let it go and move on, huh? Whoa boy, and I'm interrupting a secret conclave of villains or something? This guy, man, got your next evil scheme in the works already. What do you mean want? What do you want? Keep making that face, champ, and everybody's gonna change the channel. Look this way, Chusi, now smile for the camera. Let's see those pearly whites. Isn't that what the grammar creed tells you to do? How does it feel, Chusi? Everybody online can't stop talking about you. They're calling you a real witch out there. Could this be the end of Job Grammary? Go away, you creep! Oh, what's this? Something's just charging into frame. Looks like a yellow gorilla or something. Could it be Chusi's pet? Filming is prohibited inside the courthouse. Do you want me to get the bailiff? Huh? Filming? What are you talking about? I don't even have a camera on me. Huh? What happened to the camera? It just disappeared right before our very eyes. I'll be enjoying the rest of the Chusi's show from the gallery. Put out a call for Chusi's fans to come and support her earlier, by the way. Bet I get some great footage out of them. This is gonna be good. Hang loose, baby. This bastard, man. I hate this guy. He calling in some of Chusi's fans, but for what purpose? Polo? That thing Mr. Red Teens just did? That was some high-level sleight of hand. Huh? Why would he know how to do something like that? I don't know, but he definitely has some serious magic skills. No way, but I thought he said magicians were all a bunch of good-for-nothings. Mr. Lawyer? Oh, hello, Bonnie. Can I help you with something? Oh, well, there's something that's been bothering me. Really? What is it? Well, you see... Hey, dummy, what are you whispering to Lobster Boy about? Freddy? What the heck do you think you are? Are you crazy? You want a piece of this? You know you have to talk to me first before you do or say anything, you hair-brain. But I... Shut your mouth, you dumb bunny. Come with me now. I wonder what was bothering her. There's no way we're finding that out with Betty constantly covering over her like that. We're about to reconvene. Will you be alright testifying? Yes, it's just... wonder what Mr. Retins has up his sleeve. I know he's bringing in actual fans. Yeah, probably not. I wonder what he has up his sleeves too. You better not be trying to get under Chusi's skin right now of all times. You're Chusi right, and you'll be fine. Oh, there goes Apollo with his best trick. That's right, whenever I'm feeling down, I always tell myself I'm fine. Alright, I'll give it a try. I'm Chusi right, and I'm fine. Thanks, Polly. I think I can do this now. That girl, good luck up there, understand. You'll do great. Thanks, I'll be fine. You can do this. Alright, Justice, you can do this too. Time to focus on the rest of the trial. First down, back in session. Defendant, please step up to a witness stand. Juicy Right Magician. Here comes the liar, the deceitful witch. Throw the murderer in jail. Last member of the criminal troop. Boo, we don't want to see you on the stage. Order. The gallery will be quiet or I will have you all thrown out on the spot. What's with all the hecklers? Bet they're the fans Mr. Rettine's invited. What a grade A jerk. Well, he's not going to psych us out. Now to Miss Wright. This court would like to know if you switched from the steel sword to a rubber one on stage. So please testify about this issue. She's just gonna try and trick us again with her magic. Hurry up and convict her already. Give her the death penalty. Silence, all of you! I won't tell you again. Miss Wright, do you feel able to testify? Yes, I'm fine, Your Honor. Juicy, I knew I shouldn't have let her go through with this. I'd like to make a small request. How about instead of testifying with words, I'll show you exactly what happened. Would that be alright, Your Honor? You can witness my stupendous sword-switching magic and judge for yourselves. In spite of everything, she's still smiling. Our Juicy is amazing, isn't she? She sure is. She's doing just fine up there. A true entertainer always keeps a smile on her face. She's faithfully following the trope Gramarisi creed even now. She really is something else. Showtime for magical girl Juicy Right. Watch carefully now, everybody. Okay, let's see here. Ladies and gentlemen, please focus your attention on this sword. Allow me to demonstrate just how sharp this blade truly is. See that? No tricks or gimmicks. A very sharp sword indeed. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, watch as I take this sword and... Presto Sordo! There, I switched it. Now... Phew. As you can see, the blade is not steel but rubber. What the? Bravo, Miss Wright! Wow, she switched them in a flash. I couldn't see her do it at all. She's completely turned the room around. The hecklers are being drowned out by all the cheering. Where did the steel sword vanish off to, Mr. Wright? In order to deepen our understanding of the case, please tell us if you would. I'm not asking out of a mere curiosity, just so you know. I usually hide the steel sword backstage when I switch them during the show. So when you thrust the rubber sword into the coffin, the steel sword wasn't even on stage, but behind the curtain. Exactly, so you see, there's a trick and a gimmick to it after all. And as for the steel sword, when I performed the trick just now, it's a secret. Wouldn't want to spoil the magic for you now, would I? Oh ho ho! So Juicy? Yeah, still. It's right. That part that you spun around. It's an actual part of the sword switching trick you do for the show, right? Right. The other parts, like the apple, were just to help with my explanation for hearing in court. That's funny. I think I found an inconsistency in her testimony. And it looks like I'm not the only one. I don't know what it's doing there, but now that I found it, I have to get to the bottom of it. Now then, Mr. Justice, you may go ahead and question the witness, but try not to ask them questions and spoil this wondrous magic. I thought this was supposed to be my cross-examination. Okay, so it's spinning around? Let's see. Okay, so there's a inconsistency somewhere right there, right? Oh no, this is the video? I might as well. Hey, it wasn't Mr. Hat did spin there though, right? Okay, then she threw it.
Objection!
It's right. There's something I'd like to confirm with you. What is it, Apollo? There seems to be a discrepancy between the way you performed the trick for us just now and the way it appears in the show footage. What? But that can be. I perform it exactly the same way both at times. Then what's going on here? It's right. I have the show footage right here, and the part where you twirl your cape around is missing from it. What? But I did it. So, it really is the exact moment you switched the swords? Yes, that's right. I knew it. Well, I certainly never expected the defense to expose the accused lie for me. Mr. Justice, does this mean that you are arguing that the defendant did not swap the sword during the actual magic show? You know, Your Honor, that wasn't my intention. I mean, it swapped it. I know I did. I'm absolutely sure of it.
Objection!
Human memory is unreliable at best, but in this case, I'm afraid that it is the witness herself who cannot be trusted. We can see the footage for ourselves. The claims of this witness are false. But now that it has been proven that the accused did not swap the swords, means that the use of the steel sword to pierce the coffin was wholly intentional. And by that way, was it not you, Mr. Justice, who argued that Mr. Rios' death was not an accident but murder? I assume you have no objections to that. Still it was, after all, your own assertion. Defense has an objection to you, Mr. Apollo Justice. Demand you withdraw the discrepancy you pointed out now. But there is a discrepancy, and it must mean something. I'm sure of it. Would the defense team kind of save their spat until after the court is adjourned? Now, after all this debate, it seems we have come back around to the original argument. The defendant knew about the prank plan that would place the victim inside the coffin. What's more, the defendant did not perform the sword-switching trick on stage. Through her actions, I'm afraid I have to come to see the true intentions of the accused. Her murderous intentions? It's such a shame. But I did switch the swords, I swear. You're knee deep in things now, Justice. Hold it. Bonnie. Excuse me. Let's see, you are... Which one again? Penny? No, that's not right. Potty? It's Bonnie. You were mixing those two names together, Your Honor. Oh, pardon me. And do you have something do you wish to say, Bonnie? Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to testify. About what? The more I think about it, the less possible it seems. I don't believe Trucy killed Mr. Rios. Bonnie. Hey, what's the big idea? Such an incredibly gifted and talented magician would never commit a murder. I refuse to believe it. What are you talking about? You hear hairbrained here? You keep your trap shut. I got a pack of baby cards for you, so chew on those and pipe down. No, I won't be quiet. What's the matter with you? Didn't you hear me? Trucy said something to me once. Huh? She said, no matter how scared you get, no matter how mean people are to you, you can't give in or give up. That's what being a professional magician is all about. Isn't that right, Trucy? That's right, Bonnie. I've always been afraid to stand up to Petty. Afraid to defy her. So I did what she said. But when I saw Trucy today, she gave me strength. Seeing her courage, the way she kept smiling despite everything, she's just incredible. So I'm not going to run away. I'm scared, but for once, I'm going to be brave. Okay, what have you done to my sister, Juicy Wright? You have practically brainwashed her. It's the power of Juicy's conviction. That's what it is. It's touched Bonnie's heart. Yeah, Juicy really is one magical girl. Bonnie, is the topic of your testimony related to that thing that was bothering you? The thing you tried to tell us about in the lobby during the recess? Yes, ever since I saw the show footage, something's been nagging at me. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but something is off. I feel like something about it is different from what I saw on the stage. What do you mean by that, Bonnie? I wonder if what was shown on TV is really the same as what happened on stage. Of course it is. The show has only been performed at once after all. It can't show anything other than what happened on that stage yesterday. Objection! Anything, right? But Bonnie's testimony deserves our attention. We have to examine the show footage. But what can we check it against? Do you have some other footage of the show? Well, I have some show footage. You do? One of the TV station's cameramen said he was a fan of mine. He kept his camera on me throughout the entire show, and then afterwards, he gave me the footage he shot as a present. He did? To tell you the truth, I thought it was kind of creepy, so I was going to get rid of it. Hold it! Please submit that footage to the court. Now let's take a look at this new footage. The heck? Okay. Oh, the cards. Something flew at her, and she ran away. Okay. Gotcha. Wow. Okay then. He really keep his camera on bonnet the whole time, didn't he? Think this cameraman needs to keep his personal feelings out of his work? Well, defense, do you still believe this new show footage is worth inspecting? Of course I do. Okay, so how are we going to go about this? Let's try comparing the two. We just might find an inconsistency between them. An inconsistency, huh? Yes, the two pieces of footage are of the same scene, so they should match up. But Bunny felt there was something off about the original footage, so if we can pick out what's different between the two, we'll know what Bunny fans strange. Exactly, plus we may figure out why the original doesn't show the sword switching trick. Your Honor, the defense would like to compare these two pieces of show footage. Very well, I will allow it. What a waste of time. Apollo, do you know how to compare the two pieces of footage? Neither's done it before. I'll give you a little lesson then. Use the buttons on the bottom screen to operate the playback. Okay, and if you want to go back, press Y. Oh, and by the way, if you fast forward or rewind when the playback is paused, you can do a slow frame-by-frame playback. Okay, and so how do I switch between the two videos? Just touch the switch camera button. Okay, now if you find a difference between the two pieces of footage, put the cursor over what's different and present X to record. Thanks, Athena. You really know your stuff. I just gave it some gusto and then went with my gut on most of it. But I sure hope she guessed right. Anyway, let's give it a try. Right here, right? This is right here. Take a good look at this scene and compare it to the video shot from the front. Oh, the playing cards don't appear in the video shot from the front. Hey, you're right. What's going on here? It's right. What can you tell us about these playing cards? Oh, those? They're the cards I throw when I do the sword switching trick. What? Mr. Justice, does this mean... Yes, it means that the sword switching trick was cut from the TV show footage. But the footage was edited? Yes, with a malicious intent. That is absurd. Well, we must get to the bottom of this right now, eh? Bailiff, the TV station might still have the unedited footage. Go see what you can find out. Yes, Your Honor. Hold it. Here we go, motherfucker. Raja, Raja. It's you. Now hold up, Your Honor. This is all just a big misunderstanding. Believe you me, give a guy a chance to defend himself before you start pointing fingers. And who might you be? Right. Sorry about that. Got ahead of myself there. Here is my business card. Charmed to make your acquaintance, Your Honor. Oh, well. How very polite of you. It's lovely to meet you too, Prosecutor Sadmati. Please take my card. A business card? Ah, yes. I read about this custom among businessmen in this country. I have even familiarized myself with the various replies. How do you do, good sir? Or what's crack lacking, homie? For example, oh, you're from Take 2 TV, are you witness? Come to think of it, I believe he's seen you on television before. Yes, Roger Ratings, otherwise known as the Ratings Raja. Roger Ratings. He's a TV producer and appears on many of his own shows of late. Roger Ratings. He's best known for his catchphrase, hang loose, baby. Oh my, so you are the Ratings Raja. Hang loose, Chachi boy, Chachi baby, nice courtroom you got here. I never thought I'd get to meet you in person. Prosecutor Sadmati, how do you know so much about him? In preparation for the case, I watched all of his shows. I found the Ratings Raja goes to Burger Barn of particular interest. It inspired me to visit that restaurant straight away to learn more about the local cuisine. What? You went to the Burger Barn? Who would have thought? You must have really wanted to try it, huh, buddy? Because that line, phew. Compared to my aesthetic training on an hour's wait is nothing. I recommend the Southwestern Burger with jalapeno jack cheese, by the way. I'm having a really hard time picturing him in line for burgers. Ahem, Prosecutor Sadmati, unexpected enthusiasm for food aside. Mr. Ratings, what is this misunderstanding you mentioned? Well, for starters, it's true that the footage was edited. You get your hands on this anyway, so I might as well show you the unedited footage. It's a pretty long video, so I'll just show you the part with the playing cards. You can see the cards when Juicy spin around, so keep your eyes peeled. Okay. You see the part that was cut where Juicy switched the swords? She spins around and the playing cards go flying. Everything's like it's supposed to be. Then it seems the defendant really did swap swords during the trick. Which means the sword Miss Wright thrust into the coffin was the rubber one. In other words, Miss Wright couldn't have killed Mr. Rios. Yeah, see? That's the first misunderstanding right there. What do you mean? Well, Juicy definitely did swap swords, as you saw. So yeah, maybe she didn't kill Mr. Rios when she stabbed at the coffin, but that just means he was killed after he showed up pretending to be a corpse. So you're saying that up until that point everything was going according to the script? That's true, then when and how exactly do you think he was killed? Because after the dragon set piece came crashing down... I said Juicy murdered Mr. Rios when she was hidden from a view behind the set piece. She could have easily done it behind that huge dragon and nobody be the wiser. I see. Indeed, there is a ring of truth to your assertion. You bet. Plus, there's a suspicious-looking shadow in the footage too. It's towards the end of the footage, just before the dragon hits the stage. It might be easier to just see it for yourself. Yeah, the shadow. I think it's Mr. Hat either way, right? Or something else. Or something else. It's only for a split second, and so it's hard to catch, but look here. This suspicious shadow must be Trucy. No, it's Bra. She's using the steel sword she hid behind the curtain during the trick to kill the victim. Come on. Now that you mention it, I suppose it does look that way.
Objection!
This witness is just trying to ram his theory down our throats, Your Honor. And that's not all, aren't we forgetting? That the witness will fully edited the sword switch out of the footage. You see, there's your second misunderstanding right there. Your Honor, would you mind if I testified about it? I've seen people testify on TV and I've always wanted to give it a shot. That would be fine with me, Prosecutor Satmari. This is quite unexpected. It threatens to disrupt the karmic course of this case. Hey, lighten up, pretty boy. You're gonna like what I got to say, promise. Very well. However, if you do anything to impede the last rites for the victim, I will have you removed. Alright, with Prosecutor Satmari's permission, please give us your testimony, Mr. Red Teams. Mr. Red Teams, the rating Russia, now Kaiser of the courtroom. Hey, I'm taking over the floor, so listen up, loyal viewers. Loyal viewers? Okay, here we go. This is son of a bitch. Footage is meant to be edited, I tell you. Scenes are spliced together and long, foreboding scenes are cut out. All the stations edit footage this way. It wasn't like it was done maliciously or something. It was just a coincidence that particular scene was cut. It wasn't intentional. Or what? You got some proof that I had an ulterior motive for editing that footage? Oh, yes you do, bitch. I see, so you're saying it was a coincidence that the sword swapping scene was cut. That's right. Glad you got the picture.
Objection!
Coincidence? That's just a little too convenient if you ask me. Oh, an objection? How cool. It sure packs a lot more punch when you hear it live. Do that again, I'm gonna get another shot from a different angle. My objection? It's not for you, I did entertainment. And cut. There, I got some good stuff there. Mr. Routines? Filming is prohibited inside the courthouse. Oops, my bad, Judge. And if the defense has an issue, it can point it out during its cross-examination. Alright. I will, though. I will. Yeah, where? Coincidence? Huh? Right? Yeah.
Hold it!
Of all the scenes you could have got, why the sword switching trick? That seems like too much of a coincidence to me. Oh, so now you're gonna tell me how I'm supposed to edit my programs? Big shot. It's hard being the boss, kid. You gotta make the tough choices, like which content gets cut. Then let me ask you this. Why exactly did you make such a tough choice in this case? You wouldn't understand, champ. It's all about artistic vision. I tell ya, people tell you how to do your job and they don't know the first thing about it. I may not know TV, but I know evidence law, and boy do I have some for you, champ. I might not be able to show that your selective editing was intentional. However, I know you better the defendant ill will, and this is evidence that proves it.
Take that!
This one, right? Oh, what's that you got there? This is the contract you had Miss Wright sign just before the magic show. This contract between the first party Take-Two TV and the second party Miss Wright reads. If through the fault of the second party the show must be cancelled in part or in full, the second party will pay $3 million as a compensation to the first party. $3 million? That's a completely unreasonable sum. I couldn't agree more, and of course Miss Wright doesn't have that kind of money. Nevertheless, Roger Rattins had her sign this unreasonable contract anyway. Or more accurately, he conned her into signing it. Conned her? How did he do that? There's a trick to the clipboard that was used by Miss Wright to sign her contract. It houses the carbon paper that can secretly copy her signature onto the other documents. Oh, come on now. That's quite a nasty accusation you're slinging my way. For starters, you don't have any proof I had anything to do with that carbon paper stuff. Just because Druzy and her agency can't pay up, that doesn't mean I conned her. But $3 million. That's totally out of reach for the average person. In any case, this is important new information. Please add it to your testimony, Mr. Rattins. Where's your proof linking me to a trick out? Okay, the proof?
Objection!
Must be quite the conman if you can fool a magician with a simple trick. But if you think you can con a lawyer, you are very much mistaken. Hey Kate, would it kill you to insinuate it in front of the camera? You know, like a newscaster. I'd like you to take a look at Miss Wright's signature here on this note. Now let's compare that signature to the one here on this contract. Well, would you look at that? They're exactly the same. That's right, Your Honor. Not just similar, but exactly the same. Nobody can sign their name in exactly the same way twice unless it's a copy. These signatures are proof positive that you conned Miss Wright. And they definitely prove your malicious intent. Say, not bad, lawyer. God, didn't know you had it in you. This is really getting interesting now. It'll get great ratings for sure. Don't try to touch the issue, Mr. Rattins. The fact is that you bear ill will against my client. So the show footage was definitely edited with malicious intentions. Is that right?
Objection!
What a false argument defense. All you have really proven is not his ill will towards Miss Wright, but his pecuniary greed. That's right, I just wanted money, baby, fat stacks of cheddar, that's all. After all, I never even crossed paths with Druzy before this magic show. So I'd have absolutely no reason to bear her any ill will, right? You didn't bear her any ill will, huh? Bad chance. This guy definitely has some major hate for Druzy. Yeah. The Gramarye matches and all bunch of low lives. He had something against Gramarye's. Can't prove it with anything, but the thing he said all point to that fact. There must be something between the two of them that gave birth to this grudge. Some sort of connection that not even Druzy is aware of. Your Honor, I'd like to argue that Roger Rattins and Druzy Wright must have crossed paths before. There must be some hidden connection between them. Hidden? Connection? What is it now? Just what are you getting at, Mr. Justice? It is futile to even ask, Your Honor. Surely it is just another one of the defense's defectless claims.
Objection!
You don't seem to have a very high opinion of me, but once you hear my argument, you'll wish you'd taken me a whole lot more seriously. Will I really? Very well then. Do proceed. Did you figure something out, Apollo? Nope, not a thing. What? That was just some good old-fashioned bluffing courtesy of Mr. Wright's fine training. Hope you know what you're doing. You're trying to make such a bold claim, Mr. Justice. I hope you're ready to elaborate. What is this hidden connection between the defendant and Roger Rattins? Rattins is a magician too, for sure. That sleight of hand trick Mr. Rattins did during the recess earlier. What if Mr. Rattins is a magician too? What if? I believe it's up to the defense to fill in the blanks, not me. But if he is, he may have had some contact with Miss Wright somewhere along the way. Your argument is hardly worth responding to. But by all means, please do continue. As a passage in the sacred scriptures of Quranism states, he who gives the sermon to a monkey is himself a monkey. It doesn't matter what you say to a dimwit, he's gonna get it anyway. But we saw Mr. Ratings perform a magic trick. He made his media camera disappear in the blink of an eye. While I think it would be pretty fun if I were a magician. You must have been seeing things. Want me to introduce you to a good eye doctor? The connection as tenuous as that is all it takes. Then every magician in the country could potentially bear ill will towards the accused. I guess you're right. You're not the sharpest knife in the drawer, are you, shortstop? You would do well to cleanse that putrid mind of yours in the holy waters of Mount Pony Pony. The 3 days under a frigid waterfall, and even you should rise to the level of monkey. Numbskull for numbskull. Well, this numbskull has thick skin, so there. I think I get what they're driving at. Even if he is a magician, it's not exactly a reason to bear a grudge against Trucy, is it? Hold on. I can think of one person. One magician who has a reason to bear a grudge against Trucy. Or rather, one magician who has a reason to bear a grudge against the Trope Gramarye. Oh. No way! Something wrong, Miss Justice? Okay, I see. This guy is actually... this guy. Right? Your Honor, the defense wishes to submit evidence at this time. I see, and what sort of evidence do you have for us? Evidence that points to a real killer, the one who had a motive to commit this crime. What? And what have you come up with this time, defense? Trucy Wright is the sole heir to the Trope Gramarye and its name. This puts her square in the crosshairs of one particular magician. This piece of evidence points to that one person with a grudge against Miss Wright. Probably this one, right? And who exactly are you naming, Miss Justice? 13 years ago, the great Mr. Reyes belonged to the Trope Gramarye, but then the Trope ousted him and Mr. Reyes vowed to get revenge on them someday. And what better way to accomplish that than through the ruination of their sole heir? Mr. Reyes is the victim, Mr. Justice. You have named a dead man as your suspect. But is he really dead? What do you mean? Is he really dead? The fact that Mr. Reyes is the victim is what's throwing you off. And how about we consider this possibility? What if the man who died on that stage yesterday wasn't Mr. Reyes? What? You mean the victim was an imposter? Imposter? Not Mr. Reyes? Then what about the real Mr. Reyes? It would mean the real Mr. Reyes is still alive? That's absurd. Justice, who is the real Mr. Reyes if not the victim of this case? It's all coming together now. I finally see the gimmick, the trick to this entire case. This should explain everything, Your Honor. The real killer, the one who hated Trope Gramarye and wanted to sully its name. The magician lurking in the shadows who set up a fake Mr. Reyes in his stead. The real Mr. Reyes is... But that's... Yes, it is. Roger routines. It's the real Mr. Reyes. What? I'm... Ratings. Ratings.
Objection.
Oh, hello, Red Pepper. You imponent seeds sprout naught but meaningless, empty words. You can't possibly have proof to support such an unlikely theory. Not a bad idea for a soap opera. Not even die-hard fans of the genre would stick around past the pilot. You want proof? Well, I've got proof. You can prove it by... Yeah, there's no scar, man. Proving that the Mr. Reyes in today's magic show was a fake. There's no scar. Do that and do that. He hasn't has a scar. I just need you to look at the spot on his poster. I just realized that too.
Take that.
to the injury Mr. Rios sustained while practicing a magic trick 13 years ago. However, fake. The video of the victim's shot of himself shows no trace of that injury. Oh my, you're absolutely right. Now, Mr. Retains, what do you suppose we'd find if we took a look at your right forearm? Isn't there by chance a nasty 13-year-old scar under that sleeve of yours? Well, Mr. Retains, why don't you roll up your sleeve and let the court have a look? Or are you hiding something else up there? Come on now, I have nothing up my sleeve. I don't need to hide anything up there, because I require no tricks or gimmicks. For you see, my magic is the real deal. Well, well, well. Is this what you were hoping to see? Oh, there it is! The scar! Just as I thought. That's right, I am the forgotten magician, abandoned to the dark on the stage of history. The great Mr. Rios. This is totally absurd! Ooh. Oh, how ironic, won't you say? That this odious mark carved into me by Trope Gramarye would bring me back into the limelight once more. Strange are the karmic threads before me. If the witness is the real Mr. Rios, then who is the victim who perished in the magic show? He was but a fan. I met him on one of my programs several years ago. He said he had become a magician out of admiration for the great Mr. Rios. In confidence, I told him about my true identity and I let him take on my mantle. And when did this man take over for you? About 2 years ago, I taught him my tricks and even acted as his producer. And so, a mere amateur became a popular magician overnight. Courtesy of my magic on the stage we call television. Hope you enjoyed the show. You really all had us all fooled. Mr. Retains, or should I say Mr. Rios. In your hatred of Trope Gramarye, you killed the victim, Mr. Mystery, and then set up Miss Bright to take the fall, didn't you? You did all just to tarnish the Gramarye name. I have no idea what you're talking about, lad. I set up the prank, that much is true, but it was simply a harmless joke on Juicy, I assure you. Yet she really learned of the plan and made use of it to commit murder. It is how strongly the criminal element runs in the blood of these Gramarye. But if it was a secret prank plan that a very few people knew about, couldn't you have been the one to use it for murder instead? Yeah. Yikes! Eek! His head! Heh, just kidding. What the heck was that? You need heed my words, lawyer lad, for I fear your grasp of unreality is slipping. I do believe I told you that magic is real, it employs neither tricks or nor gimmicks. Enough with the ambiguity. Why don't you make your point already? My alibi is as pristine as ever, wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Satmati? Yes, I suppose that is correct. The witness does have an solid alibi. What? Recall defense that at the time of the magic show, Mr. Retains was at Take-Two TV, a fact that many people can easily attest to. That's right, I forgot all about that. So what do you think, Your Honor? Would you like me to testify on the matter? Yes, I think you better. Please tell the court more about your alibi. Very well then, on with the show. Are you watching Magnify Gramarye? The time has finally come for my magic to snuff out of your precious pedigree. The Gramarye line will be no more. I was at the TV station at the time of the Penrose performance. I was busy working on another TV program. I could spare no time for the magic show. Do ask my staff if you doubt my claim. And there it is, a simple, perfect alibi, no tricks, no gimmicks, just the truth. Do you understand now, perhaps? I did not grace the theater with my presence until after the incident. So how could I have committed the murder? His staff did say he was there at the station, so it sure does sound like a rock-solid alibi. But that can't be right. If Mr. Routines is the killer, he'd had to have been at the theater. There's gotta be a hole somewhere in his story. Yeah, I assure you there are no holes on Mr. Reese's stage. No tricks, no gimmicks. True magic doesn't need trapdoors or to escape through. Do enjoy my show to the fullest. My real alibi.
Hold it!
But you did come to the theater eventually, isn't that right? Indeed, anxious to see how the show was progressing, I made my way to the theater. Let's see, my journey took about 10 minutes by car. Could he actually have been at the theater during those 10 minutes killing the victim? Allow me to step out reading your mind. Aha, could I have been at the theater between those 10 minutes killing the victim? How in the... But no, I took a taxi. The driver can attest to that. Feel free to call the taxi company if my word does not satisfy you. Charlie is a big fan of the ratings. Rasha, I even gave him my card. Gave the driver his card. That was very clever of him. Might as well give up, lad. Give it up, lad. Questioning real magic is a fool's errand. Besides, you know very well what I was doing at the time of the incident.
Hold it!
What was this other TV show you were working on? My own special project, you see. One moment. Perhaps this is more appropriate. It's a Rating Russia special production. Yeah, hang loose, baby. It's called Desperation Regeneration. You switch personas just to say that. What's the show about? Washed Up has been singers and comedians get together and play musical chairs. The winner of the game is given a second chance at their career. A priceless prize for chumps who washed up too early in life. Sounds great, right? Might I suggest you appear on that show, Mr. Justice, as the ex-lawyer who used to make ridiculous bluffs in court and faded sadly into obscurity. Let the Ratings Russia produce my TV debut, not in this lifetime. You have great reactions. Who knows, TV might be your true calling. Hey, whose side are you on? In any case, I was overseeing production of this program during the Penrose performance.
Hold it!
How do we know those staff members aren't in cahoots with you? Making my business to perform solo, my magic has neither need nor want of assistance. After all, one of them could reveal the secrets behind my magic, could they not? So he doesn't trust anybody, huh? It's the complete opposite of choosy. There were many people there in the studio audience who saw the witness as well. Even if he had been able to persuade his own staff to cover for him, he could not have convinced so many complete strangers to do the same. He really has made a rock-solid alibi for himself, yet almost too good, you know. It's eerie how perfect it is. Has all been revealed to you now?
Hold it!
I've got it. Do you have a brother? Brother that looks exactly like you, maybe? He came with the twins business. Think the audience will let you get away with using the same gimmick twice in a row? You do not believe him, defense. Why not investigate for yourself? Though I'm sure your efforts will prove to be thoroughly fruitless. Yeah, I guess the twins theory is a little far-fetched. His alibi really is airtight. I believe we have heard enough. While I believe the witness does indeed harbor some ill will against the defendant, there's no reason to doubt that he was at the TV station at the time of the incident. Yes, the facts prove it was impossible for the witness to have been involved with this crime. These last rites for the victim have dragged on long enough. The soul of the victim himself is so bored that it is resting on top of your honor's head. It is? The time has come. Let's punish the sinner and guide the victim's soul to the twilight realm. Apollo, Trucy will be thrown into prison and will be out of job. If you catch tasty fishes, will you sell me some good price? I told you I have absolutely zero intention of going off on a tuna boat. Being justice, you have to figure this out. It's no use. I can't find a single flaw. So what now? Behold my never-ending magic show. Comfort of inspiring showmanship of the great Mr. Rias. Stay for my grand illusion until the end of time. Wait, is he saying that we are still trapped inside some sort of illusion of his? It's what professional magicians do. They make their audience see something that isn't really there. Misdirection. Could it be? You know what, Mr. Routines? I guess we have all been spectators to the elaborate illusion you have prepared for us. An illusion that has subtly turned our attention towards something you wanted us to see. What are you talking about, lad? Have you got something, Apollo? I just remembered something Trucy said about misdirection. What a magician says is there really isn't, and what they say isn't there is actually is. If we actually been taken for a ride by the Mr. Routine's magic, then maybe he's made us see something that wasn't really there. It's time to rethink all of my assumptions about this case. What have we been made to believe was there when it actually wasn't? What have we taken to be the absolute facts of this case? If I re-evaluate the validity of all these things, then just maybe. Athena, there's something uncanny about this case. Okay, what is it? Routine's alibi is too perfect. That's true. It's like it's impossible to break no matter how hard we try. Maybe that's the trick. Maybe that's exactly what he wants us to think. I'm not following. We're not making any headway here because we've been so focused on breaking his alibi. Oh, I think I get it. You're saying he's using misdirection on us, right? It's definitely a possibility. Would the defense care to share with everyone what it's discussing over there? Your Honor, we believe that if we were to reconsider a certain assumption, we may finally arrive at the truth. In fact, I think we'll even finally see who's hiding behind the curtain, so to speak. And what is this certain assumption you're thinking of? This is the one key assumption we've been taking for granted this whole time. Roger Routine's skill, the culprit was on screen. The crime scene. The culprit was unseen, right? What if the culprit was somewhere other than the other at the time of the crime? What if there was some way to commit the murder without actually being there? If that were the case, then Mr. Routine's perfect alibi would become irrelevant.
Objection.
How could a one person stab another to death with a sword without physically being there? Furthermore, we all saw what happened, and what appears to be the culprit's shadow in the footage.
Objection.
But couldn't we just as easily assume that the shadow does not belong to a culprit? If it's not the culprit, then whose is it? I'm not 100% sure yet, but I'm pretty sure I'm on the right track. We have all seen something that looks like this shadow is shaped before, Your Honor. Even the magic show itself. In that case, please point it out in the showed footage for us. This is the thing that looks suspiciously similar to the shadowy figure of the culprit.
Take that.
Right there, right? This is the first shadow. Right. Does this shadow resemble the suspicious shadowy figure? Now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it? Miss Wright, could you identify the shadow for the court? It's Mr. Hat, let's see. I believe that's Mr. Hat's shadow. I was right, see? It's from when he's been pulled up from the stage to the catwalk overhead by wire. Then could this shadow that's shown later in the footage be Mr. Hat too? No, that's not possible. After Mr. Hat was pulled up to the catwalk, he stayed up there. In other words, this second shadow is from some other figure than being pulled up. Some other figure? I'm afraid you'll need to be more specific than that, Mr. Justice. That's right, we come this far. Just have to figure it out from the clues I have on hand. There's the second shadow shown in the footage. Well, I think it's the guy. If you consider what was happening on the stage at the time, there is only one answer. The shadow belonged to the fake Mysterious. In other words, Mr. Mano Mystery. The victim? Please take a look at the prank plan script. Mr. Mystery was to pretend to be dead and then fly up into the air after that. Isn't that right, Mr. Retins? Indeed, and what of it? I contend that that's exactly what happened. The victim was wearing a stun harness around his waist. It was most likely attached to a stun wire so that he could be pulled up into the air. So you're suggesting that after pretending to be dead in the coffin, the victim flew up into the air just as the prank script says? Exactly. You just couldn't see him go flying up because the dragon was blocking our view. And that last trick, ladies and gentlemen, is the true piece of the resistance of Culprit's murderous magic show. This place. He's sweating. Don't tell me you got it all figured out. Yes, I think so. If you can just look beyond Mr. Retin's last bit of misdirection, you should finally be able to see the real truth. The victim must have been pulled up to the catwalk just like Mr. Hat, and hit the cushion up there with a considerable force. I just have to figure out what else happened up there at that time. Are you ready to elaborate, Mr. Justice? Yes, Your Honor, I'm ready. In that case, please answer me this. Why did this culprit make the victim fly up into the air like that? To murder him! So why did the culprit have the victim fly up after he appeared in the coffin? And how did the victim actually die when he was only pretending to be dead in the coffin? If you can figure out how these two questions relate, the answer should become clear. Could it be? Mr. Mystery must have thought he was still just part of a prank when he appeared on stage. He probably didn't suspect a thing as he was being pulled into the air. After Miss Wright was called backstage and just as the set piece fell. But the culprit had already planted the real murder weapon in a cushion in the catwalk. It was probably a knife or a blade of some sort. What? You mean... Yes, it really was a magical murder. Just as the prank script said, Mr. Mystery was raised up in the air and straight into a blade there in the catwalk. Damn. In other words, this murder was committed mere remotely through the use of the magic trick. What? Remotely? Using this method, it wouldn't be matter where Mr. Retins was at the time of death. What? How exactly does it work, Mr. Justice? Just before the murder occurred, the dragon set piece was up in the catwalk. It and Mr. Manu Mystery were connected to each other by a wire at the time. By carrying out the prank plan, Betty made the dragon set piece fall, which caused Mr. Mystery to rocket straight up and into a blade in the cushion. The cushion was high up enough to be hidden from the audience's view. That's why nobody saw the blade. Oh, then that big cache in the Mr. Hat's escape. The blade must have been set up over her overhead sometime before the magic show. Mr. Hat must have been slashed by it too when he was being pulled up to the cushion. I can't believe it. I had no idea. I was told that the Chusi would freak out if I made the set piece fall. That's the only reason I did it. You were used, Petty. Roger Retins used you. I thought he was my little puppet to boss around, but it was the other way around. After the incident occurred, Mr. Retins arrived at the theater. He got the murder weapon and swapped the Meropolis sword with the bloodied steel one. That's also when he lowered this victim's body down to the stage. But how did he have time to do all that? When the set piece fell, the audience was evacuated from the building. Was able to do all those things after the fact because there was no one around to see. Horrific murder camouflaged by a spectacular magic show. That sounds like that kind of murder only a magician could pull off. As long as the show proceeded as it was scripted, Mr. Mystery was doomed to die. That's why it was you, Mr. Routines, who killed the victim all the way from the TV station. This prank plan, or should I say, murder plan, proves your murderous intent. Gramarye! Sakura!
サトラ今をまどもさましで足し抜けたらガセよそのか
Enough! You damn-witted, ignorant, imbecilic bitch with red pepper! He can't possibly have a counter argument to make. Talk about not knowing when to let it go and move on. Do you have a rebuttal or something, Prosecutor Satmati? No blade of any kind was found in the catwalk, which means you have no evidence to support your theory. But Mr. Retines retrieved it after the fact. Which still leaves you with no way to prove your wildly fantastic remote murder theory. But without proof, does it not make more sense to believe that the murder was committed there on the stage? That's where the blood-stained sword was found after all. That is a very good point. As the only person who could have committed the crimes there on that stage, Juicy Wright remains the prime suspect. Would appear that what you call truth is little more than a cheap parlor trick. In the end, you have done nothing to prove the accuser's innocence. It is time at last to let go and move on. Have you seen this magnified Gramarye? My magic is exacting a punishment on your granddaughter. The Gramarye name is done for. Apollo, we need to hit them with a decisive piece of evidence here. I know, that's just what I was thinking. Justice, do you or don't you have anything to prove that the witness committed this remote murder you proposed? Of course I do, Your Honor. This entire incident was carried out exactly according to the script. Right, so theoretically, there should be no evidence for us to find or use, which means our best bet is to see if something unscripted happened. It's gotta be something where things couldn't have foreseen, and once I find it, that's how I'll expose his murderous trick. Get ready, Mr. Retines, because I'm about to reveal the secret to your magic. There are no tricks or gimmicks here, just some good old-fashioned logic. As well as the magic show when as scripted, the murder would have happened without fail. I think in this case was carefully planned so that no evidence would be left behind. Still, one thing happened that definitely wasn't in the plan. What part of the magic show wasn't part of the show? Bonnie's mistake. Okay. Bonnie made a mistake. Bonnie made a mistake doing the Choosey's escape trick. What mistake did Bonnie make doing the magic trick? Mr. Hat's positioning. Because Bunny placed Mr. Hat to the right of the coffin instead of the left. Just had to reappear on the side of the coffin opposite to one in the show's script. The culprit didn't know that when he first arrived at the theater, which means he was bound to make a slip-up when he tampered with the crime scene. Which part of the culprit's cover-up attempt was affected by choosing new position? Oh, yeah, the prince. Fingerprints on the coffin. Or... what else? Clipboard. Oh, wait. Yeah, wrong side. You need to that appear on the left. The culprit must have put the blood on the left hole, but the blood was eventually discovered in the right hole during the police investigation. If you had not originally put the blood on the left side, that means you must have tampered with the scene again afterwards to make it line up with the facts. To make the crime scene inconsistent with the facts, the culprit must have swapped. Phew, that's right. The left and right panels of the coffins are interchangeable. Kirby must have switched the two panels to make this bloodstain fit the fact. The switch might have also given rise to something unnatural. Oh, I remember now. There was something unnatural about the coffin, and it's just the evidence I need. I'm sorry, Mr. Red Teens, but I have some very conclusive proof of your guilt. Another bluff, is it? There's no way you have anything of the kind. Magic's real, no try. No tricks? No, there are tricks and gimmicks to it, just like any other illusion. What? After the murder, you switched the left and right panels of the coffin, didn't you? Because of your deed, you left behind something very unnatural for us to find. This proves that the Red Teens tampered with the crime scene after the murder took place. Fingerprinting results? What about the fingerprints is unnatural? Let's take a look at the prints that the victim left inside the coffin, shall we? That's why, you know. The victim was facing forward in the coffin, and his prints should look like this. However, what we found was they were facing the opposite direction. It's quite unnatural for the prints to be facing this way, wouldn't you agree? Oh! It is strange, isn't it? But how did they get this way? They got this way because the culprit thought the magic show had gone according to the script. The culprit thought Mr. Hat would be on the left side of the coffin, and that Miss Wright would also pop up to the left of the coffin as per the show script. We then assumed she had thrust the sword into the hole on the left side of the coffin. That's why he put the blood in the left hole when he was trying to cover up his crime. But sometime after that, leaving the bloodstain, the culprit must have realized his mistake. He found out that due to upon his mistake, Mr. Hat was to the right of the coffin. Then despite the script, Miss Wright had thrust the sword into the hole on the right. In short, the hole with the blood in it was on the side opposite the one that Trucy used. To make the blood's location fit the facts, he had to tamper with the evidence yet again. So he tried to cover his tracks by switching the coffin's left and right panels. Oh, and that's how the fingerprint in the coffin ended up backwards. Because the culprit switched the two side panels around, the prints ended up facing the opposite direction. But instead of going to all that trouble with the panels, why didn't the culprit just wipe the blood away and redo it on the other side? I'm afraid that wouldn't have worked, Your Honor, because of a little something called Lumino testing. Ah, right. Lumino, I almost forgot. Lumino can detect trace amounts of blood even if it's been wiped away, right? That's right. Wiping the blood away would have only served as proof of his meddling. How about it, Mr. Routine? I did a pretty good job figuring out your trick, didn't I?
Objection.
Trucy Wright could have done it the same just as easily. You have no proof that it was this witness who tampered with the evidence.
Objection.
Ah, but I do have proof. What? A person who was in the magic show would never have made the mistake of putting the blood on the wrong side. Least of all, Miss Wright, who surely would have remembered that she was on the other side. Oh my, you're absolutely right. Why, you impudent? I'm sure you have realized by now, Prosecutor Satmati, that your claim that Miss Wright is the culprit just doesn't hold up. You and the accused are most certainly bound for hell. Really, Miss Wright and I? Because I think you're the one with a ticket there for trying to convict an innocent girl. Suck it. Bye-bye. Ah. Prosecutor Satmari, are you alright? As for the true culprit, he is someone who knew about how the show was supposed to go but didn't actually see it. Someone who had the chance to tamper with the crime scene after the incident, and the only person who fixed the bill is you, Roger Reteens. Kramari! All of the secrets to your tricks have been revealed. And with no tricks left, I'm afraid your show has been cancelled. Permanently! All of my secrets have been revealed, you say? Don't make me laugh, boy. Mine is the true real magic. There are no secrets to reveal. Behold, ladies and gentlemen, the true power of the great Mr. Rias. It is a magic far greater than a trope Kramari's. Burn! Grumble! Fall to my fierce flames! The great Mr. Rias will bring an end to you all! Now for the final heir to the Kramari name, right here, right now, you two. Shall burn... Huh? No, this isn't right! Oh! Oh! No, I didn't do anything wrong. No, it's not my fault. I'm not the one to blame. I'm the victim here. What? Oh! Ah! Stop! No! Curse you, Kramari! Well, curse those Kramari's. It's all because of them. Even now they wound me. Curse them all to the abyss. Do you really hate us that much? Does your hatred run that deep? Deep enough to kill an innocent man? You're damn right, you have no idea what humiliations I had to suffer. So your grandfather, Magnified Kramari, kicked me out after I got hurt practicing my magic. Said I was too unskilled, that I would mess up on stage. He threw me out of the troops because he was worried about his own reputation. Since I was but a child, it was always my dream to become a great magician. But that Magnify, he took it all from me. But that's no excuse. That's no reason to do something so evil. Magic is supposed to make people happy, not used as a means for murder. What's the big deal? I just used what I had available to me, that's all. I get it now. That attitude towards magic is why my grandfather kicked you out. You don't deserve to call yourself a magician. Don't deserve? I don't know about that. After all, you were completely taken in by my magic, were you not? If not for that lawyer over there, you would be on your way to prison as we speak. You're right. I didn't see through your tricks. You see? So in the end, Trope Kramari was defeated by the great Mr. Rias. Ho ho ho. You're not fit to lecture me from on high, Trucy, right? You don't even deserve to call yourself a magician, you naive greenhorn. Take that, Kramer, you lose. Anyone needs to learn to let it go and move on, it's this guy. This corner of my prison can both burn the flames of my creation. Bailiff, take Mr. Reteens away. And bring our fire extinguisher just to be safe. Looks like we have reached the end I feel as though I've been watching a Grand Magic show. It was close, but we just barely made it through somehow. Huh? Why does Trucy look so down? It's right? Yes, Your Honor? I'm about to announce my verdict. Could I see that wonderful smile of yours? That smile of a true entertainer, or as I do? Yes, Your Honor. Now then, this court finds the defendant Trucy right. Not guilty. Court is adjourned. Thank you for everything, Polly. Oh, Trucy, grazie a Dio. Now you can open your show tomorrow, just as planned. Yep, and it's all thanks to you too. Oh, but now that Mr. Rios is gone, I'll need to find somebody to replace him. I don't like the way she's looking at me. Trucy, I'm so sorry about everything. Hey, what are you apologizing for? What your things was used us? We're victims too. You even made me an accomplice to murder. But Betty, we have to take some of the blame for this too, you know. Even if we didn't know he was planning to kill Mr. Mystery, we did cooperate with him. It's all my fault, isn't it? Neither one of you is to blame. The only one in the wrong is the person who used magic to commit murder, Roger Ratines. Don't you think I know that? Say what you want, but don't think for a second that I don't still hate you. I guess he really does hate me. But Petty, why? You used to be a huge fan of Trucy's. Hey, shut up! I would always hated her. Really? But if we hadn't seen Trucy's magic show, we never would have tried to become professional magicians ourselves, right? Speak for yourself. But Petty, you still have her autograph from that day. Gra! Just shut up! Was she acting that way this whole time because she secretly loves Trucy? Wow, Trucy, I never knew that being the best could be so tough. Come on, Bonnie, we're leaving. We have to get ready for tomorrow's show. Man, you're really excited about performing with Trucy again, aren't you? That's not true, so sip it, dummy. Polly, you think I really am a naive greenhorn? Huh? No way, she's not. Trucy, don't tell me you're taking what Ratine said to heart. Well, maybe a little. I didn't see through his tricks and I let myself be taken by his magic. I can't trust myself anymore. Maybe he was right to call me a greenhorn. You shouldn't take stock in his words. He doesn't even know the first thing about you. Huh? You're a wonderful grammary magician. You should be proud of yourself. Thank you, Apollo. What makes you say that? Know you're a wonderful grammary magician because of this? A true entertainer always keeps... My grandfather's notebook? The Grammary Creed. A true entertainer always keeps a smile on their face. When you performed your magic trick in court today, you showed the world your dedication to Reutrope's Creed. Even through all the cheering, you kept a smile on your face and won the crowd over. You are everything Magnified could have hoped for in an heir. You're a great magician, Trucy. Great magician? Me? You really are. That's why you don't have to worry about what Ratine said. Oh, Polly. Thank you. Still, couldn't have done it without you. I would have lost my nerve if I had been alone up there. I was able to keep on smiling because of you. Me? I remembered what you said to me in the detention center. Your words were what kept me going. Apollo, Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Now I can be everything I was meant to be. Chusey's real smile is the best. I'm so glad I could help make that happen. Emma? I'm really sorry, Chusey, for everything. But why? Well, I wasn't able to convince Prosecutor Sanmadi for that good person you are, and I had to testify against you too. You have nothing to apologize for. You were just doing your job. You were too kind. Oh, I don't know about... Huh? Is something wrong, Emma? Oh. Prosecutor Satmadi, what are you doing here? Detective Sky. Yes? I require your forensics expertise in order to close this case. Come, let us go. Wait, Prosecutor Satmadi! The trial is over, Mr. Justice. You and I are strangers once more, with no further need to interact. Strangers? Have you really forgotten all about me? What? You have really changed, Nahyuta. Telling me to let it go and stuff. What happened to you? Oh, lover of impure soul. I have nothing to say to the likes of you. Are you serious, Nahyuta? Now, if you will, excuse me. There he goes. What's that all about, Apollo? How do you know Prosecutor Satmadi? Let's just say we are old acquaintances. Acquaintances? It seemed like something more than that. Yeah, well, you don't like to talk about your past, do you? Because you always change the subject. I guess I have to talk about it someday, but for now, come on, let's forget about the past and celebrate Chusey's future. Sure, if you say so. Hey, it's Mr. Wright. Put him on speakerphone, Apollo. What's up, Mr. Wright? Apollo, how's Chusey? What happened at the trial? Did you get a not guilty verdict? Mr. Wright, slow down. Everything's fine. Hi, Daddy. I'm okay now. He was found not guilty in a very dramatic turnabout. Plus, we saved the office. It was a great victory for Apollo. Phew, that's a lot of my mind. Can't thank you enough, Apollo. Now I know I can trust you to hold down the fort anytime. Me? Really? Yes, you. You are a real, full-fledged lawyer now in my eyes. A full-fledged lawyer? Still can't wrap my mind around it. Thank goodness you were there to take care of everything. And thank you, Apollo. No need to go that far, boss. Especially not in front of everyone. Oh, and by the way, I won't be able to make it to tomorrow's show, so I was hoping you could go. You'll do that for me, won't you? Of course, I won't miss it for the world. Full-fledged? So Daddy asked you to come to tomorrow's show, huh? As my assistant, right? No, he just asked me to go cheer you on. Okay, then I'll be sure to save you the best seat in the house, Polly. The best seat in the house? I really appreciate the thought, but... Good, then it's settled. Huh? Stage.
Objection!
Objection? I should have known. That this is what she meant. Magical girl Chusey Wright will not perform her greatest illusion yet. There are no tricks or gimmicks here, ladies and gentlemen. This is a real magic. Wait a minute, you're kidding, right? There is a trick or gimmick, right? I'm too young to die. Now to Mr. Hat, you know what to do with that sword. No, wait, stop. No! And that is how Chusey in the Gramarye land ended on a rousing high note. With a big round of applause and Polly's ear-splitting screams. What kind of ending is that? The end. The right of a turnabout.
Wakey wakey 201. Got some more questions.
Oh!
Sound the alarm! Prisoner 201's escaped!
Well, you know, with Dad's back on the streets, things will be on the up and up for us.
Keep your voice down. You want that rebel hunter to find us or something?
Come on, we're small fries compared to... Huh?
Oh! Shit! What the heck? Ripperino, they are. Very rip. Okay, we're back to Phoenix. Temple. Another fine day in the Kingdom of Khurain. It's so peaceful here. Can't believe it's been 2 weeks already, but this place is really starting to grow on me. Let me have a bathroom break first. Steal. It sure was a rough start. Now to do what I came here to do. To see Maya. Her long and steady training is finally coming to an end. But before it does, she said something about one last rite she has to perform today. Mr. Wright! Happiraki. Hey, I'll be Happiraki. Oh, you've mastered the traditional greeting of Khurain. I don't know about that, but I guess all that practicing is paying off. We're getting used to life at the temple. I'm grateful they're letting me stay here, but the mornings start a little too early for me. Yes, well, morning prayers do begin at dawn. After all, you can never pray too much. Daily devotion is very important here in Khurain. Hats up to you guys. I don't know how you do it. Today is a special day, full of even more prayer than usual. There's nothing better in this world than being able to pray to your heart's content. I can think of a few things I'd rather do. What makes today so special anyway? You mean you don't know? Today's the purification rite. It's only performed once a year. It's what Maya must have been talking about on the phone yesterday. Wonder what her role in it is. So what exactly is Maya going to be doing for this purification rite? What? Didn't she tell you? She's playing the role of a Lady Kira. It's only the most important part of the entire ride. It's unprecedented to have a foreigner play such a key role. Wow, that's really something. It really is. Helping out such an amazing person has been the greatest honor of this humble tour guide's life. So who is this Lady Kira you mentioned? Let me to explain. Once upon a time, hundreds of years ago, there lived a female warrior who fought violently to establish the kingdom of Khurain. Let me stop you right there. Is something wrong? No, it's just, I get the feeling I'm in for a really long story. Yeah, I'd say it normally takes around 2 hours to tell. Phew, dodge a bullet there. Alright, you're supposed to finally see Miss Maya today. The story can wait then. In the meantime, you can read up on the right with this. An English guidebook, ready to dig this up from. I found it just lying there in the temple library. I figured no one is using it, so I borrowed it. Hey, this book belongs to Maya. See there, her name on the back. Guess there's no harm in keeping this for a while then. Maya should already be at the site where the rite is to take place. Okay, staging area of High Priest, Priestess, their curtain, full moon. The reason right is that 3-part ceremony held when the moon is directly over the summit of Mount Pony Pony begins with the transformation rite. The High Priest reads a scripture while a priestess dons the robes of Lady Kira, which have been purified with incense. Next is the rite of water, in which the priestess enters the spring dressed as Lady Kira, and the High Priest purifies both Lady Kira and her dagger. The ceremony ends with the rite of fire, in which the priestess circles the sacred flames to purify her soul. The two then devote themselves to prayer until the rite comes to a close 2 days later at noontime. So basically, the whole thing's a fancy way for Lady Kira to take a bath once a year. Must be nice for her. Must be nice to be her. Let's go to the Plaza of Devotion. I wonder if Maya's matured any since I last saw her. It's on a mountaintop, so it might get a little cold though. I think I can handle it. Plaza of Devotion. It's so cold. It's like the air itself is made of ice. But look at all these people. Well, this is the day we come to offer prayers to Lady Kira, the protector of our land. It's amazing to see how devoted everyone is. Devoted, right. Couldn't they just as easily do all this praying someplace warmer? This too is a part of our religious training. It helps us build strength of spirit and willpower. Straight up, at the end of those stairs is the inner sanctum. I see, everyone I met so far seems deeply religious. Of course we are. After all, Khura'in is also known as the land of prayer. It's said that we Khura'inese spend an average of 15 hours a day in prayer. What? 15? Jesus. From the moment we wake to the moment we fall asleep, our hearts are always in prayer. You see all the square flags around here? They are known as prayer flags. They contain the prayers of our people. Oh, he's talking about these colorful strips of cloth. There's something written on each one. Such piety is the glory of our people, and I'm afraid that story's going to have to wait for another time. Maya should be here anytime now. Oh yeah, you're right. I can't wait to see Miss Maya again. Pardon me, oh noble traveler. Is that Maya?
How do you fare, Mr. Wright?
Oh.
It's been many a day.
And, who might you be?
It's Maya!
Maya?
Damn, she's very pretty. Miss Maya, happy Rocky. Happy Rocky, Albie. And you, Mr. Wright. May the Holy Mother guide you on your journey. Damn. Oh, thanks. Long time no see, Nick. Well, did I surprise you with my act? Yeah, you can say that again. The music. This is Maya Fey. She was a spirit medium for Khura'in village back home. She was also my assistant for quite some time, but that was many years ago. Her ability to channel spirits saved me more times than I can count. I sure miss those days. It was a ton of fun being at the real boss of the Wright & Co. law offices. Now she's here, training to be the leader of her Khura'in village and the master of her craft. Apparently, to become the master of the Khura'in channeling technique, you have to train here in Khura'in, since this is where the technique originated. Didn't I sound just like a PS non when you saw me just now? Too bad that's about all I learned from all the training I did. You haven't changed a bit, Maya. Huh? And what's that supposed to mean? She may look like a little more mature on the outside, but inside she's the same old Maya. Wait, she's 28? Damn. I'm actually kind of glad for that. Hear what happened, Nick? You ended up in court almost as soon as you got off the plane, huh? Yeah, well, it's kind of long story. I was like accused. You should have seen Mr. Wright in action. It was amazing. I bet it was another one of your famous sit off your pants come from behind wins, huh? Well, I was almost found guilty any number of times. Okay, so it wasn't my finest hours, so sue me. You haven't changed a bit either. Ouch, it definitely stings more when it's coming from her. So I guess you have finished the bulk of the training needed to become the master, right? Oh, you mean the special meditation course for increasing spiritual power? Yep, I've completed the full 2 years. I can finally go home once I perform the purification rite today. Actually, I was wondering why they're having a foreigner conduct one of their sacred rites. But the high priestess' wife usually conducts it each year. But with her baby on the way, it's just more than she could handle. So the high priest practically begged me to stand in for her this year. Well, you may not know all of their customs, but with your training, I'm sure you'll do great. You bet, just you watch, Nick. I'm going to be the best Lady Kira guardian deity ever. Deity? It's better throw in a few prayers for things to not end in a flaming disaster then. Guardian deity. So about that guardian deity you'll be portraying today, what exactly are we talking about here? Well, first of all, Lady Kira isn't really a deity in the way we think of them back home. She's a real person who fought to establish the kingdom of Khura'in a long time ago. Wow, so she actually existed. And now the kingdom's people worship her as a guardian deity. They believe she appears to protect the kingdom whenever it's in danger. Locked in a sacred pillow, she's a champion of justice who defeats the kingdom's enemies. That sounds like something you'd be into. I know, right? Who wouldn't want to be a kick-butt warrior who takes an evil with a wicked dagger? Right, whatever floats your boat. Still, Lady Kira must really be a popular deity if all these people are here for her. Yep, but there's more to it than just her popularity this year. There's more. So why is this rite attracting such a large crowd this year? Because there's been actual sightings, you know, of the real deal. Allow me to explain. A mysterious figure clad in Lady Kira's robes appeared just like the legend, and she began capturing members of the Defiant Dragons right and left. You're kidding, right? They say it's only a matter of time until she gets their leader, the Revolutionary Dirk too. So Lady Kira's a rebel hunter now, huh? It's a bit hard to swallow though, maybe even if they are trying to disrupt the peace. I doubt. The actions of a band of rebels can bring a legendary figure back to life. I didn't believe it at first either. There's a real picture of her on the front page of today's newspaper. Sightings of her go back about 2 years. But this is the first time actual pictures of her to ever be taken. Can be to someone who was able to actually capture her on film. But couldn't this just be some Lady Kira fan, you know, like you, Maya? You mean like a cosplayer? Those rebels are no joke, Nick. They're trained in hand-to-hand combat and stuff. You think some regular cosplayer can take on people like that dressed in a costume alone? That's why she has to be the real deal. It gives me the chill just thinking about it. I bet Lady Kira's spirit possessed the sacred robe or something. Spirit possessing a piece of clothing? Maybe you should cut back on all those action superhero shows, Maya. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? You're just jealous that I'm still young at heart. I've got a real office to run now, so I gotta keep it real, right? I don't know who you're talking about, but that's definitely not me. You have really lost your edge since I last saw you. Those spikes of yours have grown really dull, and there's even more. There's even one that's drooping. Can we leave my hair out of this? Anyway, I swear that the Lady Kira's people have been spotting is the real deal. Besides, it's just so much more fun to believe it's true, you know? Can't believe you really buy all that. Although I wonder who's under that rope. Okay. Mr. Wright, she's the talk of the town. She even gave me this great new food idea. Lady Kira returns to battle rebels time. Lady Kira-like figure that appeared 2 years ago remains a mystery. Sometime others see her as a Lady Kira in the flesh. Such rumors are fueling their enthusiasm for today's purification rite. Today's purification rite, the thick white ice that froze the ground from the inner sanctum for the Palace of Devotion until yesterday has melted. The rite can now go as planned. We give thanks for the blessing of the Holy Mother of the Lady and Lady Kira, Hapuraki. Escape prisoner alert. Police are asking the kingdom subjects to be on the lookout for a male insurgent who escaped the royal penitentiary number 4 yesterday. Gotta be careful. It's gonna be like a soul bun, but based on the Lady Kira, it's gonna get a Kira bun. Talk about a Kira business strategy. Come on, Maya. Just admit it's you running around dressed as a Lady Kira already. Guess the chick is up. What? Is it really true, Miss Maya? Indeed, it is I, Lady Kira. After hundreds of years, I have returned in this lovely young lady's body. What? Only a minion of the Divine Dragons could see through my disguise. Now, feel my wrath, foul lawyer. Hiya! Ow! Mr. Right! Just kidding. I mean, come on. I may be dressing up as a Lady Kira for the rite today, but there's no way I could ever beat up one of those rebel types. I don't know. That was a pretty solid left hook she just threw. Oh, you were just trying to be funny. You really had me going there for a second. No one can be that naive, right? Well, I hope you enjoyed playing superhero at the rite today. Oh, when you put it that way, I'm even more hyped about it now than I was already. Oh, I heard the sound of the High Priest's footsteps. I better get going. His footsteps? During the rite, he wears these really big bells on his ankles. That way I know he's coming. Pretty handy, alright? Well, see you later. I doubt they're actually meant to be a stop slacking warning system for you, Maya. Miss Maya is always so bright and cheerful. Yeah, I'm glad to see she hasn't changed. As in, at all. I wonder if this means her training's been all for naught. I hope not. It's Acolyte Zealot. Acolyte Zealot? Zealot? Acolyte Zealot? Look, he's the one praying in the red and saffron robe. He's a disciple of the High Priest Abbot Imi and lives entranced at his house. See how he prays in the cold without moving a muscle? Yeah, I could never do that. It's about me. It's about in me. The purification rite is about to begin. So that's the sacred robe Maya will be wearing during the rite. Looks almost exactly like what that figure in the newspaper photo was wearing. Whoever it is must have worked really hard to copy it. Research, not a good idea to stare like that. You could be struck blind. Just give me a few more seconds. I mean, this isn't something you see every day. Oh, those bells on the High Priest's ankles. They're a lot bigger than I thought they'd be. It's the right. It's time to enter the prayer post like everyone else. Those who don't will suffer the wrath of the Holy Mother. Okay, let's see. First, I kneel down and cross my ankles, and then I bow forward. Ouch! Great, now all I can see is the ground, and my back is killing me. You really should have trained for this, sir. Wait a sec, how long are we supposed to stay like this, Albie? The rite requires that we stay like this until the day after tomorrow? That's 2 whole days? I don't feel so... Rip. Mr. Wright, are you okay, sir? Somebody help! Rip back. Ripperino. Mr. Wright? Mr. Wright! Please, you have to get up. Ouch, my aching. Albie? Where are we? The High Priest's house at the foot of the Plaza of Devotion. Guess I passed out from that back pain. They must have carried me all the way here. Something terrible has happened. It's Miss Maya. She's... Oh, just follow me to the Plaza of Devotion. Something must have happened while I was passed out. Miss Maya's... She's been arrested. What? Of course. Of course, of course. Where's Maya? Just take it easy, alright? But I'm telling you, I haven't done anything wrong. You can talk all you want back at the station. Let me go. Maya! Nick! I didn't kill him. I swear I didn't. Quiet, you. Come along peacefully or suffer the consequences. Wait a second. What on earth is going on? I don't know who you are, but if you don't get out of my way... Hey, back off, officer. Emma Scott? What she's doing in Kurain? I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright, but we are placing Maya under arrest. Alright, take her down to the station. But with respect, got it? Yes, ma'am. So, what are you doing in Kurain, Emma? It's a long story. Anyway, what are you doing in Kurain, Mr. Wright? Same here, it's a long story. But we can get caught up later. Right now, I need to know what happened. Maya's, well, under arrest for the murder of the High Priest. Wait, the High Priest was murdered? Well, shit. What happened, Emma? Please tell me everything you can. Well, basically, there was a murder during the rite as it was being performed last night. The victim is Tarust Inni. Tarust, the high priest who was presiding over the rite. Wait, hold on, last night? You mean to tell me an entire day's passed since the purification rite? That's right, sir. You passed out for a whole day from your back pain. Never knew my back's like a ticking time bomb. I better take better care of it. The murder took place at the inner sanctum where the rite was being held. The inner sanctum. The place where the spirit of Lady Kira is enshrined. It's through that gate over there and up the top of the mountains there just beyond. Also, that's why everyone is offering their prayers in that direction. About Imi and Miss Maya went up to the inner sanctum to begin the rite. Just after they finished the prayer, you fainted in the middle of. So, who do you think killed the High Priest? Fortunately, Maya is our sole suspect right now. During the rite, the inner sanctum was off limits to the general public, so then only the High Priest and Maya could have been there when the murder occurred. Right, plus the inner sanctum is on the side of the very steep mountain. So right there, up there is a stairway that starts here at the Place of Devotion. So that's why she's been arrested. Also, the crime scene was only discovered after Maya came down alone. She's the one who told the worshippers in the plaza that the High Priest was dead. She made a police statement to that effect. So she was the first one to discover the body. Well, that definitely doesn't help. That makes it even less likely that someone else was there at the crime scene. Mr. Wright, sir, are you going to defend Miss Maya? Yes, of course. There's no way she killed anyone. Yeah, I don't believe it either. She's been framed. This is really something else, huh, Mr. Wright? I mean, who would have thought you have to take on that horrible court again? DC act, right? Tell me about it. I never thought I have to go through another trial where the divination science determines all and defense lawyers are unwelcome. What brings you here, Emma? What can you use our case with the international prosecutor from Kurain? You told me this is where I could see the latest techniques in international forensic science. I can't believe I filed for it. I mean, just look at this place. It's like we have come back in time. Yeah, I can't say I've been impressed with the police work I've seen so far. Still, he said he takes on cases from around the world. So maybe next time he'll have one in a major city somewhere. Sounds like the police prosecutor has taken a liking to you, Emma. After it's not every day a prosecutor takes a detective with them overseas. I wonder if he's calm and kind and almost always has a smile on his face. It's hard to tell what he's really thinking. This international prosecutor, is he the one who handled the Trucy's case? Yes, he is. I think he'll be the prosecutor on this one too. Yes, Prosecutor Satamati already been assigned. Prosecutor Satamati? Paul Kunga. You know him, Albi? Of course, everyone in Kurain does. He's a highly revered individual, both as a prosecutor and a monk. You go up against Prosecutor Satamati, you will incur the Holy Mother's wrath. But it's my job too, as a lawyer. Alright, sorry. Just great. Prosecutor who's also a revered monk in a deeply religious country. This trial is shaping up to be even more uniquely Kurainese than the last one. Not sure I should be saying this, but he's a formidable opponent. Yeah, I heard Apollo had a really tough time. So I'd better give it everything I've got. Anyway, I'm glad you're here, Emma. They treat lawyers like criminals here. Come to think of it, Prosecutor Satmari mentioned something to that effect. I'm not sure how much I can help, but I'll do what I can. Really? Are you sure you aren't going to get in trouble for helping the enemy? Good. You did come down me pretty down hard when I tried to help Trucy in that last trial. Let's just say, I'll help where I can. Thanks, but don't go getting yourself in trouble on my account, okay? Prosecutor Satmari sounds pretty strict. So first things first, let's start with this. Autopsy. Hot off the press, it's the High Priestess autopsy report. Victim bled to death from a deep stab wound to abdomen. Abdomen? Because there was blood loss from an abdominal wound delivered by a bladed weapon. The wound appears to have been inflicted by the war boss dagger used in the right. Okay, 10 AM to 3 AM. The murder weapon is believed to be Lady Kira's warbot dagger. It's used during the rite, however, the dagger has yet to be found. Lady Kira's dagger, huh? I think Maya mentioned something about a dagger. Who wouldn't be a... Yeah, that's the dagger, right? Isn't that the rebel hunter posing as a Lady Kira armed with a dagger? Of course, her must be a replica, right? Would it be okay for me to go take a look at the crime scene, Emma? The police have already wrapped up their investigation, but the location itself is off limits to the general public, so I'm not sure. Emma, please, I'm begging you. Just like the police, I need to access if I'm to one amount of viable defense. Alright then. Leave it to me. I'll explain the situation to Prosecutor Satmari and the police later. Thanks, Emma. You have quite a climb ahead of you, so be sure to watch your step. Wait, you're not coming with me? Oh no, I'm not climbing up there again. No way. Is it really that bad? I wonder if my back can handle it. You get to go to the inner sanctum? Oh, you're so lucky, Mr. Wright. Why don't you join me, Albie? That's crazy talk, sir. If a commoner like myself were to set foot in there, I'd surely be cursed for all eternity. Because the inner sanctum is off limits for you, huh? Oh well, guess I'll just have to face this all by my lonesome. By the way, what about all the people still praying here? Aren't they going to go home? The customs of this life require that they not move from this spot until tomorrow afternoon. Listen, face them, they have police milling about. Some of them are even off-duty cops. Well, I guess this is what it's like living in a deeply religious society, huh? Let's see. Oh no, that's Rafa. It's really high up and really cold. What did I do to deserve this? At least I made it. I better get started while I can still feel my fingers. Who's that? It kind of looks like... excuse me? Ah, it's you! Do you even know where you are? Barbhead? Of course I do. May I ask why you're here, you benevolence? I came to pray for the High Priest's soul. But what are you doing here? This is one of the most sacred spots in Kuranism. Unscrupulous lawyers such as you have no business being here. But I'm not unscrupulous. Unscrupulous? Quiet! You dare to find fault with my insight at every turn the other day. Still sorry about that trial? As you know, your benevolence, a murder has occurred and I need to investigate. But we know the killer is one of your own. In my country, suspects are innocent until proven guilty. Plus, she's a serious student of spirit channeling who came here to study. So can you at least give her a chance to explain what happened? All practitioners from overseas are big phony balonies. And her wish to train in the homeland of spirit channeling is but a bit of for prestige. Ugh, it seems like nothing I say will convince her otherwise thanks to that last trial. Tweedledum and Tweedledee really did a number on her impression of foreigners. The defense? As the defense attorney on this case, I really need to investigate this crime scene, and I need to do it now. I've been authorized by the police, so... What's this? You intend to make a mockery of our sacred hall of justice once more? No, I simply want to defend my client. Which means you have come to forge evidence then. I knew all lawyers were criminals. I must now redouble my vigilance. Ouch, that's unfair. Who taught you to demonize a whole group of people anyway? My mother and father. Do you have an issue with their parental guidance? No, I would never dare criticize the royal couple. I still can't imagine what the lawyers here must have done to garner such a hatred. Oh ho! I just had the most wonderful idea, Barbhead. Why do I have a bad feeling about that glint in her eye? So, what's this most wonderful idea of yours? You are to investigate this murder. Then I shall oversee you in every move so as to prevent any misdeeds naturally. What? You want to follow me around the entire time? Of course, not that I want to, mind you. And I will not tolerate any objections. Understood? She can't do this to me. What was that, Barbhead? Oh, no, it's nothing. Very well then. Let us get this investigation over with. We mustn't stay here in the inner sanctum a moment longer than necessary. Please don't rush me. It is not without reason that I insist on a speedy investigation, Barbhead. I'm a direct descendant of the Holy Mother, you see, who guides the people of Khura'in. As such, I must not sully myself with the blood of battle that Lady Kira bears. The blood of battle? If it's that big of a problem, why don't you head on and down and down? Won't do anything, I promise. No, lawyers are never to be trusted. Now make haste so that we may leave here soon. Oh, and one more thing. What now? Your victory the other day was but a stroke of fortune. But this time, my insights shall reveal the absolute truth. So brace yourself for the defeat, most bitter lawyer. I will. Now, can I get on with my investigation? As long as you know where we stand. I better hurry up and poke around for clues before she changes her mind. Okay, let's see. So Lantham, it's still lit. Of course it is. The circle of flames before Lanthos here have burned up for centuries. Who extinguishes even one of them would be put to death immediately. That's why they're outfitted with glass wind guards. Still, I better keep my distance just in case. The moon and these lanterns were the only source of light up here that night. The rite is performed by the light of the full moon because moonlight is purifying force. I see. No touching. I wasn't going to. Hey, then this one. That lantern looks broken, but it's hard to make out of the details from this angle. I'll take a closer look when I am in a better spot. What an amazing wall painting. So this is Lady Kira. There's a crack. Do you see that red mark upon her brow? That is the character for death in Khura'inese. It is a mark of resolve to fight to the end. There are many different marks we make on our bodies, each with a different meaning. Interesting. Come think of it, your benevolence has marks on your face. So did the high priest... The high priest's marks are those of a monk, while mine are of a royal priestess. Says. All members of the Kuranist clergy have such marks upon them. The shape and location of the marks vary in accordance to conditions like status and age. And all records about them are kept at Temple. It's kind of like National ID Registry, huh? By a bladed weapon. Okay. Is the weapon in her hand? Yes, it is Lady Kira's dagger, the very same one used in the right. It is made to resemble a war bow. The bird Lady Kira fashioned herself after. That dagger is the weapon that took the high priestess life. Okay. If you wish to know more about Lady Kira, you need to ask, but you need but ask. I have the feeling she's going to be super relevant to this case. I should definitely ask the princess for more details later. Let's take a closer look, shall we? Whoa, this is blood. This is a statue of Warbot, the bird on which Lady Kira based her appearance. And all of this blood is from the high priest, huh? He no doubt embraced the statue in the hope that Lady Kira would save him from death. May his soul rest in peace. Consider the amount of blood he must have been stabbed with the considerable force. There's no way Maya would be strong enough to deliver such a blow. It's been stained red by the high priest's blood. The spring shall run red upon Lady Kira's return. What's that from? An old legend? Wait, does that mean that the rebel hunting Lady Kira in the newspaper is the real deal? Nah, that's crazy talk. Hey, isn't that this Lady Kira's rope? Oh, Holy Mother, Lady Kira's rope is... I know how you feel, but we should leave it as it to preserve the crime scene. Imbecile, this is the actual rope Lady Kira once wore. It is? What the heck is it made of? I mean, nothing should look this good after a few hundred years. Enough, if I say it's the actual rope, it is the actual rope. That foul murderer should not get away with this. It's tough to see a piece of history sloppily tossed on the ground like this, though. It looks like it's been mended a number of times. This rope kind of smells. How do you enjoy in such a sacred piece of clothing like that? No, I meant it smells like incense. Oh, I see. The scent you detected is from the sacred incense used to purify Lady Kira's robe. Whenever a rite is to be performed, the robe is first scented with the sacred incense. This still smells like incense now. The scent must have been much stronger last night when the victim was killed. Okay. Bloodstained scrap of paper looks like some kind of note or letter, perhaps. But it's written in a Kuranese, so I can't read a lick. Let me see that. Once the flame is lit, then will be... This is simply impossible to read. Wait, what is it? This stamp is in the lower right is the mark of those insurgents, the Defiant Dragons. The rebel group? What's it doing here? Is there some kind of connection between the High Priest and the rebels? Okay. Looks like that about it for this area. Okay, can I now check this? Lando looks broken, but it's hard to make out the details from this angle. I'll take a closer look when I'm in a better spot. Wait, that's not? Okay. There's something hanging off of the ritual curtain there. Well, these look like those prayer flags down at the Plaza of Devotion. Except they are arranged like no prayer flags I have ever seen. Also, all of these flags have been sewn together. Yeah, you're right. It's like they are one big banner now. There's something written on the piece of it. Donated by Taurus in me. himself. Seems this piece is from a donation I bought in me made at some point. They bought in me, huh? To the right, the inner sanctum was fully enclosed with this ritual curtain. In this case, means something of a locked room mystery. Oh, okay. The purification rite is akin to a bathing ritual for Lady Kira. Therefore, it must be closed off from the outside world. Oh, so their inner sanctum is like her private bathroom. Indeed, so see to it that you keep it clean. This flap in the center acts as a ritual curtain's door, but that's about it. And what was that shrill scream for just now? It's just I'm afraid of heights. I didn't notice it as I was climbing up, but now that I can see all the way down, look. Is that flight of stairs from the Plaza of Devotion? It really is the only way up or down. Outside world, the entrance was shut during the ride. Okay. Well, I'll check that. There's no snow here. Maybe it was removed because it would interfere with the ride. The day before the ride, the temperature in this area plunged below freezing. Even the Plaza of Devotion was covered in a layer of white frost. Must be the elevation. It wasn't all that cold back in town, as I recall. This lantern is damaged. The wind guard is completely broken. Damage? Was this you doing? No, I didn't even touch it. Then perhaps a falling rock struck it. I will request that it be repaired when we are finished here. Of course, I doubt you will live long enough to see it restored. I'll be back to take a look. You'll see. Snow has obviously been cleared away here and the lantern is broken. Still have that camera I brought to take pictures of my trip. I should snap out of this area here just in case. Inner sanctum photo. Anything else particularly interesting here? This rock must have fallen from the higher up on the mountain. It's like the perfect verge for taking a peek over that curtain. Well, up I go. Wow, what an incredible view. That almost boggles the mind. Get down from there for this instant. Right, sorry, I'll be right down. Looks like the inner sanctum is just slightly higher up in the top of that mountain. Gliding down to kill, huh? Guess that confirms that the stairs from the Plaza of Devotion is the only way up here. I think they glided down, you know. It's such a bird, I should take a close look later. Look, the bird's missing its eye. I feel sorry for the poor fella. Are you the one who took it? Of course not. The statue has been here for ages. I suppose some damage is to be expected. Should ask my mother to have it repaired. No wonder there are no lawyers left. I'd leave too if I was always treated like this. Would you find anything else of interest around here? Oh yeah, inner sanctum. Should tell me about this place, you benevolence. Nothing to say to you, lawyer. Is that because you don't actually know much about it? Oh, you ill-mannered. I am the crown princess of Khura'in. There's nothing I do not know. Naina. Whoa, where did she come from? Hey, no cheating. Silence, Bob's Naina's knowledge is my knowledge. End of discussion. What is she? Your pocket internet? This spring is where Lady Kira came to cleanse her body of the blood of battle. And today's the purification rite is a ceremony that traces its origin back to those days. Cleansing Lady Kira's robe in this sacred water lends one courage toward the next battle. I see. Thank you for that excellent explanation. Commanders are normally barred from here except for the day of the rite. Who normally controls the access to this place? The High Priest and his family are responsible for that. The High Priest and his family, huh? Could you tell me about the High Priest and his family? About Inmilif, about Abad. Inmilif with his wife and his disciple Aklet Purei Zila. The young man the couple took into their home upon finding him near our kingdom's border. Speaking of his wife, isn't she the one who usually plays the role of Lady Kira? Yes, but as she is with child, the role was appointed to someone else. The killer no doubt offered to stand in as she saw it as a chance to slay the High Priest. No, you have it backwards. He was the one who asked Maya to stand in. Then that bracker must have embellished her qualifications. I'm really not sure how she could. Besides, why didn't you stand in for the High Priest's wife then? Did I not tell you before? As a direct descendant of the Holy Mother, the role of Lady Kira is forbidden to me. For those descendants of Her Holiness must not defile their bodies with the blood of battle. Oh yeah, you did say that, didn't you? You should probably talk with the High Priest's wife and Archlet Zealot later too. So could you tell me more about this Lady Kira? As an outsider, I suppose your ignorance is all but unavoidable. Whatever happened to your need, you need but ask. Nina. Lady Kira was the Holy Mother's younger sister. But unlike her older sister, she lacked the ability to channel spirits. However, it is said that none could equal her skill with the dagger. The dagger, well, this became irrelevant fast. The Holy Mother guides our souls and Lady Kira keeps the peace with her dagger. Oh, Lady Kira was prepared to die for her people. She cloaked herself in a sacred battle robe and concealed her face as her sister did. Okay, but who was she fighting against? Throughout our history, we have been set upon by rebels, now it's no different. Our enemy now is the Defiant Dragons led by that insurgent Dirk. So Lady Kira played a role account to the police, huh? So much with the bird imagery. Lady Kira robe is fashioned in the likeness of a war god. It's a fearsome bird that is unique to Kurain. I see. And what about the recent rebel hunter Lady Kira? Who do you think she is? I have heard about her, but I have yet to ascertain the truth. However, I believe her to be a vigilante, or more precisely, a patriot. So even Princess Grayfa doesn't know the true identity of the rebel hunter, huh? What if I just move, or what? Let's talk to the... That's just a devotion worthy of commendation. Still, he has not yet learned of the High Priest's death, and I think of how he will learn of it once his prayers are over. It does seem cruel, doesn't it? Looks like I'm not done. This manifests like the towering wall. There are characters carved into it, but I have no idea what they mean. There's prison at the apex of this mountain. A prison way up there. It is said that Lady Kira led those she defeated to rest atop this mountain, so that their souls would not spawn evil spirits. I'm feeling crazy just thinking about being all the way up here there. The fact that it's a prison just makes it worse. Oh, there we go. And now about it, that's it for the Inner Sanctum. Should probably head back to the Plaza of Devotion and let Emma know I'm done. After all, she's the one putting her neck on the line for me to investigate this place. Wow, they're still praying? The religious devotion of our people is the pride of our kingdom. Come what may, they will continue to pray until tomorrow afternoon. But I will say this level of devotion is certainly to be respected. Now to find Emma. You there? Wait. I want to ask you something. Okay. Do you know me and do I know you? Well, I am Phoenix Wright. I'm a lawyer. No. I want to know if you know who I am. Huh? Sure I know. I've never even seen you before. This guy's acting really strange. I wonder if he has amnesia or something. Should talk to him a little more just in case he's connected to this case somehow. Who are you? Are you having trouble remembering who you are? I'm sorry if I offended you. Eating lizard. Phew, I thought he was going to pull a weapon on me. But he's just pulling some snack out one after another. I'm trying to remember what I'm supposed to do. I know it's something important. Do you know this man or something, Barbed Head? No, I just said I've never seen him before, didn't I? Are you Lady Kira? You know of Lady Kira? Then you are Kura's niece, I take it. Maybe? Wait, are those lizards he's eating? What? You want one? No thanks. I just ate. Now I remember. Get a lot of this. Well, what? I believe he suffers from a far more serious malady than a mere memory loss. No good, huh? Guess I'll try somebody else. So who was that man? And what did he want, Barbed Head? I wish I knew. Hey, Mr. Wright? Oh, what now? What's wrong? I didn't surprise you that bad, did I? Oh no, it's nothing. Actually, I have been looking for you. I wanted to tell you I investigated the crime scene. I hope it wasn't too much trouble getting my investigation of the Inner Sanctum approved. Oh, it was fine. Prosecutor Satmari gave his okay straight away. He seems like a rather fair-minded prosecutor. He said that you would probably give up once you saw the crime scene for yourself, and that moving on before the trial began would be the smart thing to do. He must be feeling really confident about his case. But just so you know, I have no intention of giving up. I figured that's why I prepared a little gift for you. I thought it might help your investigation. Yeah, it's all yours. I want to bring you a bunch of other forensic tools, but they were confiscated at the airport. Luminal testing fluid, this actually might come in handy. Also, I made a copy of the crime scene photo for you. Thanks, all of this will definitely come in handy. So this is what the High Priest's body looked like after the murder. I'll keep this along with the picture I took at the crime scene. Oh yeah, they're done questioning Maya. The bell on the other leg, I'm not sure. Really? I should go pay her a visit then. Poor Maya, she must be feeling pretty lonely. I should let her know I'll be defending her too. Oh, should look at the time. I have to get going. You sure seem busy. It's because his ephemeral holiness is a real slave driver. His ephemeral holiness? Prosecutor Satmari, he is like the world's hardest riddle. Wrapped in a flowy sash. I keep wondering if it's just a clash of cultures type of thing, you know. Like he'll ask the most insane things of me without batting a single long eyelash of his. This prosecutor Satmari sounds like used to holding some serious clout. Give me a sec, guys. Why do I have such a bad luck with prosecutors? First was the Glimmer's Fob, Now that I'm finally rid of that grating, the line, bling-loving aerophile, I get this guy. Oh no, now I'm really going to be late. Probably make me listen to one of those really long sutras again. See you later! Makes her listen to sutras. Sounds like Emma's got it pretty rough too. She does not appreciate Prosecutor Satmari's sutras. What ingratitude. It appears that she too is lacking in religious devotion. I don't think that's what the problem is here. Besides, Emma's not even a Quranist. Dick, I knew you'd come. Maya, she sure looks tired. How are you holding up? It wasn't me, but no one will believe me. I have to admit, I'm still a bit in shock. Would have thought you'd get caught up in something like this, and so far from home. But I'm going to defend you, so hang in there. We can do this if we work together. This is all my fault. I mean, you came to Kurain just to visit me. We haven't seen each other in ages, and then this happens. Haven't seen her this down in ages either. Come on, remember who you were talking to. Besides, I thought you'd be used to being the usual suspect by now. Guess you're right. And you have saved me each and every time. Yep, so just tell me everything you can and let's go from there. Bar pet, stop stalling and go straight to the murder of Dreamport. You know she is the murderer. Therefore, it is time for her confession. Your benevolence? What brings the royal priestess to a place like this? I am watching over this lawyer to keep him from tampering with anything in this case. Now, admit it. Confess to your crime. Please, your benevolence, could you please take it down a notch or 3? Maya, please tell me what you can. No, this must be difficult, but anything you can remember might help. Sure, okay. Okay, bathroom break. The incident. I didn't kill High Priest. The High Priest, I wouldn't even dream of it. I mean, he always treated me so well. About Imi was an important figure with a ton of duties, including training acolytes. He was really kind even to a foreigner like me. He even invited me over to his house whenever I was in between training session. How could I ever kill someone like that? He sounds like a really good person. I think I would have liked him. It was so much fun. I got to enjoy meals with his family and everything. And his wife was a master of Kuranese cuisine. I never eaten better in my life. It's like they were her family and home, away from home in this foreign land. It must have been a source of comfort for what being here for training all alone. But what? Can't completely deny the charge either. Huh? So suspected the snake has shown her true colors at last? Your benevolence, please. I'm trying to figure out what really happened here. So what do you mean you can completely deny the charge? Well, during the purification rite, I suddenly got really sleepy. The next thing I knew about in me was, you know, I suddenly got sleepy. So then you didn't actually see the high priest get murdered? No, I didn't, but if I was possessed by some crazy spirit while I was asleep, then what an excuse. How dare you pin your crime on another person's soul? Eh. Be honest, what you call training is what an extended vacation in reality. And that training here is simply for prestige. No, it's not like that at all. I'm trying to become the master of the Kurain channeling technique. A neophyte practitioner such as you become a channeling master? I think not. The spiritual power required is beyond the means of an outsider like you. Rafa seems to really hate fakers. But Maya does actually have the power to channel spirit. I should let Rafa know. But nevertheless, I wouldn't call Maya a neophyte because she can already chat. Oh, wait, Nick. What? Can I talk to you for a second? Why is she whispering all of a sudden? I want to keep my spirit channeling ability a secret while I'm here, Nick. What? Why? I'll explain later. Just keep it a secret for now, okay? If you say so. What's that all about? What is all that whispering about over there? Oh, it's nothing really. I'll have to ask about this later when Princess Rafa is not around. Oh, I almost forgot. Nick? Yeah. But about Amy's murder, there was something I noticed that I thought strange. Oh. So what was it that you noticed? Well, you probably won't believe me, but why don't you let me be the judge of that? Okay, so you know that spring. Spring? You mean the pool in the front of the Warbot statue? Yes, that. The water in there was dark red. And when I say dark red, I mean blood red. Oh, that? Yeah, I saw it too. You did? Yeah, the High Priest's blood turned it red. What? No, that's not what I meant. The spring was red before he was killed. What? Wait, so it was already red? Even before the High Priest was killed? Yeah, I noticed it during the purification rite just before I passed out. It's just like the ancient legend says. What ancient legend? The spring shall run red upon Lady Kira's return. That's how it goes anyway. Hold on, yes, there is a legend about the inner sanctum that says just that. But the water runs there red this time thanks to a murder. The police investigation confirmed it. Perhaps your eyes were deceived by the lantern light reflecting off the water. I don't think that was it though. An ancient legend, huh? I wonder if it's connected to this murder somehow. Nick? Yes? So, actually, there's one more thing. What's up with Maya? She keeps looking over at her benevolence like she's worried about what Rafa will think. There's something I want to show you. There is. I found this at the inner sanctum after I came to. Is this a letter? It's in Kuranese. See that stamp on the far left at the end of this letter? Does it look familiar? This red stamp here? That's the mark of Lady Kira. Alright. It looks just like the mark of her on her forehead. Lady Kira, you say? Let me see that. Why? This is... What? What does it say? Do not perform the rite. I know what you are planning, Lady Kira. It sounds like a threat or a warning. Whoever's pretending to be Lady Kira was pressuring the High Priest to stop the rite. Yeah, that's what it looks like to me too, Nick. Do you think... Wait. First, there's that ancient legend. The spring shall run red upon Lady Kira's return. Now, there's also Lady Kira's warning. Plus, with the Warbot dagger being eyed as the murder weapon. Just don't tell me. Don't tell me you actually believe that the real Lady Kira returned to kill the High Priest? Don't be silly, Nick. Huh? Historical figures don't come back to life. I mean, give me a break. But you were saying only yesterday about how it was more fun to believe that she's the real deal. Yeah, yesterday. I wish I could keep on entertaining that fantasy too. But the fact is, we are dealing with a murder here. Thus, my days of dreaming will have come to an end. I'm going to keep it real from now on. And you should too, Nick. I thought you said I was the boring one because I was keeping it real. Sorry, I guess I've outgrown that step ladder argument that I always have. I think you mean ladder, Maya. So what do you mean by keeping it real? Oh, so you know how someone is dressing up like Lady Kira and capturing rebels, right? Oh, you mean the rebel hunter, Lady Kira in the papers? Yeah, that one? I think that's who probably sent this warning. What nonsense is this? You dare to suggest that a bot in me was slain by Lady Kira? You nincompoop? The rebel hunter is assured to be a vigilante who loves this kingdom. And it is that patriotism that led them to lock their identity in their guise of Lady Kira. Such a patriot would never slay the High Priest. I guess it's totally natural for Princess Rafa to see it that way, but I can't let it go at that. Besides, why would such a vigilante want to stop the purifications right in the first place? I haven't figured that one out yet. I rest my case. Still, if this rebel hunter had a compelling enough reason, they might have killed the High Priest after he ignored their warning. You big dummy, you can't fool me. It was you who forged that warning letter. You're trying to set shit you killed onto our most sacred Lady Kira. Admit it. No, I never did such a thing. Now, you benevolence. Let's try to remain rational about this. Okay. Maya, did you show that letter to the police? No. I was afraid that it would anger everybody needlessly. So I was waiting to show it to you, Nick. And judging by her benevolence reaction, I'd say Maya was right to be worried. Wait, what are... There are a number of places on this letter where there are 3 holes in a row. Are this supposed to be some sort of a message too? Not that we'll be finding out anytime soon, I suspect. Excuse warning. Alright, accused, wrap it up. I guess they have more questions for me. Yeah, at least I have a better idea of what we're up against now. Nick, there's something I've been meaning to say. I don't need a lawyer this time. What are you talking about? Just, you know, they have that Defense Capability Act here in Kurain, right? But if I'm found guilty, you'll be charged with being a criminal. Maya, thanks for thinking of me, but... Don't worry, Maya. We'll pull through this together somehow. We always have, haven't we? Yeah, but we're not in Kansas anymore, you know? True, but I've been through one trial here already. So I know what I'm getting myself into. We're going to win this one, no matter what. Because I believe in your innocence. Yeah, I know. You have always won because of your faith in me. That's right. So it's all aboard the Phoenix Freedom Express. Thank you, Nick. Well, I'll see you later. Bravado will not save you tomorrow, and by then it will be too late to ask for mercy. We are going to beat this charge. You'll see. I don't care to understand every single word that was spoken, but I don't like the sound of that Phoenix Freedom Express one bit. Wait, don't tell me you don't know what Freedom Express refers to? Oh. Of course I know. Do not presume to know what I do not know. I'm not close to understanding why someone would want the High Priest dead, but given the use of the Warbot deck and the existence of the warning letter, I'd say the Ripple Hunter disguised as a Lady Kira is the real prime suspect. Might help if I knew a little more about this modern-day Lady Kira. I wonder if anyone has any info on them. Maybe the first thing I should do is to go someplace where locals like to gather. Bazaar. I guess the bazaar is as good a place to start as any. Now what should I... Who should I... I see, so that is what a Freedom Express is. Consulting her pocket internet again, I see. Mr. Wright? That sounds like... Is Miss Maya okay? I believe her, Mr. Wright. I know she didn't do it. Do you now, boy? Oh, Polkunga, your benevolence. You mustn't trust in lawyers, you... Are you not the accused from the last trial? Oh, what's wrong, Albie? Your benevolence speaks with the, You may speak in the vernacular, little monk. Now, what is your name? Yes, your benevolence. Albie Urgate, your benevolence. No, this... Albie, your soul is only as clean or filthy as the company you keep. We should stop insinuating that all lawyers are trash. Please forgive me, your benevolence, but Mr. Wright is a very trustworthy man, and I trust him as a lawyer. What's this? I'm sorry, forgive me my insolence. If a common boy such as he can place his trust in lawyers, it can only be because of my failure at the Hall of Justice the other day. Oh, Mr. Wright, her benevolence has sunk into the ground. She must really feel responsible for what happened in court that day. Let's give her some breathing room for now. I'm sure she'll be back on her feet in no time. In the meantime, do you mind if I ask you some questions? Of course not. I'm always glad to help. The Rebel Hunter. Well, what have you heard about the Rebel Hunter that was in the newspaper? Everyone's overjoyed at her appearance. They say she's the modern-day Lady Kira. But they're treating this Rebel Hunter like a mysterious protector of the people, huh? People have been on edge recently, what with the jailbreak and stuff. I sure hope they catch that escaped prisoner soon. Escaped prisoner? Yes, he was one of the vicious rebels that Lady Kira had captured. There's a hardened criminal on the loose. That is a bad news. Yes, but the modern-day Lady Kira is also super amazing. I mean, she takes down big scary rebels all by herself. Yeah, that's not necessarily something just anyone can do. Someone that's strong could have easily overpowered that and killed the High Priest. What about the escaped prisoner, Albie? What's this escaped prisoner supposed to be like? They say he's a vicious fiend who serves as a Dirk right-hand man. Dirks? Dirk, as in the leader of that rebel group? Yes, the escaped. He serves the dreadful master of the Defiant Dragons. They say the prisoner is a former soldier and that he wields a big scary knife. Rumor has it he's a cold-blooded killer to boot. He sounds like a really dangerous man. He is, but the police still can't find him even after an exhaustive search. Wait, I remember hearing about a prison. The prison is at the top of the Inner Sanctum's mountain, right? How did he even break out? No one really knows. He supposedly did it without any tools to speak up to. My guess is with this one. Some say he must have fallen to his death. Personally, I like to believe he did. Otherwise, something like that terrible incident might happen again. Terrible incident. What was that about a terrible incident, Albie? It happened before I was even born, but Queen Amara, the previous queen, was assassinated, and it was the rebel leader Dirk who did it. The previous queen was assassinated? That's kind of unsettling. Oh, it was the terrible deed of a heinous sinner. I mean, to take the life of such a gentle queen, only someone with a dark, defiled soul could have done that. They really take the queen seriously here, like god-worshipping level serious. Really would take someone pretty bold and blasphemous to assassinate one. Those Defiant Dragon rebels are not afraid to do anything to accomplish their goals. That's why with that escaped prisoner on the loose, who knows who might be killed next. So that's why the people of Khura'in are so afraid of that escapee. Why they want the rebel hunter to take him out along with the other rebels. What is it? Shadow found it? Why is that? The Warbot Arrow. Feeling better now, your benevolence? This is no time to be feeling sorry for myself, for I am the Crown Princess of Khura'in. Now let me see that boy. Yes, your benevolence. It looks very much like one of the legendary weapons Lady Kira once used in battle. A three-pronged arrow. Hey! I could have seen some recent arrowhead recently. It's the 3 all-red roll. Yeah, alright. Ready to shadow. Find it, Albie. Near our bot in Mi's house. Near the victim's house, huh? Something to tell me I better look into this. Okay, 3-pronged arrows. Alright. I see. Albie, can I ask you to take me to the High Priestess' house? Yes, of course. Come to think of it, he was married, wasn't he? And his wife is the one who usually plays the part of Lady Kira in the purification rite. Should probably talk to her too. High Priestess' house. So this is where the High Priest lived? Wait a minute, this is where they brought me when my back gave up. The woman in the front of that altar, she must be the High Priestess' wife. Hey, look at that! Oh, I know that. There's a wanted poster there too? Okay. Excuse me? Yes? May I help you? I was hoping to speak with the High Priestess' wife. Are you she? Please forgive the intrusion, Lady Behelip. Oh my, your benevolence. Please be at ease. What a terrible time this must be for you. I owe much to your husband. You have my deepest sympathies for your tragic loss. You honor me with your kind words. Look, dear, the royal priestess has come to visit us. Yes, what's that? Oh, of course. She's talking with his funeral picture? Okay. My husband too is delighted that the royal priestess has graced us with her presence. You can speak with Abbot in me. No, I don't possess the power to speak with the dead, but I can feel his presence. What's that? No, that can wait till later, dear. She's definitely speaking with him. So, your benevolence, what is it that brings you to my humble abode? This lawyer is investigating your husband's death, and I am watching him to ensure he does not tamper with any of the evidence. I know this must be difficult, but could I ask you some questions? A good friend of mine has fallen under the suspicions, you see. Friend of yours? So then, you must be Maya's friend from the States, correct? That's right. I'm sorry, but I'm still grieving. Isn't that right, dear? Yes, I know. She could be the culprit, Abbot in me, and his wife were one of the closest and most loving couples in Khura'in. If she's not ready to talk, I will not allow you to press her any further. She did just lose the love of her life. It would be incredibly insensitive of me to force answers out of her right now. I need to talk to her if I want to learn more about the High Priest. Plus, there's the Warbat arrow that I'll be found near the house. There's too much I need to find out for me to leave just yet. Would it be okay if I stayed here for a little while? Bobhead, have you not been listening to a word I said? Look, your benevolence, I'm sorry for her loss, but I'm running out of time. So what I will do is promise to leave if she doesn't change her mind. Please let me talk to my husband about this. Yes, I know. No, don't. Not in the front of the royal priestesses. Now, if you would excuse me, what the heck were they even talking about? You have but poured salt on her wounds. This is precisely why your lawyers are so despised. I was just trying to help Maya's case. I didn't mean to hurt Mrs. Inmi. Could it be that you actually possess a conscience? Of course I do, but I'm also desperate for information. So what do you plan to do now? Pass the time by looking around the room, I guess, and see if she changes her mind. Just see that you do not touch anything you should not. You should watch what I touch then, just in case Princess Rayfa gets mad at me. Okay, let's see. First things first, there's something there though. It looks like a various basket. Hey, there's an uneven bullet sticking out. There's 3 holes in a row near the top. Now, where have I seen the holes like this before? Scrounging around in other people's garbage like some stray dog. You are a pitiful creature indeed. What does it say here? Say what you will, but I got a job to do. It says, to the High Priest. You cannot even read? You are even more pitiful than I had thought. thanks, and I will keep your words of wisdom in my mind. In mind, your benevolence? Guess I should study some Quranese before I came. So the envelope was addressed to the high priest, huh? But it's empty. Still, there's something about it. I better hang on to it. It's the wanted poster. Oh, it's a wanted poster for the rebel escapee everyone's talking about. What? Let me see that. That's Arbal. That's Arbal. Senior member of the insurgent leadership and former paratrooper of a foreign land. Wanted for crimes against the kingdom. Considered armed and dangerous. So he's ex-military, huh? His appearances alone exudes menace. He must be captured at once. Is something wrong? The bounty is 3 million Dharmas, money that comes out of the people's tax payments. Should have it lowered to about 1 million Dharmas. You seem unexpectedly concerned with the people's welfare. Unexpectedly? How rude. Naina has always taught me that kingdoms that do not value its people come to ruin. As Crown Princess, it is only natural that I care for my people. How about I send in some of that kindness this pay? Well, I suppose I could. If you could be a lawyer and pay taxes to our kingdom, that is. Oh, but it was worth a shot. Hey. Isn't this a justice minister I met? But who's the woman in the picture next to him? She looks really important. Could she be the Queen of Khurain? This game looks kind of like checkers or chess. You mean to say you have never heard about Kachu Demal? I have heard people describe it as a Khurainese chess. Two people players take turns moving their pieces in a bid to capture the other's king. Not quite. In Kachu Demal, the object is the utter annihilation of your opponent. Furthermore, each piece has a special move that can only be used once per game. Special moves? Sounds like a game right off Maya's alley. There's a steel samurai patch on this back, as the back must be Maya's. She probably left it here while she was performing that rite. Is this a piece of heart of some sort? What a beautiful orb. Something the matter? Barbtail, take it one step back. Okay, done. Did you spot something? Yes, you smell reflection. That's ruining the orb's beauty. Did you have to put it like that, your benevolence? What show is this? It is the Plum Punisher Warriors of Neo Twilight Realm. It's based on Lady Kira and is the #1 action hero show in Khurain. The Plum Punisher Warrior of Neo Twilight Realm? Yes, it is an entirely original show created right in our kingdom. I'm not so sure about its originality, given its overall look and that theme song. Something the matter? Well, it's just we have an action hero show back home that is really similar to this. Guessing this shows why Maya is so into Lady Kira. Honestly, the theme song is exactly the same as the one from Maya's favorite show. Still Samurai Warrior of Neo Old Tokyo. It's a popular action hero series film right in LA. In the city known as Neo Old Tokyo, it pits the Steel Samurai in a mortal combat. And his nemesis, the evil magistrate. Maya's collected DVDs and merchandise from that series as long as I've known her. The Plum Punisher seems awfully similar to the Steel Samurai. The Plum Samurai originate here in Khurain. Is that clear, Barbted? Yes, your benevolence. Note to self, never suggest that again. What a magnificent altar. Of course it is magnificent. It is for the Holy Mother after all. Holy Mother, is she that faceless speaker there? It's insolence. How do you not know Her Holiness is on site? Do you seek to cross over into a Twilight Realm right this instant? Sorry, it won't happen again. This is why lawyers are so despised. Now listen well, depicting Her Holiness' face is the greatest taboo in all of Khurainism. There are none alive today who know what her face really looks like. And that includes the members of the royal family. Wow, now there's an unusual custom. It's gotta be one heck of a secret if even the royal family can know what she looks like. What is this scary looking spiky thing? It's a floor cushion for heightening a practitioner mental focus. Ignorance astounds me. There is not a soaring crane who would not recognize this. Floor cushion? You mean you are supposed to sit on this? How else would you suggest it to be used? Looks like a torture device to me. Poster of the mountains. Okay. On this inner sanctum mountain is a feature against those other towering peaks. 2030. Okay. Those beautiful mountains are known as the Roof of Kurain, and I see they have even included Mr. Mount Pony Pony in that poster. Mount Pony Pony, is that the smaller peak to the left? Known as the Little Sanctum, it is just west of the Inner Sanctum. Is it not also beautiful? I suppose alloyed with a defiled soul that you could not perceive such beauty. No, that's not true. I think it's absolutely stunning. Okay. Lady Velip has not had a chance of change of heart, and simply waiting shall not change that. Can't we wait just a little longer? I wonder if she'll ever open up. Oh, you're still here? Lady Pelip. Mr. Immi, do you think you're ready to talk? Is it okay with you, dear? Yes, I will let him know. Lady Pelip, you don't have to speak to this lawyer if it's not your wish. No, it's quite alright. If my husband were with us, he would say, as much as failing to have my lovely wife sick on such matters, it would be help. It would help to find the truth and ask whatever you may. Okay, I'll take out your generous offer. Wait, did Mrs. Immi call herself lovely just now? But whatever are you waiting for? Ask your questions up quickly as so your departure may be just as swift. Yes, of course. Ha. Do you have any idea why your husband might have been killed? Was he acting different or doing anything out of ordinary lately? No, I don't recall anything of the sort. This is really difficult. Did anybody have an grudge against him? He was a kind man and one of peace. He would never do anything that would cause someone to bear a grudge against him. And a liar. Well. These are Cyclops? This means Mrs. Immi is trying to hide something from me. This is the map Katama Maya gave me all those years ago, and it has really amazing power. It reacts when someone is hiding something, and allows me to see the Cyclops that are holding that person's mind shut. Do I see any?
Take that!
Alright. Cyclops, they appeared when I asked her whether anyone held a grudge against her husband. That must mean that Mrs. Immi thought of someone who just might have such a grudge. Let's just stir the pot a little and see what happens. Mrs. Immi, I have an idea who your husband's real killer might be. That would be Maya, would it not? No, of course not. He has to be someone with a motive to kill him. This is why Philip had reason to kill your husband. Lady Kira? Was the rebel hunter disguised as the Lady Kira? Everyone's talking about her. Oh, I know none of what you speak. Really? Because she even made the front page recently. I'm but a humble servant of Lady Kira. What reason would she have to kill someone as insignificant as I? Actually, I have something that just might show my Lady Kira would kill up. Yeah, this one. This is a letter of warning from Lady Kira. Maya found it. It was in the Inner Sanctum, and only Maya and your husband were there at the time. That's one. That's one. This letter reached its intended recipient, your husband, the High Priest in it. How do you know Maya wasn't lying to you? Because I never seen that letter before, and I doubt my husband never did either. Sorry, but the envelope. What's that? It's an envelope addressed to the High Priest. The warning letter was delivered to your husband inside this, wasn't it? What nonsense is this? How can you prove the warning was delivered in this envelope? There's gotta be some way to prove it. Wait a second, don't the envelope and the warning letter have something in common? I think there just might be something that links the envelope to the warning letter. There is? Yes, and the proof is right here on the warning letter.
Take that!
The 3 holes in the envelope are in the same shape and arrangement as the holes in the warning letter. If you fold the letter in thirds and place it in the envelope, the holes lines up. As for what made those holes, I believe it was...
Take that!
There we go, baby. They were made by the Warbat Arrow, one of the weapons favored by the Lady Kira. The warning was folded in thirds, placed in the envelope addressed to the High Priest. And delivered to your husband on the points of this arrow. Got you. Taharus in me. You ready to tell me the truth now? I admit the warning was sent to my husband, but he was not an insurgent. Then why did you keep it a secret? Because the authorities might have suspected him of being one if I hadn't. Does that make sense? If the rebel hunter was after him, I can see how people might at least suspect. We are Kuranist kingdom, as such, rising up against the monarchy is the same as blaspheming Kuranism itself. Your husband was a devout priest of Kuranism, and you fear that his good name would be tarnished if the warning went public. Yes, that makes sense, but is it the honest truth? What if the High Priest really was a rebel? A rebel hunter who would have had a motive to kill him. Still, this just doesn't feel like the right time to ask her about it. Could you tell me a little more about that warning? It arrived about 3 days before the purification rite. When we woke that morning, it was already there by the side of our bed. It was by the side of your bed. Yes, we had the whole house locked up tight. Yet someone still managed to slip in. Oh, it was so frightening, wasn't it, dear? You didn't contact the police? Because you didn't want them to suspect your husband of being a rebel. That's right. If only we had told the police, maybe Taurus would still be alive today. Oh, lovely wife, no need to be afraid, my dear. My only regret is that I left you all alone. Bob Ted, that is quite enough. Yes, you're probably right. Mrs. Inmi, I'm sorry to have bothered you at such a difficult time. Don't be silly, I'm happy if I have helped. Your benevolence, may you swiftly shine light upon the truth. Bob Ted, you seem bent on casting suspicion upon Lady Kira. And by doing so, you seek to deflect the blame from the real killer, Maya Fey. That is the only logical conclusion. I'm in no position to disprove her at this point. If only I could find something to support my theory that the High Priest was a rebel. The only other person who might know more about the abbot in me would be Maya. They might be done questioning her by now. Maybe I'll stop at the detention center. Detention center? My mother has said what? What? It seems I must go. Did something happen? Yes, my mother has decreed that a rite shall be held for the High Priestess passing, that she shall conduct the prayer of lament therein. Her Eminence has so decreed, has she? Oh, but she should not consider herself with a humble priest like my husband. No, it is only natural considering his meritorious service. The rite will be held at the palace. You are to accompany me there at once, Lady Pelip. Thank you, your benevolence. My husband is mostly delighted at too. How wonderful for you, Mrs. Inmi. A direct decree from this queen. That must be quite an honor. Bob Ted, you are coming as well. Huh? But what? I don't have much time left to investigate. As the one charged with monitoring you, you must remain within my sight at all times. Besides, it will take about a moment. Now come along. Arguing the point will probably just make things worse for me. Better let her have her way this time. The queen herself, huh? Oh, and the prime minister. Welcome, Lady Bellip. So this is the Queen of Khura'in. What is wrong with you, barbed head? Show some respect. Huh? Oh, should I bow or prostrate myself? No, it is quite alright. Stay as you are. Mother. Your Eminence, I would like to give thanks to you. You honor both me and my husband. His exemplary service deserves to be honored. Oh, but what a terribly trying time this must be for you, Lady Bellip. May my prayer comfort your soul and that of your dearly departed husband. Nothing would please me more. Oh, Your Eminence, your words are wasted on my humble husband and I. Now that's what I call a commanding presence. So, you are the lawyer of whom my daughter speaks. Yes, Your Eminence, I am so very honored to make your noble acquaintanceship. I'm humbled to bask in your resplendence. You overdo it. I have no idea how to talk to a queen. Oh, may the Holy Mother's blessing be upon you. Now then, Lady Bellip, let us go to the Chamber of Prayer. Rayfa, you are to accompany us too. Yes, Mother. Wow, the queen is seriously something else. The prayer of laymen, huh? Don't see how that'll do any good. It's Justice Minister. Linga. Huh? Who are you, buddy? Nice to see you again, Minister Inga. Again, have we met? I'm Phoenix, right? We met in the accused lobby the other day. Alright, blue suit, jacked hair. You're that lawyer who brought my daughter down a peg or two. Your daughter? Yeah, Rayfa. Oh! He's Princess Rayfa's father? So he's Queen Gaharan's husband? You planning on sticking your fat nose in this mess too? The accused is a good friend of mine. Like I said the last time, you better watch yourself, see? Do you mind if I ask you a few questions? You want to question me? That would be great. You got balls for a lawyer. Guess I can play it along a bit. But I got things to do, see, so we'll have to talk while I work. Wanted to let you know that I'll be the defense lawyer on this case too. Well, don't say I didn't warn you. You only won last time because that idiotic prosecutor filed the false charges. Damn. That's the car. It's gonna be different from this time. I got Khura'in top prosecutor on this one, see? I don't care who I go up against. I'm going to prove my client innocent. You haven't forgotten that little thing called Defense Culpability Act, have you? Roll this one and you'll suffer the same fate as the accused. How could I forget? You lawyers are all the same. You strut your stuff till the DC Act comes down hard. Then you start begging and pleading for your lives. It's really hard to watch, I tell you. Well, I don't plan on letting it come to that. You're the one who wrote the Defense Culpability Act? Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. What's it to you? Either way, as Justice Minister, I'm gonna enforce this thing. The thing? It started as a way to counter the dirty tricks of your trade like falsified evidence. But it turned out to be quite handy, efficient even. Handy? Efficient? Yeah, make my job real easy. Any goons who cross me or the Gaharan administration are gonna get just what they deserve, especially those rebellious scum. You can get away with that here? Better watch your mouth, lawyer. I enforce the law in Khura'in. See? Being that I'm the queen's husband, that makes me king. No. I'm pretty sure the queen is the boss around here. Go on, say what you're thinking so I can charge you with least majesty. I can get myself arrested now. Listen up, lawyer. We got a low crime rate and a populace that lives in peace. That's all thanks to the DC Act, so I don't want to hear any more lip about it. But I can't defend my client unless I can speak my mind. Even without the DC Act, Dirk and his insurgent scum buddies always are numbered. What's that supposed to mean? Let's just say I got a little trick up my sleeve. So watch it if I were you. Cause you got a defined attitude like one of them dragon dudes. Say White, you know what these are? No, what? Orders of execution? They really pile up if I start slacking off. What? And tomorrow I'll have even more work to do, processing the ones for your little friend. One for your little friend? If you really do defend her, I'll have to add one more to the pile for you. You're not so stupid enough to waste your life on that criminal, are you? Don't worry, I'll make sure to lighten your workload, Inga. I won't give you a single execution order to assign tomorrow. I have returned, Barbed Head. Your benevolence, are you done with the rite? Yes, it was performed flawlessly. Lady Bellip stayed behind to speak with Mother. I hope this will help ease her sorrow, even if it's just a little. So, you have been speaking with my father? Yes, you could say that. My father is a great man. He works tirelessly to keep the peace in our kingdom. Kryn, as it stands today, owes everything to the efforts of my mother and my father. You should feel deeply honored. Under normal circumstances, they would have never spoken so readily with a lawyer. Yes, of course. Seems Rafa doesn't know what her father is really like. Well, now that we are done here, let's go see if I can talk to Maya now. Oh, it's you, Nick. Maya, are you okay? The questioning wasn't too harsh, was it? No, I'm alright. How about you? Make any progress? Well, I haven't found any conclusive evidence that could prove your innocence, but I have a small lead. Really? But for right now, I'd like to ask you about the High Priest. Sure, ask away. By the way, what's the princess doing with you still, Nick? Doesn't she have anything else better to do? Doesn't seem like it. I heard that. How rude. Of course I have many other things I could be doing. It's just a thought, but do you think the High Priest could have been a rebel? A rebel? Why would you even think of that? Because if he was, the rebel hunter Lady Kira would have had a motive to kill him. What? Uh-oh, Princess Rafa overheard me. What idiocy is this? A bot in me a rebel? It is beyond the pale. My mother has offered the prayer of layman to his sword. That is the sort of person he was. Alright. I was just raising the possibility. I will not listen to such tomfoolery. She stormed out? Oh well, nothing we can do about that. Do you recall the High Priest doing anything suspicious? Come think of it, he seemed unusually restless during the ride. He kept glaring up at the sky, though I have no idea why. He was restless and kept looking up at the sky. That doesn't really tell us much, does it? Anything else come to mind? Sorry, that's about it. Guess this is all I'm going to learn about the High Priest right now. Oh, but there's one thing I should follow up on. With Princess Rafa gone, this might be my only chance. Maya, about what you said earlier, why can't you tell anyone you're able to channel spirits? Oh, that? You know how all the queens are also spirit mediums here? I heard it was kind of a shock at first though. In Coronism, spirit channeling is a secret art that can only be performed by the queen. No one else is supposed to be able to do it. I see, so spirit channeling is a symbol of power or authority then in that sense. You can see why it would look bad if a nobody from another country were able to do it too. Spirit channeling in the Quran tradition was developed from a Quranist style that was brought to the US via Japan, but seems like my clan's spiritual power is greater than that of the average Quranese. Maybe a quirk due to how our styles diverge, but I don't really know. So if spirit channeling is a power possessed only by the queens of Quran, it's a power that somehow made its way down the line to Maya. And I guess that makes Queen Garan and Princess Rafa distant relatives of Maya's. Anyway, it's not like there's some kind of rule about it. Just I'd rather not have it become an issue or anything. That's why mediums who come here to train hide the fact that they can channel spirits. I see, I had no idea it was so complicated. Either way, a training here is a must to fulfill the qualification needed to become the master. For instance, qualification to become the master, to be able to channel spirits of one's own volition and without fail every time. But remember how my spirit channeling was to always hit or miss? I only ever succeeded about 30% of the time. Yeah, and it was more like spirit possessed her as opposed to her channeling them. So you can do it every single time now, whenever you want. Yep. At least I think. You think? Well, I haven't actually tried channeling anyone since I completed my training here. Once I get back home, I plan on taking the final spirit medium test. I'll have to try channeling one spirit after another in a marathon channeling session. Only those who pass the test are worthy of becoming the master, huh? Yeah, but I know I can do it. I'm going to ace that test and become the next master. After all, I can't let my clan and the other villagers down. Right. Where's the next big hope of Crane Village? That's got to be a lot of pressure. I mean the... There's not a single person in Khura'in who does not know about it. Oh, your benevolence, you're back. As the royal priestess, I am charged with monitoring your movements. So I haven't changed my mind in order to fulfill my duty. Was not avert my ears, not even from your blasphemous theories. Her sense of duty is commendable, but I wouldn't mind if she backed up a bit. Great timing, your benevolence. There's actually something I wanted to show you off to the both of you. Show off? Maya sure seems excited all of a sudden. Yep. Ta-da! What's that? It's an ultra rare plum Punisher strap. There's only one of them in the whole world. It was specially made to promote the TV show. You're the owner of the strap? Don't tell me you're a plum Punisher fan too, your benevolence. No, of course not. Only little children watch that show. I'm no interest in such things. Right. No, I'm telling the truth. Sure, let's just leave it at that. So how did you get your hands on that, Maya? Hehehe. I found a kindred spirit in a Plum Punisher fan here in Khura'in. It resulted in an exchange of cultures transcending national borders. By culture exchange, you mean you swap TV show promo merchandise? You bet, I traded my Steel Samurai watch for this strap. It's a super rare watch that plays the Steel Samurai theme song when the alarm goes off. My newfound Khura'inese friend was so happy I got this one-of-a-kind strap in return. Guess there are people like that wherever you go, even here in Khura'in. Watch this, when you press the Nakatama on her belt, it plays the show's theme song. It sounds just like the Steel Samurai theme song. What are you talking about? You hear the Fox instrument in the intro and the excited tones throughout? But Steel Samurai has Japanese taiko drums that go Daka dun 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 in the intro. Exactly that. Okay. The evidence. I'm right, because my ears just aren't as good as yours. Anyway, I have this amazing idea for a new show. The Plum Punisher vs. Steel Samurai. I'm going to totally go pitch it out to some TV stations when I get back home. It's going to be a huge hit. Right, your benevolence? I have no interest in such things. But if nothing else, talking about the Plum Punisher has thankfully seemed to cheer Maya up a bit. It's getting late, try to get some sleep, okay, Maya, and leaves tomorrow to me. Okay, thanks, Nick. I think I've covered just about everything. Time to head back to the temple and go over everything I've learned so far. It's getting late, won't be long till sundown. Mr. Wright, your benevolence? Are you done with your investigation for today? Pretty much. I thought I'd go over what I learned so far. Can you join me? Yes, please allow me to help. Okay, first we know that the High Priest received a warning 3 days ago. It was from someone claiming to be Lady Kira and it told him not to perform at the rite. That's right, was that Rebel Hunter? But what of it? That's what I'm not sure of yet. Why would Lady Kira want to stop the rite? If you could solve that mystery. Right, I could figure out her motive for threatening the High Priest. Might be the break I need, but I just don't know enough right now to act on that lead. How unfortunate for you, Barkhead. Your only hope is pure speculation that shall not stand up in the Hall of Justice. You have no actual proof of Lady Kira's involvement in this crime after all. Yeah, the warning letter alone can prove who killed the High Priest. I'll give you one last chance to withdraw before you are charged under the DC Act. Your benevolence! While it is true you did not forge or suppress any evidence, that is perhaps a product of my careful monitoring of your every move. I wasn't planning to do anything like that in the first place, your benevolence, but I am going to prove Maya's innocent within the confines of the law. How can you be so sure you will? Because of my undying faith in my clients. That is a lawyer's greatest weapon. What nonsense. You have chosen to dig your own grave. When next we meet, it shall be in the Hall of Justice. As Royal Priestess, it is my duty to reveal the truth through the divination's seance. This time I will prove that the insight I gleaned thereof are the very truth itself. Prepare yourself, for this shall be your last trial, and your last rites. Tomorrow shall end with you under the headsman's axe. Tomorrow I'll be defending Maya in that so-called Hall of Justice again. That whole science thing makes the trials here completely different from those back home. Plus, I don't have a shred of conclusive evidence. On the other hand, I got plenty of confusion and anxiety to spare. I have to think of something. After all, I'm the only one lawyer in all of Kura Inn. I have to do this. I will do this. I'll prove Maya's innocent if it's the last thing I do. I wasn't able to find any conclusive evidence yesterday. If I can figure out Lady Kira's motive for threatening the High Priest, then maybe. Nick, today I will. Don't look so down, Maya. I'm going to defend you with everything I've got. You would do well to seize this insanity while you still can. As I said yesterday, I'm going to defend my client in court. Well, know this. You shall not witness a miracle of the sort that occurred last time. The moment she is found guilty, you too will be found guilty of abetting the accused. I never claimed to be a miracle maker, but I am good at discovering the truth. And unlike miracles, the truth is always waiting to be found. The truth, you say. Then it seems you have chosen your fate. This shall be your very last trial. Nick, I'm going to prove you're innocent, Maya. You see, after all, you have to introduce the Plum Punisher, warrior of Neo of Twilight Realm, to the folks back home, right? Right. I may be a defendant this time, but I'll be by your side like always, Nick. Thanks, Maya. This place is tough on lawyers. I'll need all the help I can get. Plus, it's always good to have you on this team. Well, it's time. Let's go. Let the trial of Maya Fey begin. Defense is ready, Your Majesty. Nahyuta. Huh? Quiet. Can you see the prosecutor Sat Mahdi is absorbed in silent prayer? Great. The trial is barely started and their judge is already mad at me. It's very devout for a prosecutor. Why is that accused standing over there? Oh, well... Your Majesty, in addition to being the accused, she is also my assistant. The accused is your assistant, you say? Very well, then. Criminal does indeed make a fitting partner to a lawyer with a defiled soul. That wasn't very nice. Yeah, well, bad-mouthing lawyers seems to be a custom of such in Kura Inn. I must say, I am surprised to see you still here in Kura Inn, Mr. Wright. And even more so to find you in the Hall of Justice once more. I cannot fathom why you would willingly risk your life in yet another trial. The answer is simple, Your Majesty. I am a lawyer, and this is what lawyers do. Although, to be frank, I'd rather be anywhere but here right now. Such foolishness. Ah, Prosecutor Satmari, are you ready to begin now? Yes, Your Majesty. The prosecution is ready. Let us begin without further delay. But first, I promise you both this. I will cast your wicked souls into the fires of hell. Thus shall the soul of the victim attain salvation. Ha 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 ha. Splendid. I will expect nothing less of you, Prosecutor Satmari. Please save the victim's soul, Prosecutor Satmari. Punish the wicked lawyer who dares to stop these last rites. Think I'll pass on that to Hall of Fire and Brimstone deal. But I'm not surprised by your words or stance, considering what Apollos told me about you. So it was you who instilled that putrid lawyerly guile within him. Putrid, what? You too must soon face the fires lest his soul be lost to redemption. But I shall send you on ahead so that he will not be lonely when he arrives. Sorry, but I'm afraid it won't be that easy. People say I never know when to give up. Nearest Maya? A little? Feels like it's been ages since we stood side by side like this in court. Too bad I'm the defendant. Don't worry. We haven't lost the case together yet. You're right. Let's give this everything we got, Nick. Now then, Prosecutor Satmari, would you please explain the case at hand? Of course, Your Majesty. Let's begin the last rites of the victim. Maya Fey has been charged with the crime of murder. The victim of Her Highness' crime was High Priest Sarus Inmi. He was conducting the purification rite when he was brutally slain. And the cause of death? Let us review the victim's autopsy report and the crime scene photo, shall we? The cause of death was blood loss from a stab wound delivered to the abdomen. The murder weapon was likely the ward-bought dagger which was used in the rite. However, the weapon has yet to be found, though the scene was thoroughly searched. A sacred relic used as a tool of murder, the Holy Mother's wrath shall be most severe. The murder itself took place at the height of the purification rite. The accused had donned Lady Kira's sacred robes. The victim was there to offer prayers as a high priest of Kuranism. During the rite, the victim had accused were the only two at the inner sanctum. Therefore, the only person who could have slain the victim is Maya Fey. I must say that does cast a great deal of suspicion upon the accused. Indeed. Now then, allow me to submit this diagram of the crime scene as evidence in this case. Okay, that's new. Diagram of the scene of the High Priest murder. It shows where the lanterns and the warbot statues are. Broken lantern, curtain, curtain, lantern, lantern, spring, lantern. As such, my face soul shall be plunged into the lowest level of hell, the hell of tickling. There she shall be tickled without the end for 500 million years. That is a terrible fate indeed. Would the defense care to respond? And here I thought the lowest level of hell was the hell of rock of a back pain. Very true. I don't remember killing anyone, and I don't have that dagger or anything like it. As my client stated, she has no memory of the event as described by the prosecution, but more importantly, she had no motive to kill the High Priest in the first place.
Objection.
I thought you might say that. Nevertheless, the meaningless prattle of her lawyers is utterly ineffectual here in the Hall of Justice. For all will be made clear by her benevolence, Reifa, Batma, Kuranin insights. So it is, and so it shall be. The divination seance reveals the truth for all to see. Here we go again. Bailiff, please show in the royal priestess. It's Princess Pyrefa. Oh, how beautiful her benevolence looks again today. Glory to the Holy Mother for this blessed day. As popular as ever I see. Rest assured, good people of Kurain, I will defeat this murderer and her abettor. They shall not escape under freedom expressed today. What a joy it is to have the royal priestess back in the Hall of Justice. May the Holy Mother grant us her divine favor, Urdihara Kurain. She sure looks pleased with herself, especially for someone who didn't know what freedom expressed was until yesterday. Is there something stuck to my face, propped head? No, nothing, your benevolence. Now then, your benevolence, divination Seance, if you please. Very well, Nena, my robe. Here we go again.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Okay. Skip. I don't want to see that dance again, man. Let's see this now. Maya. The lantern is still not broken. Yeah. If mine's from behind, the lantern should be broken, but it's not broken yet. Win. Oh. Incense. Footsteps. Pain. Pain still, and then... Okay. The victim's Mitama has spoken. Let me have a bathroom break. The division seance is complete. Great. Another clear incriminating seance vision. Could not be any clearer of foul defense. The accused donned the sacred robes of Lady Kira and then attacked the victim. Oh, how very terrible it must have been. The figure of Lady Kira lit against the dim lantern light. The scent of the incense growing even ever more potent as she drew near. One can almost sense the horror about in me must have felt. Oof. The facts as presented by her benevolence are indisputable. What? That wasn't me. Do something, Nick. I'm working on it. That couldn't have been any clearer. Looks like I'm in for another uphill battle. The accused committed this vile act during our ancient tradition, the purification rite. Come to think of it, the rite's guide explains the multi-part purification rite in detail. The transformation rite. The High Priest reads the scripture while a priestess dons the robes of Lady Kira. The Rite of Water. Lady Kira enters the spring and the High Priest purifies her along with her dagger. The Rite of Fire. The priestess circles the sacred flames to purify her soul. This must be important, this part. Indeed, it would seem that the murder occurred during the transformation rite. The rite dictates that the High Priest stand in front of the spring. Therefore, the accused must have attacked him from the direction of Broken Lantern. Well, Bobcat, would you care to object? Of course, because I know my client is innocent. So you say, you truly do not know when you are beaten, do you? Managed to pull it off last time with Alibi, I'll just have to do it again. We tend to find fault with her benevolence inside yet again. It would seem lawyers are Paul Kunan creatures indeed. Look at Paul Kunan. Paul Kunan. What exactly is a Paul Kunan? Someone who's a real piece of work, so to speak. They can call me anything they want. The only thing I care about is uncovering the truth. So, Bobcat, you were foolish enough to risk your life for your so-called truth? Because my insights are the truth. To deny them is to willingly dig your own grave. Oh, okay, let's see. Victims commence the purification rite by bowing to the lanterns and reading a sutra. As the first part, the transformation rite ended, he lowered the sutra suddenly. He heard the accused approaching footsteps and smelled her incense-laden robes. It was then that the victim felt an intense pain. I believe this was when he was stabbed. As his life's blood spilled over, his vision dimmed till finally he passed from our world. What is everything the victim experienced in his final moments? Shows where Maya and the high priest were doing the rite. Okay. Just the second rope of Lady Kira, the accused rushed in the victim head on. The brutal stabbing she perpetrated could not have been any clearer. Yes, it is plain for all to see. No, it wasn't me. Sudden drowsiness came over me during the transformation rite. I didn't even get the chance to put on Lady Kira's robes. You waste our time with such meaningless statements, accused. You cannot explain away the truth revealed by the royal priestesses and the one inside. Ooh, how did you end up finding a contradiction last time? The deceased's final memories include all 5 senses. Oh, you mean those words that appear in the pool of souls? Look like to me the bigger the word, the stronger the sensation was to the victim. Yeah, that's how it looked to me too. The sensations themselves are never wrong, only their interpretations. That's why I tried to point out mistakes in Raifa's insights the last time. So there could be contradiction between what Abba Imi felt and her insights, huh? You got it? And I'm going to find them this time too. Should I check how to point out? I'm okay. Now I remember how it works. Still, the sensation this time seems to fluctuate more than the ones from Alpi's trial. In which case, I better keep an eye on changes in their intensity too. Okay, time to point out sensations that contradicts the insights. This is gonna be hard, that's for sure. Reading Sutra, that's correct. He heard the accused approaching the footsteps and smelled her incense-laden robes. It was then that the victim win. He suddenly hit the No, wait! The win! Right? I don't fucking. The victim felt an intense pain abilities when he was stabbed. That's true. As the last blood spill over his intent. As the first part of the transformation rite ended, he lowered the sutra suddenly. When the victim command the purification rite by bowing to Atlantis and reading a sutra. True. It's very true. As the first part of the transformation rite ended, he lowered the sutras suddenly. It's gonna be this, right? Win. Should
Objection!
I'm not. The victim supposedly heard the accuser's approaching footsteps, but did he really? What is this? Is it not abundantly clear? No, it's not. Because there is something that's strange about those footsteps. Strange? Explain yourself, barbed head. The footsteps are strange because they don't get louder. They're not getting any louder. And why exactly does that matter? Well, if it comes closer... Please focus your attention on the incense the victim smelled. The scent grows stronger as the accused approaches. If the accused really had approached the victim, the sound of her footsteps would have grown louder as the scent of her incense grew stronger. Right, that makes perfect sense. How can this be explained, your benevolence? Well, there must be a reason.
Objection!
It is as they say, even a pushing worm of a lawyer will turn. What does that even mean? It's not exactly singing your praises, that's for sure. Still, we cannot discount this information solely on account of its lawyerly source. Your benevolence, perhaps you must listen more carefully to the Abbot Mitama. Listen more carefully? What's he talking about? Yes, it would appear so. I shall try to refine the sensation. Refine the sensation? I can more accurately catch sensation by deepening my communication with Mitama. I didn't know you could do that. Why have we never done this before? By refining a sensation, a clear picture of the truth can be discovered. Oh, bless Mitama, I beseech you, hear me now and respond to my call. Footsteps change into bells? What could this mean? Wait. Bells, but the only bells at the scene of the crime were... that jingle must have come from Abbot Emi's bells. Yeah, himself, he has the bell. Then why you mean those big things he had on his ankles? Well, there you have it. The sound of bells was from the high priest's own footsteps. Then that means... If the footsteps belong to the victim himself, it means it was the victim who was moving, not the accused. The victim was the one who went running towards the broken lantern from the spring. Far cry from what her benevolence inside would have us believe. Okay. Why would the victim have approached the accused? Maybe he was trying to defend himself? Please explain. He could have felt threatened by Lady Kira standing there with a dagger, so he might have thought to overpower her before she attacked. Still your voice? Still your voices. This is nothing but a theory, and a poor one at that. Do not led astray by this lawyer's obvious postulation.
Objection!
While his insolence is inexcusable, I would ask that you calm yourself, your benevolence. Is there something you would care to say, Prosecutor Satmari? Even if it was Abbot in me who moved, it does not negate the accused's crime. What do you mean? The accused was likely waiting for the high priest to approach. And as he neared, she plunged the dagger into him. It is as simple as that. Oh, right. It really doesn't change much, does it? Yes, it is as the prosecutor has said. In fact, it is as I meant to say all along as well. Right, and that's why you were so shocked when you first heard it. Understand now, lawyer, that contradiction you conjured up has come to naught. Once I hold my insights, it will vanish like the dying rays of the sun. Insight revise. He rushed the accused and tried to fight her up with the broken lantern. But the broken lantern was still... See, the fact that it was Abbot in me who moved changed nothing. Ugh, come on, Phoenix, you gotta keep your cool. That contradiction I pointed out must mean something. That one sensation should change after Princess Brave refined her vision. Stands to reason that something else might have changed too because of what the refinement. I should focus on any sensation that have changed, while searching for more contradiction between them and her insights. Fight up by the broken lantern. This is the changed one, right? Let's see here. Wind still blowing. Water. Changed into water there.
Objection!
Well. Hold it. How do we know the purification rite was performed exactly as it was supposed to be? That's easy. The customs governing the rite are very clear and Abbot Imi would have adhered to them. But that's strange. Mr. Wright, would you care to explain just what is so strange? Yes. I was asked you to consider the sound of the victim's footsteps. The sound of bells changed into the sound of water at one point. What's this? Simple, the victim must have stepped in some water. Oh. Yes, and the only source of water in the inner sanctum is the spring. And therein lies the contradiction. What contradiction? I believe the rite started out as it should have. The victim stood with his back to the spring and the accused stood right in front of him. But we now know that the victim then moved into the spring. Polkukunga! That is absurd. This means the accused location differs from what her benevolence insight indicates. Then, where do you propose the accused stood once she donned Lady Kira's robes? Based on the sound of the victim's footsteps, I believe Maya was standing here.
Take that!
The spring, right? Until this moment, we have all just assumed that Abbot Imi and Miss Faye were standing where they were supposed to be, as shown in this rite's guide. In short, the victim should have been standing with his back to the spring and the accused in front. However, if that is how they were really standing, he could have stepped into the spring as he approached her. The problem is the victim did step into the spring. This could mean that Miss Faye had actually been standing in the water. But if this is true, then their positions would have been completely reversed. Dun, 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 dun. What is going on here, Miss Faye? Are you really standing in the spring? I'm sorry, but I barely remember anything about the rite. The Harpers would never make such an obvious blunder during a trial. What on earth, is that even possible? Be that as it may, this does not overturn my insights. It doesn't? Let us say the accused was standing in the spring. So what? So what? This completely reverses their position is what? That their position different from what is customary is rather curious. However, what does that change? Certainly it does not erase the accused brutal crime. I guess you have a point there. You lawyers are an absurd breed. Never think ahead, you cling to the first insignificant contradiction you can muster. Ugh. Sounds like Princess Rafa has pretty good grasp on what you lawyers are all about. Oh Maya, where would I be without your brutally frank commentary right now? Is this contradiction really meaningless? But something really doesn't feel right. Did I take a wrong turn somewhere? I will not amend my insights to account for this. I will now amend my insights to account for this new truth. Okay, revised again. Rush the accused and try to fight her by the poolside lantern. So last blood spill over the victim. Vision demon finally passed from our world. Now the contradiction is no more. But the truth of the matter still stands no matter how stubbornly you deny it. What do you have to say for yourself now, Mr. Wright? Nick? The magistrate, this lawyer may have raised a triple objection, but her benevolence insight have no further inadequacies of any kind. Yes, so it would seem. Wait a second, but there is another contradiction. Still you flounder about, wretched beast. Through you, though you wrecked that putrid brain of yours, nothing worthwhile will come of it. Maya, please tell me you remember something that might help us out here. Sorry, I really don't remember a thing. But now that the place I was standing in has changed, who knows? That'll make cause a discrepancy with the Princess Raifa's insights. That's right, we do now know that Maya was standing in the spring. A match change like that could very well produce a contradiction. I should take another look at the inner sanctum diagram in the court record and confirm where Maya and Abbott and me were standing, then focus on finding any discrepancies within their position and the insides. Okay, so this changed, right? But the spring side. Okay, let's see here. I'm not really sure myself, but let's see. Wind. Intense bells, water, pain, spring side. Know what?
Objection!
Okay, that's wrong. That's wrong. By the lantern?
Objection!
I was right. You know, it's not by the... Your benevolence, I found a new contradiction. You did? Whew. No doubt it is but another of your vile attempts to slander my insights. Nope, take a good look at what the victim saw. It just might change your mind. The lantern flames behind this accused was flickering. There is nothing unusual about that. especially as the wind has stirred. No, that's absolutely you're wrong. The accused had been standing in the spring. Then what you see here should be one of the lanterns flanking the statue. I fail to see your point. My point is something is wrong here. The two lanterns flanking the statue were both outfitted with glass wind guards. So neither the lantern's flame should have been a flickering of the wind in the first place. Yet they were protected, man. She seems pretty tickled, Nick. I don't remember saying anything funny. I failed to see what you wish to prove here, but... Very well. I shall refine the vision and reveal the truth for all to see. Oh, bless me, Tama. I beseech you, fix your sight upon the lantern there. The hell, she can just do that? Oh, that lantern doesn't have a wind car on it. And rightly so. But the wind guard was removed to reveal the sacred flame within for the right of fire. Therefore, there's nothing odd about the flame flickering. Say what? What, when you researched the crime scene, those lanterns had their wind guards on? That's because the police put them back on. The sacred flames have burned uninterrupted for hundreds of years, defense. Do not risk them being extinguished even during an investigation. That would never fly back home. Well, Barbed Head, are you done quibbling? If so, it is time to bow down before this testimony of the Mitama. Nick? Don't worry, Maya. I'm just getting started. Alright, let's go. Let's go over everything we know so far. Maya was wearing Lady Kira's robes and standing in the spring. The High Priest is thought to have been moving forward towards her, so I should look for sensations that stand in contradiction to this arrangement. The lantern, right? I won't give up. I'm going to find a contradiction that will... Because if he's standing, then the right lantern should, you know, the broken lantern... Come on. Where is it? There.
Objection!
What could this possibly mean? The lantern clearly contradicts the insight, but this contradiction will overturn the entire case I've been building. Are you alright, Mr. Wright? 1 minute you shout, and the next you fall silent. Perhaps it is like the bell of one who is barreling down a hill with no way of stopping. Is that right, Prosecutor Satmari? Don't get cold feet now, Phoenix. Even if this overturns the entire case you have built so far, the only way is to keep moving forward. Because that's where we'll find the truth. Sorry, but I'm not barreling down a hill. In fact, I'm in a full control of everything with the indisputable contradiction I found. Is that so? The lantern behind the accused clearly, no, blatantly contradicts your insight. Does it now? One of the lanterns on the entrance side of the inner sanctum was broken. If you watch what Abbot Imi saw in his final moments, you will notice that the lantern behind the brain form of Miss Faye is broken. The lantern behind Lady Kira, however, is still intact. In short, we are seeing two different lanterns in the Sean's vision. How could this be? And if it were so, how would that contradict my insight? Let me start by saying the claim I'm about to raise will overturn the case I built thus far. Will the defense please explain himself? Based on the broken lantern, we can tell the lantern's positions. The correct position of the lanterns. But did you not just explain that yourself? Oh, did I? But the accused and the victim were standing. But did you not dismiss the assuming that the accused was standing somewhere else? I did, and I built my argument on that faulty premise. But thankfully, it has led us here. To the actual spot where Maya Fey was standing. I must say, if the defense keeps changing its assertion in such a capricious manner, its credibility may come into question. I'm willing to take that risk, Your Majesty, because I believe this will be the last time. I'd like to start by pointing out the actual spot where the accused was standing. Very well. Show us where you now believe the accused was actually standing. Based on the location of the broken lantern, where was Maya really standing? Right here, right?
Take that!
Are you sure it was there? Oh, what? The hell? She was right here, right?
Take that!
I wasn't thinking straight before, but now it's all falling into place. We know the victim has stepped into the spring. That means Maya Fey had to have been standing in the water as he approached. However, his memory, which has only now become clearly reveals that Miss Fey was standing by the side of the broken lantern. In other words, she was standing where she was supposed to be according to the custom. Does that not bring us back to the very beginning? No. This is where things take a different turn, and I mean that literally. The victim had to have been moving towards the spring. That means that while he was moving, he had his back turned towards the accused. What's this? Do you mean to say the victim turned around doing the right? But such an image appears now we're in the Sean's vision. Actually, it does appear. It's just that no one noticed until now. No one noticed? How could no one have noticed something so big? There was a moment where the scripture the victim was holding was all we could see. Next to that, none of us could tell that he was in fact turning around in that moment.
Objection!
If it is as the defense asserts, then her benevolence inside no longer makes sense. How do you intend to explain that?
Objection!
I don't need to explain anything, because it's just as you said, Prosecutor Satmari. Her benevolence inside don't make any sense because they contain a huge error. Such insolence. A huge error, you said? Do explain. The huge error is the number of people there. There's a third party in there. That makes sense, obviously. I believe this is what happened at the scene of the crime. The victim was raiding a sutra when suddenly he sensed someone behind him. He immediately looked back to see someone dressed as Lady Kira standing there. Wishing to see who it was, he approached the robed figure. That's when he was stabbed. This cannot be. Oh, but it can, and it is. The inside stating the accused stabbed the victim is wrong. And that is the real truth lying behind this testimony of the dead. Po. Kunga! Paul Kunga. Are you suggesting that there was someone else at the scene of the crime? Have I misunderstood? The voice of the Mitama yet again? This cannot be! Phew, that was a close one. But I managed to divine the true meaning behind the Sean's vision somehow. I should add these new facts to the record. Okay. Your benevolence, please allow me to take it from here. Will return the barrage accusation of this faithless, preacher-minded lawyer. Yes, I shall place my trust in you. Ooh, that's done. Are you sure about this, Prosecutor Satmari? My work as an international prosecutor has taken me to courtrooms around the world. And in that time, I have learned to perform last rites for souls in trials lacking a science. Yes, of course, forgive my ludicrous inquiry. Moreover, I have with me a forensics investigator from overseas. I will show you all the most magnificent last rites ever seen. Because she really does think highly of Emma and her forensics expertise. I'm impressed that he's come to understand their value. Then again, he is an international prosecutor who's solved through tough cases around the world. Time to hunker down, huh? Now then, let us continue with today's proceedings. Who to defense, please tell us who the third-party trust as Lady Kira was. Your new claim has negated the insights of the Royal Priestess, so I trust you have some evidence to support it, correct? Yes, of course. This third party must have really wanted to kill the High Priest. I might be able to identify who it was if I had evidence of their murderous intent. Well, we're ready, Mr. Wright. The blackmail. The blackmail.
Take that!
3 days before the purification rite, the victim received a warning letter from an unidentified individual. He did? Who was sent? It clearly meant to threaten the High Priest. The letter said, do not perform the rite. But the rite went on as scheduled. I believe that is why the High Priest was murdered. How do you suppose to send that letter? A person with so much need to hide, the rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira herself. Peace. I don't understand. Had heard the Lady Kira that has been in the news of late only hunted rebels. If so, why would she have killed the High Priest? Excellent question. Maybe it would help to think of it this way. What if the High Priest had secretly been a rebel? The High Priest, he couldn't possibly have been a rebel. The High Priest, a devout follower of Kuranism, a rebel? Do you even comprehend the blasphemy of which you speak? Well, do you? I too found it hard to believe at first. But as I continued my investigation, it started to become more and more plausible. The third party was the rebel hunting Lady Kira, and the High Priest was a rebel? Your mockery of Kuranism. No. Of the kingdom of Kurain itself knows no bounds. Oops. That shameless Paul Kunan lawyer is making a mockery of our religion. As a faithful Kuranist, I take issue with these claims. And I am loath to admit them into today's proceedings. I don't like where this is going. The defense claims are but vile blasphemy tantamount to spitting on the Holy Mother. Is it really that big of a deal, Maya? Abad in me was a distinguished monk and very well respected too, so yeah. Ugh, please don't let this turn into an international incident. But fear not, good people of Kurain. The rantings of this putrid-brained lawyer who seeks to sully the soul of the deceased shall come to no avail once I conclude these last rites. The prosecution's assertion that the accused killed the victim remains unchanged. But the victim was stabbed in his abdomen. How is it possible when he had his back turned towards Miss Faye? Someone else must have killed him.
Objection!
Are you sure about that? You may have invalidated the science, but do not let it go to your putrid head. The karmic flow of this trial is as yet still in my hands. How can he be so confident? Something has occurred to me, you see. And your allegiance of the third party are but a deluded fantasy. And I shall prove that by calling a new witness to the stand. A An eyewitness who will deliver a definitive answer that will dispel the defense's doubts. An eyewitness? Very well, let's call this eyewitness to the stand. Oh my god, it's the guy. He could be the killer himself? It's him again? Well now, he has to be the shaggiest witness I have ever laid eyes upon. Please state your name and occupation. Oh, I'm, you know, that so-and-so, whatchamacallit. Known emus to be TBD, please. That's what they've been calling me. Unknown? Anonymous! Anonymous? TBD, as in to be determined? Can you just tell us your real name? The witness has suffered a blow to the head, rendering him amnesia, therefore anonymous. I name him Anonymous to be determined in my report, but he thinks TBD is part of his name.
Objection!
Relating an amnesiac, testify. Amnesiac, have no fear, I have already questioned him at length. While it is true he had otherly forgotten his name and past, his memory of what he witnessed is still very much intact. Considering the depth of information, any new knowledge of may be of help. Therefore, I will permit his testimony now. Mr. Enormous, please tell us what you saw. That night I was up at the top of Mount Pony, the mountain next to the inner sanctum. I heard crowds, so I climbed up there to pray in peace. This guy could be the killer, man, I think. I said no, but since there was no one around, I used my binoculars to spy on the right at the inner sanctum. That's when I saw the accused stab the high priest with dagger. There's no way you saw Miss Face stab the victim with a dagger. I swear I don't know what he's talking about, or don't remember at any rate. Mount Pony, the beautiful mountain that is also known as the Little Sanctum. There's no way you could have seen. You must be talking about that smaller mountain from the poster. Mr. Emus, I was wondering, what can I do for ya? 3 or 4. The Little Sanctum lies at the high elevation where clouds and fog can obscure the view. Are you sure you were able to see what happened from the mountaintop next to it? Good point. His Majesty raised an excellent question. Well, Mr. Emus, on the day of the rite, there was a cloud in the sky. I had a perfect view. If you don't believe me, check the weather forecast in the paper that day. Nick, don't we have the newspaper for that day? Yeah, let's take a look. The rare instant will enjoy calm, clear skies. It doesn't say calm, clear skies, doesn't it? The warmer the temperature will make for excellent prayer. Weather be warned, however, that we'll see a cold front move in overnight. See, I told you so. Okay. Well, it would appear the witness has offered testimony worth hearing. Mr. Emus, I do have a question for you. Didn't he already question the witness? Well, that's what I'm here for, right? Shoot. How was the accused holding the dagger? Was she holding it underhanded, its blade protruding from the bottom of her hand? Yep, I believe she was. It's called a reverse grip. Ah, I thought as much.
Hold it!
Hold it right there. What bearing does that have in this case? Since your interruptions, you pitched-headed lawyer, do not see the significance in how the blade was held. Why don't you enlighten me, oh enlightened one? Where is Evie? Evie's dead! Evie's dead, Misty! I knew you were a fool. I can already picture you in your next life. Dead! Finally! Finally! Next life! Yeah, Evie's dead with Whooper. They're both dead. Yes, after you solved writs for centuries in the pits of hell. What? Yeah. You shall be reborn as a witness sea urchin with barbs limited to your posterior. Nani! You shall live a short, inconsequential life, only to be brutally devoured by a sea otter. Riot! That's a bit excessive. I simply asked what the dagger grip had to do with the case. Now pay attention. How the accused held their dagger is of vital importance. Which is information we can infer exactly what actions she took. How are you doing, Misty? How's the weekend so far? You were saying that the victim was killed while he had his back to the accused? Is that correct? Yes. As such, the accused's dagger crypt tells us something very important. Tyrant? My friend? I'm doing pretty okay. Pretty same. Pretty all same. The accused approached the victim from behind, swung her arms around him. What? And plunged the dagger deep into his abdomen using a reverse grip. Abdomen. Thus, Mr. Ihme's testimony clears up any doubts that might remain. And it coincides with her benevolence insight as well. This is a disaster. Interesting charge. I thought I blown those insights out of the water, but now they're back to haunt me. I'm in a country, somewhere. What is it called? Kurain. Some kind of place, you know. Very in the mountains. And they hate defense lawyers. And they're mostly known for praying 15 hours a day. Alright, something bothered me with the... There's no way, right? You could have spied. I got 2 HP left, but let's see. Yeah, it was shot during the right. There was just no way you could have seen. Just no way. Your Majesty, I had my doubts about this pushy parrot witness, but now I know we can trust him. This game looks weird. What the hell do you mean it looks weird? This is Elden Ring, man. What? You ain't just judging me solely on my audacious beard, are ya? Not at all, Mr. Ihmes. It's much more than your sketchy appearance. It's your sketchy testimony. Elden Ring looking funky. Is this Endgame? This is Endgame. Exact, for sure. Is testimony, you say? Yes, recall how the inner sanctum was that day. Specifically, that it was completely enclosed by the ritual curtain. Why, yes, I believe you're right. The curtain would have completely blocked the witness's view from the Mount Pony. Therefore, he could have possibly have seen the murder happen. Hoo-ha! Mr. Ihmes, have you been knowingly making false statements to this court? Aya got me. He's a liar! The witness will lower his voice. I didn't actually see the accused herself. You didn't actually see the accused herself? What's that supposed to mean? Let me set the record straight, I beg you. Beg ya? Okay, new statement he got, huh? Amended. I saw the shadowy silhouettes projected against the ritual curtain. The figures were created by the light of the full moon on that clear and still night. What? It was just a shadow, but I could tell it was the accused reverse gripping that dagger. Right. Shadows, that's what you saw? That's right, liar. I could see what was going on, but the shadows projected onto the ritual curtain. In the future, Mr. Ihmes, I would rather you offer up accurate testimony from the start. Forgive me, my main man, Mr. Magistrate, chalk it up to my fuzzy memory. Though he saw but shadows, it is still valuable testimony. You have to be kidding me. What are we going to do now, Nick? All I could think of is to look for inconsistencies between the actual right and what Mr. Ihmes say he saw. Now then, the defense may cross-examine the witness once more. Alright. Leave it to me. Full moon.
Hold it!
You claim to have seen shadow figures that were projected onto the ritual curtain. But did you really see them, Mr. Emes? Of course I did. The bright moonlight projected them onto that curtain clear as day. It was like watching a scene out of horror movie from my front row seat on Mount Pony Pony. I guess the moon does shine a bit brighter when you're way up there. Maya, do you recall how bright the moon was that night? Remember there weren't any clouds and that the moon was definitely out. But I remembered if it could cast any shadows. Okay, thanks. You can't deny that the moon was really bright, which means it's possible that it was bright enough to cause shadows to appear. Ha 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 ha. I remember it just like it happened. Oh, he remembers, huh? It was just shadow. Full moon, right? While President robes of Lady Kira, which have been purified with incense, takes to the right of water, which the President spring dresses Lady Kira, and the High Priest purifies the blah blah blah. The ceremony ends with the rite of fire, in which the priest got the sacred flames to purify her soul. The two of them devote themselves to prayer until the rite comes to a close 2 days later at noontime. I wonder.
Objection!
You saw Seal House projected by the moonlight? Sorry, but that's just not possible. What do you mean? How is that possible that it was totally possible? That's impossible. I think I'm gonna need a logical translation on that. Let's take a look at this rites guide, shall we, Mr. Himes? The rite is held when the moon is directly over the summit of Mount Pony Pony. If the moon was shining from the west, any shadows would have been cast eastward. But Mr. Emus was standing to the west of the inner sanctum on Mount Pony Pony. Oh, holy mother! That's right. A witness here couldn't have seen any shadow figures on that curtain. No. No way! He's the killer, man. He's the killer! Perhaps it was the sacred flames of the lanterns that cast the shadows he saw? I'm afraid not. I inspected them during my investigation, but the flames were too small to cast the crisp, distinct figures Mr. Emus claims to have seen. But I did see those in the Seal House, really. But how could he? Maybe he was someplace where they were visible? Wait, don't tell me. The Magistrate, if Mr. Emus really did see those shadows, it brings a brand new fact to light. And that would be... The brand new fact that comes to light if Mr. Emus really did see those shadows is... He was somewhere else. He wasn't where he claimed to be at the time of the murder. Oh, then where do you propose the witness was? Someplace where he could have seen the shadow figures naturally. Wait, you mean... None of the mountains east of the inner sanctum are close enough for a good view. That leaves only one place he could have clearly seen the shadows from. And where might that be? This is where Mr. Emus was at the time of the murder. The sanctum itself. Mr. Emus was at the inner sanctum just outside the curtain of the east side. On the east side, that's the only place from which he could have seen the shadowy figures. Yeah. Really? Wow, I didn't even think of that. But wasn't the inner sanctum off limits to all but the victim and the accused? And the third party who was there, you mean? I get the feeling that's a subject prosecutor Zatmadi would rather not touch right now. Oh, you mean... That's right. This witness was at the scene of the crime, which means he is the mysterious third party we saw during the divination seance. He could be the one who dressed as Lady Kira and killed the High Priest. What?
Objection!
No one but the two participants were allowed to anywhere near the inner sanctum. And the only way up there are the stairs that start down at the Palace of Devotion. So tell me, how do you propose the witness enter that sacred space? Oh, you must, haven't thought that far ahead. The sanctum has sheer cliffs on three sides and a steep, towering rock face on the other. No one could have made it there by climbing the faces of those cliffs. His Majesty speaks true. To say Mr. Himes was at such an inaccessible location is but a bit to tarnish his credibility. Is that right? Right, I wasn't at the Inner Sanctum. No sir, no how. At least I'm pretty sure I wasn't. Then what about those seal houses you claim to have seen? I'm starting to think I've been imagining things. What? This is insane. I knew we couldn't trust that lawyer. He's trying to frame the witness. Peace, I say. This is impossible. Unless I can show how he got to the Inner Sanctum, it just looks like I'm trying to slander Mr. Himes. I believe in Unique. Spoomba 5-5 Phoenix Wright. Just look at the accused. Has she no shame? What's your problem, lady? Phoenix Wright is very trustworthy, I'll have you know. She's got some nerves for a criminal. Bet that lawyer poisoned her mind. Please, Maya, you're only making it worse. I appreciate that vote of confidence, but it's probably best to keep it to yourself for now. I would advise the defense to think carefully before making any more sudden outbursts. Yes, your majesty. If I wasn't the bad guy before, I definitely am now. Now, Mr. Himes, I would like you to think back carefully before you testify next about where you were that night. Okay. Was there at the Inner Sanctum, I tell ya? That much I'm sure of, even with the fuzzy memory. Besides, it would have been impossible for to get there in the first place. Now it's not. Boy, you lawyers sure are scary. Because I have evidence. This might be impossible for him to get to the Inner Sanctum like he claims, but now I believe that deceased in trying to frame this innocent witness. Yeah, I'd like to see you explain how he got up there. Oh, I will. Don't worry. Mr. Wright, is it not time to end these cross-examinations? A moment of desperation leads to 100 million years of torment. It means that for each moment of a sinner spent struggling to deny their sins, 100 million years of torment are added to their time in hell. Quranism is the strictest religion ever. Just so you know, you have already accrued 200 million extra years. Plus the 500 million years they start with, that's 700. Sure, what's another 200 million, give it or take? Give or take? But it's a big deal to me. I can't keep saying that the witness was there at the Inner Sanctum if I can't prove it. The problem is, how am I going to do that? Easy, don't worry. Don't worry. Where is it? I wonder if I press first. I wonder if it really was impossible for you to get to the Inner Sanctum. Do you have something to say? Just say it. Couldn't there have been another way to get there? A way that wouldn't attract attention? No, there isn't. Which means there is. Perhaps the defense would share its theory with us. I don't even have a valid guess, let alone a theory though. Time to reach into my bag of bluffs. To reach the Inner Sanctum without attracting any attention, he fell from the sky. Maybe you fell from the sky? The lawyer thinks he's a comedian now. I was wondering what crazy theory you would propose next. Well, defense, let's hear it. Mr. Himes could have parachuted down. We already know the weather was clear and there was no wind to speak of. Perfect weather for skydiving, I'd say. Now that you have been backed into a corner, your delusions grow ever more delusional. The Inner Sanctum is on a tiny ledge upon a sheer cliff over 2,000 meters tall. One misstep and a skydiver would soon find themselves in the Twilight Realm. Yeah, I don't care how still the wind was, even I couldn't even have made that jump. Wait, what's that? What's this building on top of the sacred mountain? That is the Royal Penitentiary number 4. Alright, Princess Rafa mentioned there was a prison up there. How do you get your prisoners up there anyway? By helicopter, but only with authorization from the Minister of Justice. He's the only one who can approve flights that pass over this inner sanctum. Okay. Might I also add defense that no parachute or any other equipment necessary for skydiving have been found. Are you saying I flew down there by flapping my arms? I may be an incredible dude, but even I'm not capable of that. Well, please add that statement to your testimony, Mr. Ihmes. Alright, I think... this one.
Objection!
Yeah, I got you. Mr. Ihmes is right. You could have skydived down there without any gear. Well, now finally come around, have ya? And now you see that I couldn't have possibly been there at the inner sanctum. Right. If you didn't have any gear, that is. What on earth are you talking about? That overreaction is a dead giveaway that I'm on the right track. Take a look at this piece of evidence. Those are prayer flags, are they not? Yes, but they have been sewn together to create one big banner. A banner that could also function like a parachute. Paul Kunga. The people of Kurain are so used to seeing prayer flags that the police didn't even think twice about these flags during the investigation. No, this cannot be. The witness landed at the inner sanctum by using these prayer flags as a parachute. Is that not right, Mr. Ihmes? There's no way out. I'm surrounded. Mr. Ihmes? All these talks jog my memory. I guess I was there at the inner sanctum after all. Yeah, I know who this guy is, man. This guy is the, you know, the wanted guy. This guy. $3 million. I mean, Damas. And a firm paratrooper for Rainland. I suspected there were 3 people there at that night. You did it, Nick. You weren't wrong after all. Thanks. Mr. Ihmes, you were the one disguised as Lady Kira that night, weren't you? What? No way, no how. It's like this. Oh yeah. I was only there at that inner sanctum by accident. Exactly. And that thing's not a parachute, it's a homemade paraglider. A paraglider? Are you telling me you could fly using that patchwork mess of material? It may not look like much, but it's as sturdy as can be. I rode the wind like an eagle, going higher and higher from my earthly launching point. But then something happened that forced me to land at the inner sanctum. You just happened to land there? You expect me to believe that? Now, please come, Mr. Wright. However, the fact that the witness was at the inner sanctum is crucial testimony indeed, and it certainly warrants further explication. Therefore, let's continue with more testimony. Okay. That evening, I was enjoying the trek through the night sky with my homemade paraglider, but just as Mount Pony was drawing near, something terrible happened. An accident forced me to make an emergency landing at the inner sanctum. As I landed, I banged my head, causing me to lose my memory. So you see, I ended up at the inner sanctum purely by accident. Mr. Ihmes, you failed to mention any of this during your pre-trial questioning. Can't be helped. Can't be helped. I mean, I'm just remembering it now. Continue such a slipshod testimony, and you will be cast into the hell of hangnails, where you should have hangnails grown and ripped out for 800 million years. I think I'll pass on that. Looks like that caught Prosecutor Sanmari off guard. This is my chance to rip his case to shreds. Okay, let's see here. What kind of accident?
Hold it!
What kind of accident you had? Yeah. Good question. Now what is the wind? Oh yeah, it was the wind. And then, not steady wind, but a sudden gale force wind made me lose control. The wind was strong enough to make you lose control. He lying there. Yeah, got that right. Okay then, please add that to a testimony. He lied, he lied, he lied. Where is it?
Objection!
This one, man. What a lawyer. We have a saying in my country, Mr. Himes. One lie begets another. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? It means someone caught lying will lie again in an attempt to conceal their first lie. In other words, this current testimony is just a plain lie you're telling to cover your tracks. What did you just say? You claim a gale force wind caused you to lose control, but in this newspaper has the weather report for the day of the murder. It says, there are areas around the inner sanctum will enjoy calm and clear skies today. Why? I do believe it does say that. One lie begets another. That makes sense, but is it really saying back home? I never heard of it. Yeah, I kind of made that one up. For real? The magistrate, the witness testimony contains another flaw, one that's even more fatal to his cause. More fatal, you say? The defense will explain himself at once. Mr. Himes claims he was flying up around the inner sanctum with his paraglider. It wouldn't have been impossible to get all the way up there without any wind. Why, yes, I believe you're right. But we know the witness was at the inner sanctum, so... Mr. Himes, how did you get there? And from where? Without any wind, he couldn't have flown up there from the bottom of the mountain. By process of elimination, the only starting point that makes any sense is... Your Majesty, I believe I have the answer to your question. To reach the inner sanctum, Mr. Himes must have launched himself from here.
Take that!
Hooah! Are you insane? That's where he came from? If he couldn't have come from below, the only other option is from above. So you see? Anonymous came down from Royal Penitentiary number 4. From there, he could have easily reached the inner sanctum by parachute. And that means he might have also killed the High Priest. What? Mr. Himes, were you the third party at the inner sanctum? And the one behind the warning to hold the right that the victim received? Was it you we saw in his final memory? Are you the rebel hunter, Lady Kira? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, sir, help me out here. You did it! You finally left him speechless. Oh, come on, Mr. Prosecutor, man. Quiet, you fool. You should use this time to prepare yourself for what is to come. For a fate far worse than a hangnail hell awaits you now. Well done, defense. I must concede this point to you. The witness did in fact descend to the inner sanctum from Royal Penitentiary number 4. Huh? He didn't even put up a fight this time. It's awfully generous of him. But if you are as perspective as you seem, then surely you have already figured out the riddle. The riddle of Anonymous' true identity. Oh, his true identity? Not sure I know quite yet, but I guess I'll have to answer with something. It would seem I am the only one who's still in the dark here. Would the defense care to enlighten me? Who is this man we've been calling Anonymous? The witness to the true identity is... Is this really him? Only now do you realize the truth. Well, please do share with us your belated insight. What's wrong, Nick? Just say it. Because this isn't going to be very helpful to our case. Really? Are you sure? Unfortunately, I've got no other choice. That scruffy beard and the shaggy mane completely threw me off. But it's all becoming clear now. The nighttime base jump from the mountaintop prison, the precision landing at the inner sanctum using only a homemade parachute. Only a paratrooper, or more precisely, a former paratrooper could have pulled that off. This witness is that Arbal, prison escapee and key member of the Dirk Rebel group. What? Dirks? The witness is an escaped prisoner? Precisely, the police have been scouring every corner of the city to no avail. Meanwhile, here he was under our noses the entire time. Don't you think anyone would see through my clever disguise? But the witness Jared is not all that has been shattered. Is it? Defense? Boy, do I hate this guy. Please recall the defense's own words. From the right. You claim that the real killer was the rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira. Yeah, what's your point? One of the witnesses' true identity. Oh no. He's a rebel and escaped prisoner. Could not possibly have been Lady Kira, mortal enemy of the rebels. Now, perhaps the witness will enlighten us to the truth. After all, he has yet to refute any of this. You got me? I'm the razor-sharp fangs of the Defiant Dragons. That's our ball. That's our ball. That's our ball. Dad, when did you get your memory back? Oh, around the time you guys were talking about there being no wind. Well, you gotta give me credit for making up all that testimony off the top of my head. Are you prepared to tell us the truth now? Well, it's true I parachuted down to the inner sanctum, where I banged my head on impact and ended up unconscious outside the ritual curtain. In short, all of my eyewitness testimony was a big fat lie. Big fat lie? Oh, by the way, long time no see, UT. Wait, they know each other? Your Majesty? This filthy rebel belongs to in a jail cell. Oh yes, of course. Bailiff, seize him at once. Seems you really have forgotten the will of the dragon, huh, UT? But I haven't, and no doubts of the Garan regime are gonna lay a finger on me. Alley-oop! Deploy all available resources. I want all units placed on high alert. Well, shit. The escaped prisoner escaped again. The police force has been placed on high alert. He will be caught before long. An escaped prisoner who's escaped the law again after giving a ton of false testimony. Talk about a troublemaker. He really pulled a number on all of us. What was the point of all that anyway? Well, I can't help but feel that entire episode was an enormous waste of time. Your Majesty, perhaps it was not as great of a waste as you might believe. What makes you say that, Prosecutor Satmari? That's Arbal dropped something as he made his escape from these halls. Oh, that scrap of paper looks awfully familiar. This appears to be direct orders from Dirk. From Dirk, the rebel leader? Oh, but we only have a small corner of it. Wait, I remember now. Your Majesty, I've seen that scrap of paper before. You have? This one.
Take that!
And this is... I found it at the scene of the crime. It appears to be a copy of the order that Mr. Arbal dropped. If you put the two together, we should be able to read what the order says. Oh my, and just what does it say, Mr. Wright? I can read Kuranese. Prosecutor Satmari, if you please. The ignorant lawyer has not bothered to learn our language. Very well then. I do not understand. Well, what does it say? Using the lamplight as a landmark, he was to parachute down to the inner sanctum. Upon the right's completion, he was to don Lady Kira's robes and make his escape. What? That is how he was to escape from prison? So if I were to assume that Mr. Arbal was the one who killed the High Priest, then maybe it was because Abbot Inni tried to thwart his escape plan. Oh, foul lawyer. I'm afraid that is simply ludicrous. But I didn't say anything. Did he just read my mind? I know how your pre-treat mind works. Unfortunately for you, however, now that the rebel's escape plan has been revealed, it is clear that Arbal is not the High Priest killer. High Priest's killer? How can you be so sure? If only you would use that putrid brain of yours every once in a while. That Arbal plan could not have worked without the help of a certain individual. What do you mean? I am speaking of Abbot Inni, of course. Had that Arbal simply donned Lady Kira's robes and made his escape alone, he would have been far too conspicuous. But were he by the head priest's side? The faithful citizens brained in the plaza would have had no cause to suspect anything. It is therefore unthinkable that Arbal was the High Priest's killer. So then, you're saying the High Priest was a... Oh, I cannot bear to say it. I'm afraid it is so. He numbered among the rebels who threatened our kingdom. How could this be? The High Priest? A rebel? There must be some kind of mistake. Sakura! There you go, and move on. Accept the truth, it is the only way. And that goes double for you, defense. Cease your futile battle now. And why should I? Because I will now put the final nail in the coffin of the accused. Now that we have eliminated that Arbal from our list of suspects, there's only one person that still remains the accused, Maya Fey. Hold it right there. Aren't you forgetting something important? Something important? Please do explain, defense. You can't end this trial without looking into the third party. Talking about the true identity of the Lady Kira we saw in the Seon's vision. If that wasn't that Arbal, then who was it?
Objection!
That matter has already been resolved. It has? What's he talking about? Just as I have maintained from the start, there was no third party in the Seon's vision.
Objection!
But there was another Lady Kira there besides Maya Fey. We all saw her. What the? I can't do my finger point. Ninjutsu! Ha! Yo! It is time to let it go and move on. Your fate has already been sealed, much like your arm. This hardly seems fair. It is quite simple once you consider where the victim and the accused were at the time. If the victim was near the spring with his back to the accused, what would he see ahead? Besides the water itself, there is nothing but the Warbot statue. Precisely, the Lady Kira we saw in the Seons is the Warbot statue draped in her sacred robes. No way! The accused wanted the false Lady Kira to appear in the Seon's vision before she came from behind and stabbed the victim with the dagger in reverse grip. Why would the accused want to do something like that, like create a false Lady Kira? Show it to the victim as he was being slain. For what reason would the accused have to fool the victim she was about to kill? It was not the victim she was trying to fool. It was this very court itself. Come again? Suspicion would not fall on the accused if it looked as if another Lady Kira was there. And the defense was foolish enough to fall for it and claim it was a third party in disguise. Are you saying... I am? It was all a cleverly wicked scheme perpetrated by the accused. A scheme in which she sought to use the Seon's vision to mislead us. Objection? This can't be happening. What a face you are making, defense. I'm surprised you are taking this so hard. After all, did I not clearly state a while back that you were chasing after a naught but a deluded fantasy? You're telling me he knew this is how it would turn out all the way back then? And that he was just waiting for the most effective moment to spring it on me? Do you understand now? I have had you guys in the palm of my hand this entire time. It can't be. It's an outrage. You took our royal priestess's sacred divination Seons, used to commit this most foul and despicable murder? No, I did not nothing of sort. Maya. Nick, it's not true. I didn't.
Objection!
Since this ugly display, your fate is sealed now that the facts have been exposed. Your Majesty, the time has come to convict this criminal with who only seeks to taint this sacred hall. Indeed, it seems this trial is over.
Hold it!
Does the defense wish to offer up yet another counter-argument or something? The accused is not the killer. And here's why. Now what do? I've got nothing. It would appear that the defense has run out of arguments to make. I thought for sure that Rebel was the killer. The only person with a possible motive that one trusts as Lady Kira has vanished. I've got nothing to use against the prosecutor Satmari's argument. Damn it, I can't lose now, not like this. Very well then, I shall now render my verdict. Wait! Please wait, I'm begging you. It is time to let it go and move on. This trial needs not to be thrown out any longer. The defense has failed to counter the charge filed by the prosecution. In accordance with the law, I invoke the Defense Culpability Act against the defense. Now then. This court finds the accused Maya Fey and the defense, Phoenix Wright, guilty! Ripperino! Your Majesty, please forgive the interruption, but... Oh. What is the meaning of this? A body has been found in the Plaza of Devotion, Your Majesty. What's this? Body? What happened now? And we found this sticking out of the victim. Why, that's Lady Kira's Warbot dagger. Lady Kira? She has returned from the Twilight Realm once more. She has come to defeat the rebels. Peace! Well, it would seem the dagger that was once lost has now been found. I have one more thing to report, Prosecutor Satmari. Yes? This dagger... it bears the fingerprints of Maya Fey on it. What? Oh my god. What? Why would Maya's prints be on it? I cannot believe it yet, it must be true. Is something the matter, Prosecutor Satmari? This trial has run its course and the accused's guilt has been firmly established. However, it would seem the defense was right about one thing. I was? You claimed that the murder at the Inner Sanctum had been carried out by the rebel hunter masquerading as a Lady Kira. I did say something to that effect, but wait. Prosecutor Satmari, are you suggesting what I think you are? I believe the true identity of the rebel hunter who has been masquerading as Lady Kira is none other than the accused Miss Maya Fey. I realized how shocking this must seem. Looking back, however, I now realize there was much that pointed to this fact. The red-blooded Lady Kira was first sighted about 2 years ago, and the accused first came to our kingdom 2 years ago as well. Why, the timing matches perfectly. But there's more. That warning letter was found in the High Priestess' bedroom 3 days before the rite. Despite his house being locked up tightly at night. How does that prove anything? It's difficult to believe an intruder could have found a way to enter such a secret house. However, the accused was known for to come and go freely there, mainly to prepare for the purification rite. The accused could have easily left the house unlocked for herself without anyone noticing. It's very clear to about Amy only someone capable of entering the priest's home could have delivered it. We assume that the accused was Lady Kira. That more than established her motive for killing the high priest. Yes, the victim was secretly an insurgent bent on helping Dad's Arbal escape after all. Precisely that made him a target of Lady Kira's wrath. And after killing the high priest, she then unleashed her divine justice on another rebel. So it seems the scope of this case has expanded. We now have 2 murders perpetrated by Miss Maya Fey, masquerading as Lady Kira. Ripperino! If Miss Fey is indeed a serial killer, it would affect the severity of her punishment. In light of this, I believe this second murder must be investigated before we can proceed. As you wish, you are Magistrate. Maya Fey, I hereby charge you with this second murder. May you defiled soul feel the weight of your sins. A new murder charge on top of guilty verdict. Seems the defense will live to see one more day. Talk about hanging on by a thread. Come tomorrow, a far more terrible punishment awaits you. I hereby suspend these proceedings so that the second murder may be investigated. Until the conclusion of this new investigation, this court is adjourned. What a mess. Big ass mess. What do I do now? I can't believe Maya and I were actually found guilty. We have a bathroom break though. Mr. Wright! Albie, I saw the whole trial. What's going to happen to Miss Maya now? I'm worried about that too. But right now... Right now, I need to focus on the next trial. The murder of Acolyte Zealot, right? At least the jury's still out on that one, so to speak. Acolyte Zealot? Two murders are most likely connected. If I can get to the bottom of the Acolyte Zealot's murder, it might give me the ammunition I need to overturn my guilty verdict. Let me help you investigate. I want to assist you any way I can. I appreciate it, Albie, but we're talking about a murder. Yeah, but it's going to be hard for a foreigner to investigate this on his own. You have the point there. I wish I knew what to do. Huh? Isn't that your benevolence? Princess Rafa? Oh, it is you again. The definite lawyer walking guilty of committing a murder under the Defense Culpability Act. See, she hasn't lost any of her charm. Choco bro! Choco bo! Choco bo. 11 hours altogether? 11 hours. What a long face. Why not? That's a lot of hours. Where's the 69? I need at least 69 hours, Misty. I thought you'd be glad I was found guilty under the DC Act. I am in no mood to take joy in your suffering. For I was unable to defeat you. And I need 70,000 more points to redeem VIP. 70,000! For myself. I fell in my sacred duty as the royal priestess. 70k! That's a lot of points you need to get. I guess that's answer my questions. Easy? 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 Easy. Easy. Have I misunderstood the voice of the Mitama? Yes. Oh yeah. I wasted my points back in the day. Did you know? Did you know? So you got 30k. You should use the 30k on an ad time only. 3 minutes of ads. All I did was defend my client. No, 9 minutes. I can't bear to see her looking so sad like this, though. You benevolence. You benevolence. Oh, barbed head. I thought you had already begun your journey to Twilight Realm. I'm not dead yet. I still have an investigation to do for tomorrow's trial. What's this? Do you mean to say you have not given up yet? That's right. I'm going to prove Maya innocent tomorrow. But why? You came in when I played FF10? Oh, FF10? So 2 years ago, right? 2 years ago? Has it been? Yeah, 2 years. Yeah, that's been 2 years. FF10 back then. Why do you refuse to give up? I cannot fathom such obstinacy. Investigate all you want, I care not. You really don't mind? Llama, but aren't you worried about that lawyer backed into a corner by the DC Act? I thought you said that to me. No, why do you refuse to give up? Why do you refuse to give up? Why do something desperate like forge evidence? What this? If left unsupervised, I'd be free to do whatever I wanted, you know. Yeah, okay, now to see if she takes the bait. Yes, I see your point. Barbed head. Yes. I know what happened yesterday. You perpetrated some sort of fraud or other mistake while I was not watching. Huh? That explains why I misunderstood the voice of the High Priest. So, yeah, Misty, why do you refuse to give up, Misty? Why? Just give up. But yes, of course, that is the only explanation. Sorry. Just give up. Surrender. Surrender! I was just trying to cheer her up, but now she thinks even less of me. I must not allow you to sully our sacred hall of justice with your misdeeds ever again. Surrenders? Good. Now accept your fate to the Shadow Realm. Therefore, today I will be monitoring you every move once more. I will not fail to spot your misdeeds this time. The moment I see anything out of the ordinary, I will send you straight to prison. You boy, do not throw your lot in with this foreign devil. What? Your benevolence? It's okay, Albie. You don't need to worry about me. I'll be back before you know it. But first, I should probably lighten my load a bit. I mean, would you mind holding on to some evidence for me? Of course not. I'm always glad to help. May the Holy Mother's blessing to be upon you. Now then, the scene of the crime is the logical place to start. If I recall, the body was found at the Plaza of Devotion. Plaza of Devotion. Looks like the police already finished their investigation. To think someone would be killed here, a place devoted to a prayer. A body outlined in flowers. Did someone leave them here in memory of the deceased? And there's something different about the prayer flags today. As the high priest's disciple, Acolyte Zealot was utterly devoted to his training. First the high priest and now his devoted disciple. Maya will pay for this. As I keep trying to tell you, Maya has nothing to do with any of this. And you can prove this? How? What do you think I'm doing here? Gathering the earth and dust for the trial? You and your smart mouth. This is precisely why you and your lawyerly ilk are so reviled. Hey, Mr. Wright. Emma! It's that detective from your country again. Yep, it's the princess. You seem displeased that I am here. Oh, no, don't be silly. Mr. Wright, I'm so sorry about what happened to Maya. It's not your fault, Emma. You were just doing your job. And if I had just done mine, it's alright. It's no use crying over spilled milk. Would you mind telling me what you know about the murder? It's do or die in court tomorrow, and I mean that literally. Gladly, I'll help you in any way. I'll help you in any way I can. Remember, I have my eyes on the both of you, so see to it that you commit no misdeeds. Of course not. You're talking to a professional here. The incident. Let's see, how about starting with an overview of what happened? Sure. The victim is Pure Zealot. He was the high priest's disciple. Pure. Pure. His body was discovered around noon today, right after the rite wrapped up. So during their high priest's murder trial. That's right. Apparently he had been here praying since the day before the rite even started. Talk about serious devotion. Yeah, I barely lasted a few minutes. This is a picture of Mr. Zealot's body. Damn! The dagger in his upper back looks like it would have been practically painful. Is that a tattoo on the back of his neck? It's peach shape. Peach shape. Everyone started leaving when the brain was finally done. The victim remained bent over in prayer, and when they went over to check on him, they discovered that he was dead, right? Okay. Yes, the estimated time of death is May 9th, sometime between the start of the rite and the discovery of the high priest's body. In other words, we believe the crime took place during the purification rite. The murder weapon was the same ceremonial dagger that killed the high priest. The prosecution believes Maya came down the stairs after killing the high priest and then stabbed Mr. Zealot with the same dagger. Circumstantial evidence does point to Maya, but what about the cause of death? Apparently died instantly from the dagger that was left thrust into his upper back. Yes, the autopsy report. There was spinal cord injury from being stabbed in the upper back. Okay. Estimate time of death, you say? How can you know such a thing? I want to know. Well, Bobcat, out with it. Oh, so the princess of the spirit medium kingdom is interested in forensic science? I have no interest in science, forensics or otherwise. Nevertheless, I will someday be queen. As such, it would be wise to know what silly things the common folk believe in. I think there's nothing silly about it. I'll have you know, even prosecutor Satmari holds forensics in high regard. Does he? Perhaps I should not underestimate the power of science. Still, I suppose it is nothing much compared to the divination Sion's. She really doesn't have an honorable bone in her body. Emma, I think she is actually interested. Would you mind explaining it to her? I guess I have to now. Okay, there are many ways to estimate the time of death. The most well-known method uses the change in body temperature. Interesting. When the temperature drops at a steady rate from the moment a person dies, that means we can tell how long someone's been dead by measuring their temperature. I see. That was quite enlightening. Warped head, present your forehead now. What? Why? You feel just a little over 95 degrees. It seems you are not dead yet. Of course I'm not. Just but a jest. After all, you're still the dead lawyer walking. I fail to see the humor in any of this. Are there any witnesses? With so many people are here at the plaza, you'd think somebody would have seen something. You think so, wouldn't you? But we haven't found a single witness. How's that even possible? Because everyone was spent over utterly devoted to a prayer naturally. Alright, the back-shattering pose that nearly killed me. Still, you'd think someone would have noticed something. I thought so too, but with the monk's scarf he had on, no one could see the dagger in his upper back. Plus, everyone was so absorbed in prayer that they didn't see or hear anything. I can't believe this. What you choose to believe is your choice, but the fact remains there were no witnesses. However, there is one piece of irrefutable evidence. The dagger. Certainly, yes. Could you tell me about the mirror weapon? The killer used the Warba dagger, the legendary weapon of the Lady Kira, was discovered impaled in the victim's upper back. The accused fingerprints were found on the dagger, were they not? Yes, they were. Okay. With such irrefutable evidence, there's no questioning the accused guilt. Not so fast, what about the motive? Maya had no reason to kill Acolyte Zealot. What do the police think about this matter? Maya had no reason to kill Acolyte Zealot. So you say, but let's now hear what the police think about the matter. Police believe Maya is the Lady Kira Vicar who has been battling the rebels. And since Mr. Zealot was the disciple of the High Priest who turned out to be a rebel, he too was likely a rebel, and therefore met the same untimely demise as his teacher. Yes, that is how the police currently view this crime. There's no way Maya is that Lady Kira vigilante. I agree on that on a personal level, but the police are just going with what today's trial is concluded. I really play with in court today. Okay, we examine. So these flowers were left here in the memory of Acolyte Zealot. What are they called? They are known as the Nahmanda, and they are given to express sorrow when a life is lost. Seems offering flowers in memory of the dead is a universal practice. Okay. Something... This prayer flag looks much nearer than the rest. Your benevolence, what does it say here? The dearest wishes of our subjects are written upon these prayer flags. Reading the prayers of others is considered rude. If you must know, it says at the usual spot, bring grub, the key to. That is one of the more direct and practically prayers I have ever seen. I wonder if it's even a prayer. Okay. Acolyte Zealot died bent over in prayer. There's no trace of blood on the ground though. The fact that there's no solid or bleeding could mean it was a single stab to the vital point. Not that it would have been very difficult considering the position he was in. I think I would witness a lawyer being allowed to pass through this sacred gate. Yeah, but I wouldn't unless I had to. Those stairs were brutal to climb. Stace, do you even know how many monks would give their lives to pass through that gate? Be thankful for the great honor you have been afforded. What? Kurtzila was killed in the prayer pose with his head bent over like that. The last thing he saw must have been this rock. It is a prayer rock woven by devout monks. May the Holy Mother's blessing be upon his departed soul. Strange that there are no bloodstains though. Perhaps it was so cold that his blood froze, or perhaps it was absorbed by his vestment. It's pretty cold, maybe the blood really did just freeze inside his body. Okay, the message on the prayer flag seems a little weird, but I think I've seen everything there is to see around here. You have not found or heard anything of the particular word. Are you ready to give up? No, I'm not calling it quits yet. Does it look like you have any hope of winning, Mr. Wright? Emma, I can't really say at this point. All I know is I have to keep investigating. What are you two sneaks up to? I would advise you to get back to work if you are done here, detective. Otherwise, I will report you to Prosecutor Saad Mahdi for the dereliction of duty. I'm going. Well, see you later, Mr. Wright, and good luck. I should really pay a visit to everyone and every place connected with this case. Okay. Hello, I'm sorry to bother you again, but... Oh, it's you? Bob Ted. You are not contemplating casting suspicion upon Lady Philippe, are you? Philippe? She lost her beloved husband and now Akrat Zilat, who was like a son to her. Of course I'm not. But since she was close to both victims, I wanted to hear what she has to say. Very well. And then there's the fact that Lady Kira didn't attack Mrs. Inmi. That probably means she isn't a rebel. Is this a poor puree? Well, I'm sorry, but I don't think I can talk about that right now. What about Maya? She's innocent. Maya? I heard she was found guilty. Where's my dear husband and now puree? Mrs. Inmi, you don't really believe that Maya is the killer, do you? I don't know. But that was the verdict, so what else can I believe? What am I to do? The verdict was already reached in your husband's case. But the truth of the matter is yet to be found. How can you be so sure? Because I believe that Maya is innocent. That is all I have right now. My faith in her. So please, help me understand what happened. So you're defending her based solely on faith? Even though you'll be punished for abetting the accused? That's right. Alright then. Your faith has moved me. I will tell you what I can. Are you sure about this, Lady Philippe? My lovely wife is also a devout follower of Quranism. As such, she is not one to make a light of another's faith. But if I find that you have lied about your faith in Maya face innocent, I shall curse your entire family and all your disciples for the next 8 generations. Hey, leave Athena and Apollo alone, buddy. How did Akrat Zilat end up living here as your husband's disciple? About 2 years ago, while my husband was at a spiritual retreat in the mountains, he came across Puree collapsed on the ground. That's when he brought him here. We always want to help those in need, weren't you, dear? And he'd been living here ever since. About 2 years ago, that's around the same time Maya arrived in Purain. Yes, he was born in a poor village and had nowhere to go home. My husband felt pity for the boy, so he took him as his disciple. Not only as his disciple, he was like a member of our family too. I see. If this is where Akrat Zilat lived, there might be something I could learn about him lying around here. Okay, there's a new picture, you know, right there. One of the high priest is wife Akrat Zilat and Maya. Since Maya's in it, must have been taken the day before the ride. I should ask Mrs. Imi about it. I think that this would be their final family photo. That no good Maya Fey has some nerve. I mean, here she is posing with the 2 men whom she would soon kill. Beg to differ, I see this photo as a proof that she didn't kill them. That smile of hers does not fool me. I sense a deep and abiding malice behind it. I'll prove Maya's smile is the real deal. Do I probably present to her? Can I ask you about this photo? It was taken during the Feast of Blessing, the day before the rite was held. The Feast of Blessings. Would you mind telling me a little more about it? Day before? This photo was taken during the Feast of Blessings. The Feast of Blessings. Yes, it is forbidden to eat during the days of the rite, so the day before it's performed, you enjoy dishes full of ginjil? Ginjil. An herb known as to strengthen body and mind. Ginjil. You love the ginjil-based dishes that I made, didn't you, dear? Ginger. Ginjil. I heard you can go 3 days without sleeping after eating some. Yes, but many foreigners don't care for it because of its strong smell. Our customs say that these dishes can only be eaten by the day before the purification rite. Only between noon and 3 p.m. It's pretty specific. It's because the smell is too strong. A very good guess indeed. It is to ensure the smell is gone by the time Lady Kira is welcomed the next day. Wow, is it really that strong? Come to think of it, the very evening before the murder, an overwhelming odor was all over town. It was like a cross between garlic and mint. After the Feast of Blessings, Puree went over to the palace to begin his supplication. Never thought that would be the last time I would see him. What was Maya doing at the time? Shortly after Puree left, she went to the temple to prepare for the rite. I don't know what she did after that. Let's wait, it's customer to before doing the feast, which starts at noon on the day before the rite and must be finished by 3 p.m. the same day. So I could see that went out to pray the afternoon before the rite, according to a newspaper. On the day before the rite, the plaza was so cold the whole place had ice over. Puree always prayed a lot, far more than anyone I have ever known. He was a devout young man whose faith was twice as strong as others. I don't know why, but that's kind of intimidating to me. I thought I have made some progress by now, but I haven't come across any particularly insightful information even here. You seem disappointed, Miss Immi. Is there anything else you could tell me? Forgive me, but if I keep thinking about those two any longer... Warped Head? Yes, I understand. Thank you for your help. I'm sorry to have troubled you. We have paid a visit to all of the people and places connected with this case. I think it is about time you prepared yourself for the inevitable. Inevitable, don't you? Where should I go next? Center? Maya sure looks tired. I'm so sorry, Maya. I failed to defend you during that trial earlier today. I'm sorry too. I never meant to get caught up in this whole mess. Even worse, I got you caught up in it too, and you were convicted under that stupid law. Nick, you should really withdraw from this case. Maybe they'll even commute your sentence if you do. I could never abandon you like that. You might not believe me, but I'm going to pull off a win somehow. It's not like I don't believe in you, it's just... Don't worry, maybe this extra day in court is a blessing for the Holy Mother. Let's use it to our advantage. We'll turn this trial inside out and upside down, you'll see. Okay. You're awfully quiet, Your Benevolence. It is only a matter of time until your executions are carried out. I simply thought I would allow you to a good talk before you depart from this world. Sorry, but we're not giving up yet, and we won't till the bitter end. There is no need to put on a brave face. Your fates were sealed with today's verdict. Worry not of Maya Fey. The Twilight Realm will cleanse the taint from the neophyte practitioner's soul. Then perhaps the Holy Mother may finally forgive her. Wait. Was that her attempt of comforting me? Warped Head, further resistance shall come to naught. Stop your desperate struggle, accept the judgment that has been passed upon you. He obviously doesn't know me very well. Then perhaps your sentence will be commuted and... Hold it right there, Your Benevolence. Why do you always have to be like that? Maya, what are you... What is the matter? I was simply showing some mercy upon your souls. Nick here is risking his life to defend me. And that is why I told you it will come to no. No, it won't. Nick is just doing what lawyers are supposed to do. He's defending his client, no matter what. Enough! There's no place for lawyers in the Hall of Justice. For we have the divination seance. But your insights were wrong. Oh boy, that's gonna hurt. Don't you get it? Errors are bound to happen if your insights are accepted without question. So I ask you, Royal Priestess, what is your true duty? Do the victim's soul or the Holy Mother herself wish you to judge people in error? Oh, you dare bring Her Holiness' name in this? You know nothing, you phony baloney! Release you two, enough already. Sorry, Nick. I got a little carried away. That's not really like me, huh? Now I should be thanking you, Maya. It's good to have you in my corner. How dare you mock me so? You will not get away with this. I was a fool to show you compassion, and to think I could convince you to accept your fate. So struggle all you want in the Hall of Justice tomorrow. You will receive your just desserts as the scorn of your kingdom is heaped upon you. I can see the straight through that contorted smile on your face, you know. She may say these terrible things, but it's just the way she was raised, I guess. Could you try to remember what happened one more time? I've been trying as hard as I can, but I can't remember anything from the middle of the right onward. Oh right, you suddenly felt sleepy and everything after that's a plan. Even so, I didn't kill anyone, and I'm not the one going around dressed like Lady Kira. Although it's kind of cool to think there's a mysterious female vigilante out there. Right. Are you close to the Acolyte Zealot? We met several times during these meetings about the rite, but I didn't know him very well. He seemed pretty quiet. Didn't you eat chicken the day before the rite? Yeah, we ate this one super stinky dish, but it was actually really good. Wasn't sure I like it, but it was a love at first bite. Like, you know, the salty noodles at Eldune's Noodles. It's like if you added garlic and herbs to that and then let it simmer for a really long time. Sounds more like a hot pot than ramen to me at that point. Now I miss the ramen too. So what was Acolyte Zealot like while you were there eating? Seems to be enjoying the food, but as soon as we were done, he left to go pray. What did you do? Oh, I returned to the temple to prepare for the rite. That coincides with Mrs. Imi's description of the events. Any idea who might be pretending to be Lady Kira? When the rite started, it was just me and but the Sean's vision showed a third figure who looked like Lady Kira. I know. Lady Kira, I wish I could have seen her in the flesh. Yeah, let's stay focused on the case, shall we? It's supposed to have been impossible for a third party to enter the inner sanctum. But what if she came from the sky? You know, like that pushy bearded paratrooper. That mountain would have been no match for Lady Kira's wings. It's from the Plum Punisher TV show, right? How did you know? Because the real Lady Kira doesn't have wings. Oh, I've got it this time. It must be a secret room with a secret door at the inner sanctum. Did you know there are 88 secret Plum Punisher bases here in Khura'in? Can you please stop talking about Plum Punisher show for a sec, Maya? I guess so. Keeping it real is much harder than it looks. Well, I should get going now. Sorry I wasn't any help. Don't worry, I've got this. There'll be the charges tomorrow and be on the first plane back home before you know it. Then we'll go grab dinner at Eldune's or your favorite burger joint. You pick. Sounds good. I think I'll get the extra large Hamburg steak topping on my salty bao, best of both worlds. You can have whatever you like, but first I have to beat the charges. Oh, almost forgot. What is it? I have a favor to ask. Okay, but why are we whispering? I forgot I left something at the High Priestess' house. It's super important. Would you mind getting and holding onto it for me? Sure, so what's this super important thing? In my bag, you'll find a falling book. It's only given to the priestess who performs the rite. It's called the Tome of Secrets. That's so important. How could you leave something like that just lying around? That explains all the whispering. If Rafer found out, all the heck would break loose. Look, it's got Lady Kira's real name written in it, so... Oops, don't tell anyone I told you that. In fact, just forget I said anything at all. It's supposed to be a secret. Some secrets contain secrets? Imagine that. What are you two whispering about? Oh, I'm not nothing. It's just she forgot something, so I told her I'd go get it. I'd go get it. You are up to something. I just know it. Thanks. I'm counting on you. Okay, so we're gonna go back to... Hello? Anybody home? No answer. Mrs. Inmi is probably out right now. But I'll just get what I came for. I'm watching you like a warbot, barbed head. You had better not steal anything. Would never do something like that. I'm just here to get what Maya asked for. Then get on with it. I would if you stop interrupting me. Oh, here's Maya's back. What is that strange patch on her back? It's the Steel Samurai. He's the hero of an action hero show back in my country. It's actually Maya's favorite show. She's got all sorts of merchandise related to it. I see. He looks strikingly similar to Plum Punisher. They are similar, but the Steel Samurai definitely came first. I see. How interesting. Rafa seems genuinely intrigued. There must a common thread between Plum Punisher and Steel Samurai fans. Come think of it, maybe Maya mentioned something about training with the Plum's Punisher fan. Radix Decrest. I better find what she asked me to look for and get going. Let's see here. This must be the Tome of Secrets that Maya was talking about. Well, Bobhead, are you finished now? The princess acting as Lady Kira's representing must know her name. That name is Himson. Speaking of it, this name is unforgivable. Lock this knowledge deep in your heart and devote yourself to prayer. Himsam. 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 In me. Insam. In me. Hold on a second. The string around it is coming undone. Oops. Oh. Ah, you fool! Do not lay eyes upon it! Put it away quickly before we go blind! Relax, my hand just slipped. This is the Tome of Secrets. Are you trying to get us cursed? Lady Kira is liable to swoop down and scourge our eyes out. Alright. This book is related to the Lady Kira, isn't it? You benevolence. Would you mind if I ask you some questions? Tome of Secrets? It's not something I would normally speak about to an outsider as such as you. Well, can you make an exception? You insist? Nina. Part of this falling book? Yes, I see. This very important tome is a bestowed upon the priestess in the purification rite. Very important. What's written inside? Yes, 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 I see. Really? Is it alright to reveal that? Your benevolence? Patience, patience. The book contains Lady Kira's true name. Her true name is a name really that important of a secret. To a Kuranist priestess, a person's name is one of the most important things to know. What's so important about a name? Without a name, a priestess's voice will fail to reach a person's mitama. It is much like trying to send a letter without the recipient's address. A spirit can only be identified once you know the deceased face and name. Oh, I get it. It's like when you see someone in a crowd you recognize but you don't know their name. It makes it impossible to get their attention. Indeed, you must know a spirit's face and true name before you can commute with it. It is the same for Kuranism's most secret art, one that my mother alone may use. You had a secret art? Has a secret art? It is something a foreigner such as you could never be hoped to guess. But we do know, though. I should pretend it is all new to me. Besides, I get the feeling she secretly really wants to tell me all about it. Could you tell me about the secret art of the queen you spoke of? Come again? Oh, sorry. Maybe we shouldn't talk about this. It is a secret after all, right? It is the secret art of spirit channeling, but I suppose those words are meaningless to you. I'm just surprised how willing you are to tell me about it. The real lawyers could not channel spirits simply by learning of the technique. That rate is a bit harsh. I'd even sell it for a second. What is it? You have the look of a tentacled hack rock upon your face? What the heck is that tentacled hack rock? Spirit channeling? That's where a medium lets a spirit possess her body to return to our world, right? Well now, I see you have done your homework. Well, I guess I studied a bit. With the power of spirit channeling, one can bring back even the most ancient of spirits. It's quite a magnificent power, isn't it not? I've never seen her eyes light up like this before. I imagine they're pretty shocked when they come back from ancient times. Indeed, a spirit memory is cut off at the moment of death. So even a spirit that is brought back after the centuries doesn't see any gap in time. Between the moment of its death and the moment it is channeled? Yes, and yet it clearly recalls all of the memories it had in life. Thus, even heroes and scholars of antiquity can be channeled and directly learned from. Our queens have also used this power to help the rulers of neighboring lands see cancel. That is why we have never been invaded and how we have maintained our unique culture. So spirit channeling is a really effective tool for international politics. It is indeed. And that is why only those with the power of channeled spirits may rule our kingdom. But of late, there has been an endless influx of illegal immigrants from neighboring lands. Fools come seeking the same great power as my mother. Illegal immigrants? Yes, it is becoming quite a problem. Some have lost their way in life and look to Koranism for their salvation. Among them are also those of dubious nature who have been driven from their own lands. Dubious nature, driven from their own lands. Grasping pain definitely fit that bill. But they sure weren't treating him like an illegal alien. New channel has spirits, your benevolence. I am but the royal priestess. There is still much that I must learn. So now the divination science takes me to the very limit of my ability. So her spiritual power doesn't measure up to Maya's. You were just mocking me in your mind, weren't you? So don't be ridiculous. It is written all over your face, you impending poop. Divination science was once one of the important roles fulfilled by the queen. This is what my mother taught me when I was little, but the queen can perform the dance of devotion. Be a sight to see. Someday I will be a powerful priestess and a queen, just like my mother. The divination science is a vital part of my training to prepare me for that day. Forgive my ignorance, your benevolence. You shall see. It will not be long before I too master the secret art of spirit channeling. I will be a magnificent queen who unites her people for the greater good of Khura'in. Now I see. Spirit channeling is something she really aspires to. It looks like she actually has something in common with Maya. Are you quite through now? There are more important things to do than to stand there and talk about spirit channeling. That's true. It doesn't have anything to do with this case as far as I can tell. Or does it? If the queen is a spirit medium, are you about to suggest that my mother was channeling Lady Kira? I guess she saw that one coming. Lawyers are indeed a witless breed. On the day of the ride, my mother was engaged in other duties at the palace, of course. My mother is a very busy woman, and the idea itself is preposterous. Do you truly believe the Queen of Khura'in would personally battle the insurgents? This is precisely what makes you that great. Another dead end? This is bad. Anyway, I need to continue looking for leads, so... Over there! After him! Don't let him escape! What is all that racket? What? That escaped prisoner has surfaced here in town? Escaped prisoner? You mean that guy with the bushy beard? There's no reason to panic. The police are on his trail. Trail? He's no longer a suspect. But he might know something, considering he was at the scene of the crime. Let's go take a look. Wait. Ow, my aching back. I forgot how bad I injured it. I need to do some stretching and exercise for more when I get back home. Ah, Mr. Wright. Hey, Albie. That's Arbal. Have you seen him? Are you alright, sir? 1 second. Have you seen that escaped prisoner around here? Oh, so that's why all those police came rushing over here? I heard them saying something about an escaped prisoner is disappearing in this area. He disappeared in this area? He could have taken to the air again, could he? Barbed head. I told you to wait. It's too dangerous for you around here, you benevolence. Mr. Arbal could be lurking nearby. What sort of princess would I be? Hey, the sewers. It's open there. Would I be if all it took was an escaped prisoner to frighten me? She's fearless, I'll give her that. I can't be responsible if something happens to her. As long as I'm here, though, I might as well search the area myself. If I were an escaped prisoner, where would I hide? Where indeed? That manhole cover, it's open. Whoa. What is it, Shadow? Did he sniff out someone or something in the manhole? I wonder. Did Shadow track Mr. Arbal if he had something with the Rebel's scent on it? I don't know. I feel like I've got something with Mr. Arbal's scent on it. Something he might have touched. Where is it? Maybe this? Here, Shadow, how about this? Hope it works. I think he's pick up a scent. Nice. You mind if I borrow Shadow for a bit? By all means. I had no idea you could do this. Yeah, go get him, boy. You benevolence, I'm heading down the manhole now. It could be dangerous, so please wait here. Wait. Don't worry, I won't commit any of those misdeeds you were so worried about. But is that what I fear? There might be a vicious insurgent lurking down there. Oh, are you worried about me? No, I was simply wondering why you would go to such a length in your investigation. After all, if you would simply withdraw from this case, they might commute your sentence. I'm doing this to prove my innocence. But how can you be so sure of the accused's innocence? She's already been found guilty. I believe in her. If she says she's innocent, then that means she's innocent. Lawyers must trust in their clients to the bitter end. That's just what we do. You, lame brain, do what you will. Well, I'm going in. Let's go, Shadow. Be careful. Wait, come back here. It's pitch black down here. I can't see a thing. Wham! Oh! Ooh, ow, 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 ow. Well, what happened? I went down into a manhole and then... Disgusting spider? Oh, yeah, finally came to. Oh, I remember that face anywhere. It's him. Steals points from others. Yoink! And that dragon symbol on his armband, that's the mark of the rebels. There can be no mistake, it's him. That's Arbal. Yikes! Sorry, I got a little rough with you back there. Thought you were the cops. Sad? Sad? Why are you making that face? Hey, want an apple? Phew. I thought he was going to kill me. Damn, he's eating a lot. I'll pass on the apple, but thanks. I don't mind a good apple, but not right now. What is it, this place? This is the office of my brother-in-arms, Dirk. Right now, we're using it as a rebel safe house. Wait, back up a sec. What kind of office is this exactly? A law office. What else? Really? Dirk used to be a lawyer? Yep, just like you. Kara Inn's public enemy #1 is an ex-lawyer. Didn't see that coming. I don't suppose it'll be coming around. I'll be coming around here anymore. You won't? Aren't you planning? Are you planning to flee or something? It's just I wanna get out of here. I wanna get the Ripper out of the Ripper's business. Tired of being hounded by the cops and all that. So I came by today to pick up the last of my stuff. Really? I'm gonna sell Dirk's info to the Minister of Justice, then slip out of Corinne. Wait a second. You are a key person of interest in this case? You can't go running off like that. Relax, will ya? I'll tell you whatever you need to know. Oh, and sorry about punching your lights out back there, my bad. So, Mr. Lawyer Man, what do you want to know? Tell me about the murders of the High Priest Taurus Inmi and his Akut Pure Zealot. Sure, I'll tell you what I can. Don't know if it'll be much help though. I mean, I'm not a rebel anymore, so I wonder how true that really is. Tell me everything you know about the High Priest's murder. Well, as you know, I don't remember much about that. I banged my head on a rack as soon as I parachuted into the inner sanctum. So when I told you I had nothing to do with his murder, I meant it. Okay, then where were you when you came to after banging your head? By the time I came to, it was already dawn. I must have been out of cold the whole time. So you didn't see the crime happen at all? Yeah, got that right. And why did you say you did when you testified? Oh, about that, since I didn't remember a thing, I was afraid I'd seem suspicious, so I came up with that whole story. Does he even realize how much trouble his big fat lie has caused me? Sorry for the trouble. It's definitely my bad. He doesn't seem very sorry to me. So the bottom line is you were at the scene of the crime, but weren't involved in it. Got it. Dirk the attorney. So Dirk used to be a lawyer. Yep, he was a force to be reckoned with back when he was still practicing. He was juggernaut of the law and as mighty as a dragon. He could strike terror in the prosecutor's heart just by glaring at him. People call it his dragon's glare. He even got criminals to confess and pass out with a well-placed glare. You gotta be kidding me. But most important of all, he would never surrender. He'd fight for the accused no matter how the odds were stacked against him. Is that what you mean by the will of the dragon? Yep, that would be it, actually. Your work in court yesterday was mighty impressive too. You didn't give up, no matter how hard of a beating you took. Not unlike Dirk, I might add. Oh, thanks. Even if a big part of that beating I took was because of you. Do we examine? Let's see here. There's that knife driven deep into the foot of the queen. I guess the rebels really hate her. I better remember to stay on their good side. Is this a law book? A dragon mark's been branded into the cover. That's the Dirk's law book. Really? The leader of the rebels, the Dirk? That's right, and that mark of the dragon is the emblem of the rebellion. The pages in this one section are really dirty. Must be the exception of the Defense Culpability Act. Defense Culpability Act, huh? In the name of her eminence, those who would support criminals will be deemed just as guilty. Practically wore out the entire section. In the sense of white flowers, the flowers are still fresh. They must have been put here maybe today or yesterday. Did you put this here, Mr. Arbal? Something wrong with flowers? Oh no, just a traditional thing here in Kura Inn paid no mind. Cascade electricity? Yeah, but the power goes out occasionally. That's pretty inconvenient. You're telling me sometimes it goes out for an entire day? What about the stuff in the refrigerator? Why don't you see for yourself? What can I ask? I'm afraid of what I might find. Is that a coat yours, Mr. Arbal? Nah, it belongs to the rebel leader Dirk. It's pretty impressive. I like the color too. Wanna try it on? Really? You sure it's okay? Of course, bet it would look great on you. Well then, don't mind if I do. Oh, it smells all moldy. I can't believe you fell for it. That thing's been hanging there forever. Note to self, don't trust this guy ever again. What's this thing with the dragon on it? Yep, that was his business sign back when this was Dirk's office. He used to be a lawyer, right? That he was, but it was really a long time ago. This place has seen better days, that's for sure. But I hope he can put his sign back up someday. Won't hold my breath. And why not? This looks like full of Dirks and his compatriots, and here's one that looks really old. Hey, that's Apollo Justice! Wow, this was taken about 20 years ago. Those are Dirks' son? What? Really? Well, this is the rebel Dirk in the center. He doesn't look so evil. And both of his sons look kind of familiar. The one on the left is UT. Oh, but you know him as Prosecutor Sadmadi. Prosecutor Sadmadi is Dirk's son. That he is. The UT was once a rebel too. He used to really respect his old man. Well, as a father and as a lawyer. Then why did he become a prosecutor? Being lawyer in this kingdom is the same as signing your own death warrant. On account of the Defense Capability Act, right? Yeah, that's why UT decided to be a prosecutor instead. He wanted to spark a revolution from the inside, so he dove right into the enemy's den. I would have never guessed it looking at him now. You can say that again. Dirk is battling to change Karain's legal system. The will of the dragon spurs him on. We all thought UT was taking up the mantle to carry on the will too. We were sure he'd help overthrow Garan one day, but as you've seen, he now uses the law to do her bidding. Dirk's been beside himself, so he no longer carries the will of the dragon in him, huh? Wonder what happened between the father and the son for it to come to this. What about the other child in the photo? That's Apollo. That's Dirk's adopted son, but he's gone back overseas. His name is Apollo. Apollo? Wait a second. That bracelet. It really is Apollo. He was a rascal, that one, and his voice could shake the entire room. Imagine he's out there raising high hell somewhere. Yes, I'm sure he's doing just fine. Considering how far he's come, Mr. Arabel's description really doesn't do Apollo justice. Apollo, I've been watching you grow these past 2 years. He's a responsible young man now. He never lost that loud voice though. There are bowls and platters of food here. They're still warm as if this was all recently prepared. You must have a pretty big appetite, Mr. Arbo. Guys as big as strong as me. Got even bigger appetites, you know. But you just fled from the police. I don't know how you could eat this much after all that excitement. Sorry if I offended you. But first, let's start with an appetizer. Where's he getting all those apples from? Want to join me, Mr. Lawyer Man? Got plenty of silver lizards too. Thanks, but I already ate. Well, I gotta start packing. Who knows when they might catch up with me if I don't scram soon. Please wait, I still need to ask you something. Go ahead, shoot. What are the rebels trying to do? And why were you at the inner sanctum in the first place? Mr. Arabal's plan. Why were you at the inner sanctum on the day of the murder? Or more precisely, what were you trying to do there? I was trying to escape from prison, that's all. But that high priest was a fool for getting taken in by Dirk. You should have tried hightailing it out of Karain like I'm doing. Well. Cyclops. Mr. Arbal is hiding something, but I want to know exactly what until I can undo the locks. Excellent, are you trying to hide, Mr. Arbal? Huh? I'm not hiding anything, no way, no how. I just have to use my Makatama on him then. Alright, let's see. Let's see. I'm going to ask you again. Why were you at the inner sanctum on the day of the murder? Or more precisely, what were you trying to do there? You keep asking, but the answer still is the same. I was trying to escape from prison, that's all. But that high priest was a fool. He fell for Dirk's line and sold his own country out. Don't you say such a thing about him? He helped you escape, didn't he? Don't you even care about what happened to him? Nope, I was getting out of the rebellion anyway. He should open his eyes. We never stood a chance against the Garan regime. Hang on, do you really believe what you're saying? Didn't the High Priest's death really hurt you on the inside? Like you said, I couldn't care less about the whole thing. I beg to differ, this wouldn't be here in this room if you didn't feel a thing. The flower, right?
Take that!
I heard these flowers are offered in memory of the dead here in Kurain. The High Priest is dead, he hate your heart, so you've been grieving here alone, haven't you? Well... 1. Those flowers don't mean anything, it's just a Kuranin's way of saying goodbye. Why the fact that you're mourning his death? You're reading into this too much. I told you I'm done with the rebellion. I haven't even heard from Dirk or the rest of them for a few days. Tomorrow I'm planning to kiss this kingdom goodbye. No, I know you've been in contact with the other rebels already. How exactly do you plan on proving that? Oh, I know.
Take that!
I found this prayer flag at the Plaza of Devotion. You wrote a message on it and left it behind for your fellow rebels, didn't you? They brought this food for you at your request. So you're lying about leaving the rebels. You're still involved with Dirk and the rest of them, aren't you? 2. Are you ready to tell me the truth now? Oh, you're good, Mr. Lawyer Man. I admit it. I request the crap. I was just taking advantage of them, that's all. What do you mean? My face blasted all over the place. I couldn't stay out in the open anymore. I just took advantage of my former comrades for some crap and a place to hide. I was gonna kiss this kingdom goodbye tomorrow. Not buying it. You obviously try to lie. I can tell it just by looking at you. The white-hot flames of revolution definitely still burn on inside of you. What? That's ridiculous. Those flames burned out a long time ago. This proves that the flames of revolution still burn on inside you.
Take that!
Dirk's law book? I'm no lawyer, so what's that gonna do with me? Look at the mark branded on the cover, the dragon. This mark that stands for an unwavering commitment to the revolution. This is Dirk's way of representing the will of the dragon. Yeah, so what of it? You have that same mark and the scarf tied around your left arm. But you wouldn't be wearing that if you were no longer a rebel. I forgot to take it off, that's all. No, as a wanted man, that should have been the first thing you took off. The fact that you haven't hidden that mark yet proves you're still a rebel. Do what you want, but you don't know nothing about me. No, you're wrong. You wear your heart and your beliefs right on your sleeve, just like me. And this is what I believe in.
Take that!
In a turn is right! When a person's back is against the wall, they always fall back on what they believe in. Just as I always have my badge, you always have the will of the dragon with you. And would you look risking your life for your beliefs? No, I wouldn't. No? No, because I wouldn't be much to use to my client's death. Now admit it. You never once thought about leaving the Defiant Dragons, have you? That look in your eyes. It's just like Dirk's. Looks like you've got the will of the dragon inside of you, too. I plan to take you out if you turn out to be on the side of the royals. But I think I can trust you. I can't believe I was that close to getting shanked here. It's like I said, I have no intention of leaving Dirk's group. In other words, you were testing me. You're a foreigner and a lawyer who's been charged with abetting a criminal to boot. And I've seen a fair share of lawyers get pardoned after weeping at the feet of the queen. Well, I'm going to keep fighting till the end. Yeah, I can see that now. Sorry I ever doubted ya. So, what are you doing here anyway? I came to get the secret hideout key from a Heilber. Secret hideout key? Hideout? Yep, I was supposed to get in my next order from Dirk there. But the town's swarming with cops thanks to that murder. Nothing I can do about that. What about the order Dirk was supposed to give you? Gonna have to abort that mission. Now I'm just lying low waiting for a chance to make contact with Dirk again. Hey, why the long face? I thought you'd be able to tell me something about the High Priestess murder. Sorry to disappoint ya. Oh, I know. Let me make it up to you with this. What is it? This orb is actually a key. It opens the door to one of our secret hideouts. Oh, I think I might know what it is. The eagle. The eye missing, right? Shit, I don't have a picture of it, do I, anymore? But it's probably the one. I can't say any more than that anyway. I hope it helps. This orb is a key, yep, plus the hideouts in a totally unexpected location. Being that it's super secret, we couldn't have just any ordinary key. Let's see. Or an orb? Yeah. Maybe this will help me unravel the truth behind this case, thanks. Don't mention it, besides you are a fellow brother in arms fighting the powers that be. If it'll help you, feel free to pick my brain a bit more. Lady Kira. Everyone's been talking about the return of Lady Kira lately, but my friend Maya suspected of being the repel hunter disguised as Lady Kira. You wouldn't happen to know who she really is though, would you? It's me, but where she is, she bushwhacked me and hauled me off to jail. Even worse, on top of attacking us and delivering us to the cops, she's been watching us like a hawk and framing us for different crimes. Watching you like a hawk? Framing you for crimes? Why would anyone go all that trouble? Our kingdom likes to pretend that its people are free to think what they want. Because of that, the authorities can arrest you just for sympathizing with the rebellion, but the result to framing people for things they didn't do. Then that Lady Kira figure is, yep, she's just some lick speedo working for the Garan regime. Wow. Yeah, this guy. So he was talking about Lady Kira then. Advanced combat skills, detailed surveillance, and clever setups. She's no amateur if you ask me. So you're saying the monarchy is using Lady Kira to secretly take out the rebels. Exactly, the Garan regime is using her to control the people even down to what we think. Why don't the people protest if the monarchy is doing things like that? Fortunately, we don't have any conclusive evidence. And without that, we can't prove anything. I know the feeling. If I bring this up in court, they'd probably dismiss it out of hand. I'll have to unmask Lady Kira if I want to get anywhere. Our goal is to get rid of that evil no-good Defense Capability Act. I can tell just by looking at Dirk's law book. The DC Act has turned this kingdom into a corrupt cesspool, where false charges are overlooked and prosecutors are the only ones heard in court. It's been 23 years since it was first enacted. What happened 23 years ago to make them pass such a terrible law? The assassination of a Queen Amara. That's where it all began. Queen Amara. Dirk assassinated the former queen, didn't he? That's the official line, but the official line? Those charges were completely trumped up. Dirk was framed, I'm telling ya. He was. Plus, Dirk was a lawyer. Once the people thought of a lawyer had killed the queen, they turned against all lawyers. And that's how the DC Act was first passed. But that's why there aren't any lawyers left in Korea. Even worse, it changed the significance of the divination seance. Significance of the divination seance? They were holding seance in court even before the DC Act. You bet they were? Lawyers and prosecutors used to hotly contest the insight that came out of seances. You know, like what I've been doing? Right, it's like Dirk used to say. The royal priestess's insights are just another piece of evidence. Right, I see what you mean about the insignificance of the divination seance changing. Yep, the insights became the only truth and arguing against them was banned. From what I've seen, Rayfa would agree with that. This kingdom's a shadow of its former self. It's become a dictatorship where the royals use the fear of trumped-up charges to rule. And that's what Dirk's been rebelling against. Yep, all we want is to live in a kingdom with a fair and impartial legal system. And there's only one way to make that come true. Overthrow the current regime. So that's the truth behind the rebels. Well, PV, PV, my friend, it's about time for me to get going. After all, I am the fangs of the Defiant Dragons. Defiant? That's Arbal. You're not going to do that alley-oop thing again, are you? Let's just get into that. See ya when I see ya. Alley-oop? Why does he have to jump like that before running off? Well, I guess we're friends now. But enough of about that. I already spent way too much time here. Phew, I finally got out of there. It's alright. I'm so glad you're okay. I was so worried about you. Shadow, what happened to him anyway? He came out of the manhole about 5 minutes after you went in, so he wasn't much help. Well, did you find anything out of work? Oh, I tripped and fell down there. Must have been out of cold for a while. Better keep things to myself for now. I figured as much. I have to find that secret hideout Mr. Arbal was talking about. I should probably start with the places that have something to do with the High Priest. And I know exactly where it is. Barbed Head, you researched here, did you not? Oh, I just thought I'd look around again, in case I missed something. Probably shouldn't tell her I'm looking for the secret rebel hideout. You're saying back home leave no stone unturned? Oh, yes. You can't stump me, I know that one. Actually, I don't have a clue, it's written all over your face. Okay, do I... It's a statue of bird, I should take a closer look later. Okay, this eye is missing. What are you doing? You must not touch that for no reason. Sorry. But that shape, I wonder.
Take that!
That's right. Ta-da! I knew it. Ooh. What? She must be at loss for words, and that doesn't happen too often. What is this place? Explain yourself at once, Barbed Head. I don't think she's ready for the full story. I don't really know much myself, but it seems to be the secret rebel hideout. I'm shocked there's a secret door here. I imagine that goes double for Rayfa. A rebel hideout in the inner sanctum? Somebody will pay for this. Well, for now, I think I'll have a look around. Wait, you must not enter before the police. Don't worry, I won't disturb anything. Or at least I'll try not to. Besides, with you watching over me, it should be fine, right? And, you see... Fine, just please stop pleading your case. I can only stand so much lower retrieval. But I will be presenting all information gleaned from your efforts to here to the police. Of course, now shall we? I will go no further. Alright, you're not supposed to come in contact with the taint of Lady Kira's battles. Very good, Barbed Head. I commend you for remembering. Oh, well, thank you. Wait, why am I thanking her? I may not be able to enter, but I will have no misdeeds on your part. I will be watching you like a robot from the entrance here. I told you I'm not gonna do anything. I better hurry before she changes her mind. Wait, what? Oh, did I just move? I believe this to be a sacred space that enshrines the source of the spring water. That makes sense. The rebels must have converted it into a secret hideout. What about the war bot revolving our door? I wonder if that too was originally intended to hide and protect this sacred space. I think those filthy rebels were scheming their schemes in this most sacred space. It is a disgrace upon Kuranism itself. The defiant dragons shall pay for this. Suppose it's only natural that she'd be upset, but the investigation must go on. I think I'll start by taking a picture of the place. Good thing I brought a camera to snap some souvenir shots. Stop that! You must not take photos here without permission. Very fast, really fired up. She's sticking her head in as far as we'll go. She won't be tainted as long as she doesn't touch anything. Now, to search every nook and cranny. Barbed Head, just because it is hard for me to see your every move, do not use that as an excuse to touch and break things. I heard it the first time. Sheesh. Alright, I see a plot down there. What's this? A blood stain? I should probably try to figure out what happened in here. Do not tamper with any evidence before the police arrive. The police? Hey, that reminds me. Emma gave me something just for times like this. That might be help your investigation. Oh, Luminol! Luminol testing foot gloves in reaction to even the tiniest stretches of blood. So you can even detect areas where blood has been wiped. Might be help us figure out what happened in here. Okay, time for science to do its thing. First, let me put these red tinted glasses on to see the Luminol's glove. Then I just touch wherever I want to spray some of the Luminol. Areas where the area was blood will react by turning blue. Oh! This is a huge blood stain. Something big must have happened here. Perhaps the High Priestess blood flowed in them from the underworld blood statue. There was definitely a lot of blood here. It's impossible to say much else at this point. I'll just take a picture for now. Alright, Luminol reaction doesn't show up in photos. I just have to take some notes. That should do it. I didn't notice before, but the blood stain looks like it was smeared away in one place. It's because the warbot revolving door passed over it. Weapons, and lots of them too. We are lucky we found them before they could be abused. Excellent work, Barthead. Oh, what, thanks. If it ever happens, I hope it's bloodless. There's a Plum Punisher calendar here. Now I understand. The villains in the Plum Punisher are based on the insurgents. Watching the show must have roused their ire against Lady Kira. I doubt that's it. Look, what is it, Barthead? It's a Plum Punisher clock. Why? It's a limited edition promotional item given out to 50 lucky viewers. This rare item plays the Plum Punisher theme song every hour? Hand it over now, Barthead. She snatched it away from me. No matter how much she says, Bradford is definitely a huge fan. What a fun item. The Switch, if I'm right. It's the Plum Punisher theme song. Yes, now I see. The insurgents who use this room must be Plum Punisher fans. That may be so, but I don't see how it's relevant to this case. The statue door rotates when you pull this chain. I see it, then you must shut the door and destroy its mechanism. It will deprive the insurgents of access to this place. What, wouldn't that trap me in here? Not to worry, I would come to visit you once over a year. Is this actually serious? A large stone slab, it's shaped like a Makatama. It looks like rather unstable. I bet it tipped over in an earthquake. What's that earthy grass-like smell? There's some handprints there. What the hell? It is the smell of the moss that covers the stone. Oh, so this shaky green stuff is moss? It looks like some of the moss about halfway up has been disturbed. Wonder why that is. One quick touch can hurt, right? Whoa, the slab's starting to wobble. What is happening? What have you done to the sacred space? Nothing. All I did was touch it a little. And if it looked unstable, probably best not to touch it again. This is the welder source that supplies the inner sanctum spring. Flows through this channel built into the floor before heading outside. Lady Kira uses this sacred water to wash the taint of battle from her body. It's also not red like the water in the spring. Looks like an order from Dirk. What's this? Let me see that. I thought you were not supposed to touch anything in here. This is an exception. Now hand it over. Let's see here. Oh, holy mother! What? What does it say? It's an order intended for that rebel named Dots. It reads, after the riot, infiltrate the palace under the guise of returning Lady Kira's costume. And search for clues about that incident from 23 years ago, Dirk. 23 years ago, he must mean the assassination of Queen Amara. Wonder what the rebels are up to. It's intriguing and all, but it doesn't seem related to the case at hand. This will not do. I must warn my mother at hands. No need to do that. This order will never be carried out. Lady Kira's costume is still there here, and a bot in me is no longer able to aid the rebels. I knew that. How dare those filthy insurgents raise their banner amidst such a sacred space? Corrupt head, you must burn it at once. Didn't you tell me not to touch or damage anything? It's an exception. Very well, if you will not do it, then I will. But you, Benevolence, I thought you were not supposed to come in here. Yeah. For once, the strange customs of this kingdom are working out in my favor. There's something under the banner. A microphone? What's this doing here? Was someone trying to record something with it? Well, I think that covers about everything here. Emma! Mr. White, you should have come in here before the police. Sorry, but I was in a hurry. I didn't do anything I wasn't supposed to. Her benevolence can attest to that. It is your fault for being so slow. I expected police to work faster and more efficiently. Sorry. Well, Bobcat, have you not already seen enough? I guess it's about time I got back to the temple and go over everything I've learned. Welcome back, Mr. Wright. How did it go? Unfortunately, I didn't find anything conclusive. No way. I do not understand, Bobcat. What don't you understand? Why you did not commit any misdeeds during the investigation? After all, lawyers ply their trade primarily through illicit means and methods. What? Who told you that? My mother? Are you saying she was wrong? No, that cannot be. You must have committed some sort of misdeeds right under my nose. If that were so, she wasted her whole day following me around. What is it? Prosecutor Satmari has need of me. What's going on? Must go perform a divination seance for Pure Zealot. It is our custom for the prosecution to review its contents before a trial begins. I see. The torture will be the charm. My insight will finally bring you to your knees tomorrow, and I will teach that neophyte practitioner a lesson. Looks like the Royal Priestess is back without vengeance. She's made a full recovery from when we started the investigation earlier today. I look forward to seeing you in court, your benevolence. Your overconfidence will be your downfall. Do not look so confident when I am finished with you tomorrow. Actually, I'm not really looking forward to seeing her tomorrow, especially without any solid evidence. Why don't we go over everything you know so far? Alright, let's see here. Accurate Zealot was killed during the riot with Lady Kira's dagger. And Maya's fingerprints were found on it. That doesn't sound very good. I know, it's the very definition of being up at a creek without a paddle. The day before his murder, Zealot enjoyed a meal with the High Priest, his wife, and Maya. I also learned about spirit channeling here in Kura Inn. None of that sounds very helpful. Oh, but I did hear something interesting. The rebel hunting Lady Kira might be working for the Injustice Minister. What? Really? Our kingdom is supposed to be ruled through faith and laws. We can't allow the people to be controlled by fear and violence. Albeit that sounds like something a rebel might say. It does? But if that Lady Kira really is one of the Minister Inga's subordinates, that would exonerate Miss Maya. Unfortunately, I have no way of proving it in court. Oh, that's too bad. Almost forgot about the secret rebel hideout we found at the Inner Sanctum. There was a bloodstain inside, but I don't know if or how it's connected to this case though. Wow, a secret room at the Inner Sanctum? That would be a huge hit with tourists. This kid really is an entrepreneur at heart. What I mean is that the hideout could be important to your case. Maybe, but it's still too early to tell. Looks like I'm heading into a court without any useful evidence. We just have to pray something appears during tomorrow's trial. Princess Raifa's divination seance might be my only hope. There could be some new information in it that might help. The divination seance? I thought it always works against the accused. Not always. Really? I never heard of anyone saying that before. It's hard to figure you out sometimes, sir. Divination seance worked both ways before the Defense Culpability Act. It's only now that the people of Kura Inn find it strange. Mr. White, I just want to say, good luck tomorrow. Thanks, I can't afford to lose this next one. I've collected all sorts of information, but I haven't even started connecting the dots. If I hear that, I might have a shot at pulling off a win. Raifa's insight will be the deciding factor. It's a huge gamble, but it's all I got. Maya looks exhausted, but I can't blame her. Nick, I was thinking about it all day yesterday. Never properly asked you to defend me, did I? It doesn't matter, I'm on this case till the bitter end. I know, that's why I wanted to officially ask you for your help. You got it, Maya, let's do this. We gotta wrap this up and then get back home so you can make your dream show come true. There's still somewhere where the Plum Punisher, right? You bet. You look as if you did not sleep at the last night, barbed head. It is written all over your face. How can you expect to put up a respectable defense like that? I'm all fired up and ready to go. I guess Maya's not the only one looking exhausted. Reva doesn't seem in the best spirits herself. Go ahead and feign confidence now while you are still able. For I will see to it that your last rites are read to you this day. Read to this day. Guess it was just imagination. Ready, Nick? Okay, Maya, let's head on in. Now that everyone is ready, the defense is ready, Yuan Magistrate. The prosecution is ready, let us begin without further delay. Oh, no prayers this time, Prosecutor Satamati. I already offered my prayers for the latest victim during my visit to the crime scene, being that the accused has already been found guilty of the first murder. Let us hasten this trial so we may put this dead lawyer walking out of his misery. I could not agree more. In yesterday's trial, the accused was already found guilty of murdering the high priest. In today, she will be tried for the murder of his disciples, Purei Zealot. Now then, Prosecutor Satmari, your opening statement if you would. Certainly. The accused has now slain two of the most devout clergymen in Khuranism. Even the lowest level of hell, the hell of tickling, would not be punishment enough. Then, what terrible fate awaits her? Balkipo Kon Hell, or realm of eternal agony. There she will suffer the endless punishment of Jagar by the Gollum of Holomoten. What the hell? Remember Kujama, enough. My blood runs cold at the mere thought that such a terrible place exists. I was going to ask for a translation, but on second thought, ignorance is a bliss. Now then, please continue minus the part about terrible hell awaiting the accused. As you wish. The victim of the heinous crime was the high priest's disciple Purei Zealot. He had been the training under the high priest while living at the priest's home. I had met him a number of times and he seemed like an earnest young man. How tragic that he met such a terrible end. The murder occurred at the Plaza of Devotion during the purification rite. It was a blood crime carried out while the plaza was full of the faithful deep in prayer. The war-bought dagger was found impaled in the victim's upper back. The stabbing had caused a spinal cord injury that killed him instantly. The war-bought dagger, Lady Kira's weapon of choice, or Kira's. We have already established that the accused prints were on the weapon. Incredibly damning evidence in itself. No, I didn't do it.
Objection!
Hold your tongue. Now, being that the accused Maya Fey is a serial killer, the prosecution believes that the death penalty is the only possible sentence. Would the defense square to respond? The accused is innocent and nothing can convince me otherwise. After all, the crime scene was packed with worshippers. How could my client possibly have committed this murder without a single witness? The accused's fingerprints on this murder weapon alone is enough to render a verdict. As such, I see no need of debate this any further. What? Well, once her benevolence conducts her seance, it will be clear for all to see. Magistrate, might I have a word? Is something the matter, Prosecutor Satmari? It is about the divination seance. you benevolent? Stop right there, Prosecutor Satomori. As you wish, forgive me for overstepping my bounds. What was that all about? Barbed Head, have you made peace with your fate? But this time, the Divination Seance will bring you to your knees. I'm ready, and I accept your challenge. The only problem is I have no weapons at my disposal. Our only hope is is what we can glean from the Seance vision and very phosphine sides. Very well, the Divination Seance, if you please, your benevolence. Yes, let's begin. Nana.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Here we go again! Here we go again! Wow! What? I don't get it. Why wasn't there anything to see? You benevolence? What in the world? I was unable to evoke any sort of response. I called out the spirit's name many times, but not to no avail. Just I thought. Wait, what does he know that we don't? I sought to confirm the contents of today's divination seance. After all, it is customary for the prosecutor to verify it beforehand. Come to think of it. And that is why I sought to stop her benevolence from performing it here. However, she insisted that it be done. She wished to try one more time here in the Hall of Justice. It would appear that her benevolence is tired from her manifold duties. I'm not anything of the sort. The victim's spirit will not answer my call, but I know not why. It is my sacred duty to convey the truth through the divination seance. Rafa, what are you ready to do without divination seance? Suppose I should have to deliver the last rites without them. The prosecution has already taken that into account when preparing for today. I'm fully capable of proving the accused's guilt with or without divination seance. You never failed to impress Prosecutor Satomori. This is bad. The divination seance was my one and only hope. Your Majesty, her benevolence said she is in Tyrant. So shouldn't we try to find out why the divination seance failed? How curious, Mr. Wright. Why have you suddenly taken such a keen interest in such a in the Divination Seance. Yeah, explain yourself. Divination Seance is for shedding light on accused's crimes. It's the Holy Mother's hammer of wrath that is ever poised to pound you into your grave. You should fear it, not plead it. Not plead for it. I believe in my client. Plus, yesterday, somebody told me something that changed my mind. The Divination Seance was once thought of as just another piece of evidence. If we were to accurately interpret the visions through the careful analysis, then they would lead us to the truth behind what really happened. And the truth will show that my client Maya Fey is innocent. The truth is you don't have anything else to fall back on, huh? Maya, please, you are not helping. How dare you? The voice of Mitama is to be feared, not utilized by a vile lawyer such as you. Seances exact a heavy toll upon the royal priestess. It would be best not to be burden her any further. Or does the defense feel that it can pose no counter-arguments without the seance? No, of course not. He saw right through me. I'll have to find a way to make the divination seance happen or we're toast. Well, since the divination seance is not possible at this time, I see no other choice. Let's proceed with the trial without the seance as Prosecutor Satmari has suggested. Thank you, Your Majesty. Why you? I will not forget this barbed head. This will not be the last you see of me. Now I will now proceed by providing an outline of the case at hand. Very well, if the lead detective would please come to the stand, we may begin. Sorry, Mr. Wright. Detective Sky, I understand how you would wish to save the accused and the defense. They are your friends after all, but you must let them go and move on. What? There is only one way to save them now, by giving their souls the chance to burn away the taint of their sins in their infernal flames. Oh, I can't do this. No eating in the sacred hall of justice. Miss Sky. Yes? Don't worry about me and Nick. You just do your job. I'm sure Nick will figure something out eventually. Right, thanks, Miss Faye. How very brave for a criminal with a tainted soul. Very well, Detective Sky, please proceed. Okay, I can do this. Let me start with an overview of this case. Alright, before we go do anything, let me see what else we check. We do have the same, right? Okay. The last victim was Purei Zealot. He had been training under the High Priest and living at this house for the past 2 years. The High Priest widow believed in me has identified the victim's body. He may have been mistaken for a rebel and killed due to his connection to the High Priest. That's it? I see, well, that certainly makes sense. Would the defense care to respond? I didn't spot any inconsistencies in her testimony so far. I don't have any evidence in my arsenal. What am I going to do now? This is Maya. I was just wondering about how much the police actually look into Acolyte Zealot. Because it just might prove to be the key as to why the definition seance failed. What are you getting at? Well, it's just a hunch. Wait a second. During my investigation, Rifa told me about how the division say. Yeah, the name, right? Okay, time to press some. We need the, so the name is wrong. Okay, let's see. This one, identified. Was Mrs. Amy positive ID the only way you verified the identity of the victim? Huh? Well, no. Let's check the ID card he carried and the data in his family registry, but what? His personal information didn't match any of the public records with cross-reference. Maybe that's why the divination seance failed. I'm not sure what you mean, Mr. Wright. Here's what I'm thinking. It's a fake name. The victim decided to hide his identity for some reason. In other words, he was using a fake name. The royal priestess uses a deceased face and true name to summon their spirit. Why, yes, that is indeed true. If he was using a forged ID and there's no mention of him in our public records, Then he was likely an illegal immigrant. They are not a common here in Kurain. An illegal immigrant. Come think of it, Rafa mentioned something about immigrants yesterday. If that's the case, we have no way of knowing who he really is. We have to proceed without holding out divination seance this time. I had always thought the accurate zealot was Kuranese. Oh, how the High Priest must be lamenting his disciples' deception in the Twilight Realm. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think? Should we add this to a testimony? Add it to a testimony. This is an important fact, please add it to a testimony. It would seem to be a fact most inconvenient to the defense. If you insist, Detective Sky, please add what you just said to your testimony. Yes, Your Majesty. He was a legal immigrant, so we don't know his real name. Something, I have to probably do something here. Has the beach something gonna do with it? I wonder. Well, let's...
Objection!
Sorry, Detective Sky. But the police missed something important in their investigation. Huh? What are you talking about? The victim was undeniably Kuranese native. And this crime scene photo proves it. It does? It's a little hard to see, but look closely. You'll see a clear proof that the victim was Kuranese. Where? I don't see anything that would prove that. The tattoo, right?
Take that!
Look at this tattoo right here. Why, that's a tattoo of Peach. I would like you all to think about the meaning of this tattoo. Oh, the victim really liked peaches. Well, peaches are favorite delicacy here in Kurain. They happen to be a personal favorite of mine. The sweetness of their abundant nectars and the softness of their perfectly ripe flesh. They are a blessing from the Holy Mother herself. Nick, I suddenly got the craving for peaches. After the trial, Maya. Right now we have a bigger fish to fry. Unfortunately, that is not a tattoo of Peach. It is not a peach, you say? Then what is it? Take a closer look. Haven't you seen something like that before? Namely the tattoo on the High Priestess brow. Oh my. What? This is marked. It's only borne by members of the Kuranese clergy. So that is what you believe it to be. But are there not other different shapes? Sure, they're shaped different, but there's a reason for that. The victim had the peach-shaped tattoo inked over an existing tattoo for some reason. However, the dark red portion is exactly the same as the mark of all Kuranese clergy bearer. Hey, you're right. Until about 20 some odd years ago, everyone did get one, didn't they? Myself, bear one on my right butt. That is entirely too much information, Your Majesty. Information on everyone who enters the clergy is maintained at the temple. All we have to do is look up the monk with a mark in the same spot. I'm on it. I'll let you know if I get any hits. That will not be unnecessary. You seek information on the clergy. I have it all here. Right here. Oh my, you never cease to amaze? So tell us, is there anyone who fits the bill? There is just one, and his name is Real Nehmu. Real Nehmu? Nehmu. He became a monk 20 years ago. And that must be the victim's real name. But why would he have tried to cover up his tattoo with another one? Yeah, there must be some reason. There must have been some reason. That's not important right now. Important thing is we know his real name. You're right. Your Majesty, now that we know the victim's real name, the divination seance might finally work. A lawyer who willingly seeks a seance. This is entirely unprecedented. You are about digging your own grave, defense. We won't know until we try. Sure, it's risky, but it's our only hope. Very well. Let the divination seance be held once more. Why would a lawyer work so hard to see the divination seance be held once more? You are a fool of barbed head, and your foolishness shall yield no gratitude from me. With the truth revealed by my insights, I shall gladly seek your demise. Bring it on, princess. Because I will correctly interpret each and every one of your insights. You will regret every thinking. You could use my sacred insights as evidence.
O Holy
Okay,
Mother,
skip.
let the eyes of O dance so that we may receive.
Jesus. Here we go. Ginjil. Plum Punish 13. Heavy. Pain. Stab. Okay. That's not very helpful. Oh my. It is just as Mr. Wright surmised, Pulray Seal was in the victim's true name, and now at last we have seen the victim's final moments. But all we could see was the ground. You seem terribly disappointed. I take it you did not find it fodder for one of your infamous turnabouts. I, on the other hand, have discovered something. Conclusive evidence that establishes the accused's guilt. You did? Ha 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 ha. A most surprising surprise attack. So, tell us, Prosecutor Samadi, what is this conclusive evidence you have found? The Plum Punisher theme song that the deceased heard? Please consider this item here. It was confiscated from the accused during her interrogation. Hey, that's my Plum Punisher strap. When you press the Magna Katama on the Plum Punisher's belt. Hey, that's a clock though. Hey, don't worry. I know. We know it's the clock in the freaking room, man. The hideout. James the accused inadvertently pressed the button in the midst of her crime. This strap is an extremely rare item, is it not, Miss Faye? You better not break it. There's only one of those in the whole wide world. Maya, no! This is just as I said. Your flights of fancy have come crashing down on you. She sure seems to be enjoying this. Yeah, I never seen her look so thrilled before either. It is time to accept the fact that divination science is far more than mere evidence. It is the very truth that brings the hammer of justice down upon the accused. That is as conclusive as evidence I can get. Now that if there are any further objections... No further objections. Slow down there, your majesty. At least let me make a counter-argument. What's this? Do you take issue with the divination seance? Oh, I have issues with it. I just don't know what they are yet. But that still never stopped me before. The divination seance is not the absolute truth. It only becomes the truth after it's been interpreted correctly. You do not know when you're beaten, do you, you foolish lawyer? I'm the only one who speaks for the Mitama of the deceased. If you believe there's to be errors in my insights, then let us see what you let us see you prove it. The victim was offering up his prayers. It was the night of the rite. The pattern on the plaza ground was visible in darkness. Then someone was there and their team to a Plum Punisher filled the air. The accused held the victim down and plunged her dagger into his upper back. The blade struck true, and in that instant he departed from this world. That is everything the deceased experienced in his final moments. A prominent insight have painted a detailed picture both vivid and true. I didn't miss any holes there. As they stand now, those insights are really stacked against us. I just have to go over each and every one of the deceased sensation very carefully. And this is where, guys, I'm gonna end the stream. 7 hours. I think I'm done for today. I think I'm done for today. But with that, my friends, I wish you a happy Saturday. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys tomorrow for more Ace Attorney. Alright? Have a lovely Saturday. Bye-bye.